So you guys, this is we're gonna have a lot of fun today. We're gonna start off with just Tiff, Fringe, Jason, and myself, but we're gonna leave a lot of time for audience questions. And I wanna signal clearly to the audience. So I don't want people to think that I'm selectively letting some people up and not doing Q&A for most. Um, does that make sense, Solor? Is that cool
Yeah,
with
I'll
you?
drop. Absolutely. Love you
And
guys.
by the way, thank you for jumping up because I had to launch it from my iPhone, but my iPhone mic is shot. So if you hadn't jumped up there, like Jason wouldn't have heard a voice. So thank you so much for jumping up.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. I love you guys. Best of luck. Well wishes. Here's Tiff. I'm dropping down. Hugs to everybody. I'm so excited.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. All right. Um, and did somebody say that Jason's already in the room?
We had Jason. It looked like we had Jason for a few minutes, but he dropped out a while
Okay,
ago,
that's
a couple
fine.
minutes ago.
I just put a group chat together. So I'm gonna DM him the link, and yeah, we should be fine. Let's see, we have Aaron up here, Tiff, Tiff, if you can hear me, I'm gonna send you a co-host invite, Fringe, and I sent Tiff a co-host invite as well. So we should have the crew up here. Um, yeah, can you guys buy me like 5 minutes? Is that okay? Um, I need a at least I need to DM Jason the space link.
Yeah, I think we have both me and Tiff up here. I think Aaron's up here. We can get you 5 minutes. If we want to get you 20 minutes, we could let Gabe the Babe come up. But then we wouldn't be able to drop him down because he's too famous now. So I'm not sure if we want to do that, Tiff. What do you think?
We could start with Aaron did the water fast, right? Maybe if you wanted to talk about that a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about the water fast. Actually, this is going to kind of bring me all the way back around to the Jorjani space because I read Jorjani's book, and I love Jorjani, even though we are actually arch nemesis. When you think about it, we serve different gods, right?
Spiritually, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love his brain. I love his ideas. I read most of his book. I didn't read every word, but I certainly went through it. I also focused on the last chapter of his book because I wanted to see what his end result is. Like, what if he believes we're in a soul trap and we have recycling and reincarnation and potentially UFOs recycling souls, if this is happening, then, what's his outcome? And I'll let him speak to his outcome, but a lot of it involves HemiSync and the Monroe Institute stuff, which is actually the opposite of what I would recommend. So I would recommend staying in body, getting in your body, staying in your body, getting some discipline over your body, which is where Aaron's water fasts come in. Be able to skip a
Hey,
meal.
can anyone hear me?
I got you, Ulrich.
I
We
hear
can hear
you.
you.
Oh, that's funny. I can't hear anyone.
Oh, that's not good at all.
All
Not
right, well,
funny, haha.
So I will keep talking so that Doomer can see whether he hears us or not. So I say stay in your body, get some physical discipline, get some mental discipline, do some shadow work, do some somatic meditations, perhaps, with the body, get in tune with the body. So actually quite the opposite of what Jorjani recommends at the end of his book. So yeah,
We both
coming to the
have
water fast.
experiences with walk-ins. So it's like you're speaking from personal experience of having a walk-in before.
Oh yeah. I mean, I had the lady download herself into my body and take my body over.
hey, can
I
anyone
mean,
hear me?
we can hear
I
you,
hear
Ulrich.
you.
You cannot hear us. We hear you, Ulrich. We hear you. We hear you. We hear you. I don't think Ulrich hears us. And welcome to the Great Glitchening, everyone. I think it was Paranormal who posted that. The Glitchening. We are in the middle of the Glitchening. UFO Twitter Week glitching spaces. I think it's all of Twitter, actually. I don't think it's just UFO Twitter. I think it's everyone. And we did a great job. We spent, what, an hour yesterday, Tiff, trying to work out the glitches. And I think it was Andra who mentioned the VPN trick, which Ulrich, I believe, employed this time around. This could just be a glitch between his iPhone and his iPad. So let's hope that's all it is. And he's worked it out before. Hopefully he will work it out again. So when it comes to the water fasting, Tiff, have you ever done the water fast? Aaron has blown me. I've done 5 days of a water fast. I've done multiple water fasts, but I've done 5 days of water fast. But Aaron has done something like 36 days. So he is like a rock star.
It's really hard. I actually enjoy juice fasts and water fasts occasionally. It resets you, re-energizes you, all that good stuff. But 36 days, I mean, I could barely do 5. My willpower is not very strong though. We all know that.
That's pretty strong, Tiff. I've done 5. It's pretty strong. I will point out that Aaron actually did it supervised. He was medically supervised when he did his 36 days. So don't anyone jump in to a 36-day water fast because Fringe told you that it was better to get some discipline over your body. No, if you're going to do 30, first of all, don't start with 36 days. Start with 24 hours. If any of us wants to try to survive the zombie apocalypse until God takes us out, you need to be able to skip a meal, you guys. You're going to need to be strong. You need to work out. You need to eat healthy. Don't download any cybernetics into your body. Don't upload your consciousness into a computer to escape the apocalypse. Stay in your body, get healthy, be disciplined, do a couple water fasts, and let's ride this thing out together.
We're going Mad
Be as
Max
ready
in
as
this
we can
bitch.
be. Oh yeah, you got to be ready for the Mad Max. That's what my bunker's for. I am under no illusion that unless the hand of God reaches out to save me from the pole shift that's coming, I'm not surviving the pole shift. First of all, there's no reason for me to survive the pole shift, right? If we are going to get reset again and there's going to be humans repopulating the planet again, it's not going to be me, right? I'm not even, we have connection issues.
I saw that, yeah.
Tiff,
Warning, warning.
warning,
The host
warning.
is having connection
It
issues.
is 11:04. Host is having connection issues. We do not have Jorjani in the space. I am saying
Hi.
something, Ulrich.
All right. Can somebody say something again?
We're saying something again,
Saying
Ulrich.
something.
Thank you so much. I even switched to Chrome. That's how bad it was. So when Jason called, I lowered the volume because there was like an echo, and I lowered it all the way, and I never turned it back up again.
That
All right.
reminds me of the time that I had my mic muted, Tiff. Remember when we had Sarfati in the space and I was the
do.
host? Go ahead, Ulrich. Jump in.
No, I think yeah. So Johnny had shared the original space, right? The one that was half working. So I sent him the post for this one, but then he has a separate link for the YouTube one. Let's see. So we have the group chat with Jason. And is Aaron up here? Aaron, how's it going? Oh, I don't know if he can. Are you able to talk when you're doing this for the live feed?
Yeah, I'm working out some audio, so I'm getting echoes and stuff in my end. We've got a new roommate in the house last few months who's a master at this stuff, and he'll be back in a few moments. So I'll get my end figured out on the YouTube thing. So if anybody's hearing echoes and stuff there, that'll get figured out shortly. But the space sounds good, but we're all speakers, so and it's probably going to sound more good to us than it does to the listeners.
Well, actually, I was downstairs before I got put up to co-host, and I could hear everybody. It sounded clear. There weren't any glitching, so I feel like we're going to be good.
And is the YouTube streaming live right now, Aaron?
It is, yeah, it's live. I'm just playing. There's some of it right there. I'm playing with audio. I'm getting some weird echo feedback on it, but like I said, I'll figure it out. We got a whole virtual cables, audio mixer stuff, and we'll get that figured out shortly. So he's not in here yet, so it's perfect timing.
So you guys, I'm gonna take a beat. I told Jason to take his time. If we start at 2:10, 2:15, that's no big deal. For those who aren't used to Doom Spaces, We're going to go deep on the interview. We're going to catch up on some stuff. We're going to go deep on the interview. And then we're going to leave a ton of time for audience questions because that's what Jason wants. So you're welcome to put your requests in now, but you'll probably be in the request queue for hours. I see Jason's profile up there. Jason, welcome. How's it going? Can we help you? Do you need anything with posts? I'm sorry about the tech issues.
Don't worry about it. Hopefully enough people will see the link change. Can you hear me now? How's my audio?
I can
You
hear
sound
you really
excellent.
well.
Great.
I can hear you really well. I think enough people can see the link change, but I think it would be so my DMs are blowing up, and anytime like you have to start a new space, you have 20 people yelling at you because they're still tuned into the space that shut down. And I think it makes sense for me to take like 5 minutes, try to get a post out, consolidate everything. Is that cool? Can you
go ahead and do that, Ulrich.
Yeah.
I can chill here with people if you want in the meantime.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We're just going to get more people in the space. It's always a good sign if things are cataclysmic in the beginning. I'm not worried. People are so excited for the space, Jason, and they're gonna find it. So also your name is tagged in the space. So as long as you saw a notification.
Hold on, Ulrich. This happened last time too. The tag is wrong. It has at Asen instead of at Jason Jorjani.
Yeah, that's correct. But the tag is, and this isn't, this is because Elon has third graders working on X Spaces. The tag is only wrong on desktop. So if you,
oh, okay.
Yeah, so the way you know whether or not it's functional, if on mobile people see it correctly, but if you check your notifications, and in your notifications, if you see a space that has your name tagged in it, that only happens if your name is in there. And so people are going to see when they go to your profile to see like a purple ring around it. So I think we should all take a beat. Like nobody's going to get rid of us. We're used to a bunch of disruptions in Doom spaces. Let's take a beat. We'll chit chat. Buy me like 5 minutes, and then we'll take it from there. But we're all super excited, Jason.
Well, I'm looking forward to it as well. Talk to you in a bit, Ulrich.
Fringe and Tiff, do you want to? I mean, I know everybody knows who you are. Do you just want to like start introducing yourself, and you as well, Aaron, unbiased AI, right? We'll do that, and then we should be good to go.
Yeah, and if everybody wouldn't mind also reposting the space just to help it circulate, that would be so cool. Thank you. And I'm Stoned Ape or Tiff or whatever, and I'm just here to chill.
Same. Everyone, please retweet the space. I am very excited that we have made it through the great glitchening. We spent about an hour yesterday, Tiff, trying to get through the glitches
5
that are
different
in.
spaces.
Yeah, everybody had to open multiple spaces. We finally figured it out. We put a lot of effort into making sure that we were able to get through today. And so take 2 is not bad when it comes to the great glitchening. So I'm super excited for the space, catching up with Jason, who a lot of times I just refer to as Jorjani for whatever reason, just the last name is stuck there with me. So I'm looking forward to catching up, seeing what's new, going through his new book. And then, of course, getting to the audience questions, which is the best thing about Spaces, is just having this town square format, which is where Spaces just, as much as they glitch, and we put up with a lot of tech issues, and we bitch and moan and complain about the tech issues. What's fantastic about Spaces that is very much unlike podcasts is the audience interaction. I mean, that's why we do it. We don't just do it to come up here and listen to ourselves bloviate. I believe Jason today wants to, like he did last time in our 6-hour space, he wants to engage with the audience. He wants to hear our questions and hear our thoughts on his work. So I'm looking forward to today. And I think this is going to be a great back and forth, largely between Jason and Ulrich. Let's face it, I lured Jason into the first Doom space, but he stayed for Ulrich. That's a fact. And Ulrich has an interesting mind. It's unique in the community. And I think that's why Jason stayed in our space so long last time. So I am looking forward to today and can't wait to get started.
Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, Aaron?
Yeah, thanks, guys. So I'm normally Aaron Kessler. Your normal handle. Have that avatar here and another account in a little bit. It looks like I'm running the live stream right now. Looks like I got rid of the echo, so like the live stream is coming through nice and clear on YouTube, which is awesome. I'm getting on my computer. I'll silence that soon. Jason, it's great to interact. I really appreciate your content and that stuff.
Aaron, we lost your audio. At least
We
I
sure
did.
did. Yeah, we still can't hear you, Aaron. I'm sorry about that. In the meantime, how are you, Jason? Thank you for joining us. We always value and appreciate your time.
It's great to be back with you again. Thanks for the invitation.
I'm guessing, Tiff, we have made it through the glitch name because we're not getting any messages that no one can hear. Aaron, if you are still able to hear us, your audio was definitely glitching out. I'm not sure if that has an effect on the YouTube. I don't think it will. I think the YouTube is running just fine and it's already streaming and we're good to go. We're getting thumbs up from Aaron. So I think he's just glitching out when he tries to go to his mic. So I think that will be fine. And we will just wait for our esteemed host, Ulrich, to rejoin us and start the interview. And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I just checked my messages too. That's where I disappeared to make sure. Did you want to continue what we were talking about in the meantime, Fringe, just since it does kind of go along with what the topic of today will be?
Yeah, so the water fast, the great water fast. So I was just mentioning that if we are going to get through the zombie apocalypse and the upcoming pole shift, short of the hand of God saving us, we might have some interesting developments before the pole shift. People like Space Weatherman think that we might get, 5 years maybe with the grid down, no electricity. And it's in every human's DNA, I think, the will to survive. So we're going to want to survive that. We're going to want to protect ourselves and protect our families through that. That's what my bunker's for. I don't think it will make it through the pole shift, but it will make it to the pole shift for sure. And so, yeah, we were talking about water fasting. Get some discipline over your physical body, get some discipline over your mind, over your heart, over your soul. Be able to skip a meal, eat healthy, do some exercise, do something that's mentally difficult. A lot of us just sit around nowadays, and our work is not even physically or mentally challenging. So, recommend all those things if you want to try to at least make it to the pole shift, although I don't think most of us are going to survive that. What's your plan, Tiff?
Exactly what you said, but honestly, I'm not intending to survive anything in that way. I live in California, so I'll be wiped out pretty quickly. It's okay. I've made peace with that. But I will definitely try to avoid uploading. All the research I've done on it, it sounds like it's pretty risky, and I don't think I'll be alive long enough for them to work out those kinks. There's a lot of issues with locked-in syndrome, repurposed tissue, failed uploads, or just a digital mimic, and that's not the same thing as surviving.
It's not. And I believe that is coming in our lifetime. It seems that we're just building out the infrastructure right now. We're building out that AI infrastructure for the NHI. And I think that in our lifetimes, we're going to have the option to upload our consciousness. I cannot recommend, I do not recommend that for anyone. I recommend that you stay as human as you possibly can, that you keep your DNA intact, that you keep your humanity intact, and don't buy into the upload or putting too much technology into your body. I mean, look at the grays. Do you really want to be a gray alien? I cannot recommend.
All right, so the stream is clean. If you were listening up until this point, it got echoey and weird, and you heard me bitch on the mic. But after it's all done, I'll be able to scrub it all forward to right when we start. No problem. I'm on my phone now. So I was going to say, or I was middle saying, Jason, super appreciate just your participation. And I know the community, X community, and people in X spaces. I found out recently, I don't know how accurate the statistic is, but only 1% of X users actually use X spaces. And that's wild because I think it's one of the greatest formats for interconnecting totally random strangers across the internet, but also incredibly well-known people, and to be able to come to space that feels very radio-esque, except you also get a little profile picture and little emojis, but it feels very organic and very raw and very real. And just the amount of time that you're willing to give to elaborate. I mean, obviously you spend so much time putting into your materials and books and things, and just the additional time to actually engage the content with, strangers on the internet. We really appreciate that. So thank you very much for being here, sir.
My pleasure, Aaron.
You sound great.
It is the unbiased AI avatar also you?
Yes, correct. Yeah. So that one, I've just stepped away from the computer and that's doing its thing now.
All right, very good. I just wanted to make sure I was already following your account. So I am following that one.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I also created, and Ulrich said he sent it over to you. I created an infographic based on your last space that you guys did, that 6-hour space.
Oh, yeah, that was you. Yeah, Ulrich sent me that. It was pretty cool.
And it was cool to hear you say that, because the unbiased AIs thing. So this is just Google's notebooklm.google.com. And it's something like kids have been using, I think, for a couple of years, college students and doing research stuff, but they have an audio review aspect to it. And that's where I did the audio reviews. But they just this month added infographics, doing slide decks, and they've had some bugs here and there. And I was like, go to review to see if it's accurate, or they have little spell checks or whatever. And I was so impressed with how accurate that seemed to me. From what I remember from the conversations and your materials, it seemed really accurate. And have you endorse it, basically saying accurate, is super helpful, because we did a stream with, I did an unbiased AI with Eric Weinstein on his geometric unity theory. And he reposted it, and he was very impressed with, like, of course, it's not perfect, but they do a really good job digesting the material and presenting it in an unbiased way. And so that's awesome. I'm glad that you enjoyed that, and that adds to, the stuff that you're putting out in a way that's accurate and helpful.
Can you send me a link to that interface in DMs?
100%. We'll do right now.
I'm going to check it out at some point when I've got a minute. Thank you, Aaron.
Let's see, Ulrich, do we have you back with us?
Yeah, you guys, we are set to go. I am Jason. If I have a little group chat with you, Fringe and Tiff. Do you see it in your message threads on X?
Let me take a look. I think so. Yeah. Yep.
All right. You should see the link to the space post in there. So if you can stay right in there, I'm going to drop the link to a quote post of the current space. And that quote post includes the YouTube link. So if you're willing to retweet that one, let me send it out.
Oh, well, I already tweeted the YouTube link.
Oh, you already tweeted it out? We're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Then I'll just push it to the nest so we can have it up there and people can retweet it. And Jason, I'm really sorry for the bumpy roads.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Can the two
Um,
of you who are in the three-way chat see my reply right now? Because I can't see my own reply.
Let's see. X has been super glitchy. I made that post and I couldn't
Yes,
even
I
see
see
it.
it.
Okay.
On my timeline.
All right. For some weird
Super
reason, I
fun.
can't see it myself, but whatever, as long as you guys can.
I give it a little like, so maybe it'll activate it. But yeah, I see it for sure.
All right.
Yeah, and I just wanna. There we go. I couldn't even see my own post, Jason. I don't know if I'm turning into D MerDaddy, but I'm going to DM it to that group chat anyway. The great thing is, this same link, the one that we're live on now, it's going to collect all the comments. So you guys, any questions you have, do us a favor and tag all 4 people. Tag me, Fringe, Stoned Ape, and Jason when you're replying inside the thread. And then Jason, don't feel like you need to respond to everything, but you can just sort of glance and you can see a wall of whatever's there. And if anything jumps out at you, you can speak to it right away. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I'm actually just looking right now for where those comments are because I can't see them on my desktop. I clicked the comment button.
Oh,
and
yeah, I'll show you where they are. So, do you see the Spaces player window? You'll see the
Yep.
couple icons on the very bottom. So the one on the far right, the little chat blurb,
Yeah.
I think it has a 14 next to it.
Yeah.
That's the comment section.
I know, but I
right? So
clicked on it and it doesn't do anything. It does not open up comments.
Yeah, it's not intuitive, but the comments that people leave end up as reply posts directly under the space. So those comments are posts.
Okay, there aren't any right now, right? I don't see any.
No, there are reply posts. So you're saying when you click on the button, it doesn't take you to
Exactly
a bunch
what
of
I'm
reply
saying,
posts?
Ulrich. It doesn't do anything.
I'm sorry, it took me a while to get it. What are you using? Are you using Chrome? Are you using Safari?
Yeah, I'm using Chrome on a laptop.
Okay. I tell you what, we'll fix it.
Well, don't worry about it.
We'll get the
you just tell me. I mean, you can read the comments, or other people.
Yeah, we can read the comments,
and I don't need to
we can type it in.
necessarily see them. But in point of fact, I'm just saying I can't see them in this interface.
Yeah, let me grab my water. All right, so we're good to go. Aaron, we're live streaming. By the way, I took a look. It looks really cool. Jason, I don't know if you went to the YouTube link. This is the first time we've done this, by the way. Super excited for it. You guys, this book, Thanosis, touches on a topic that I feel was way too rarefied and way too niche, even at the beginning of the year. And something happened somewhere halfway through the year. Everything around death traps, reincarnation, past life, it became a topic that sort of anchored itself inside the consciousness of a bunch of people. And Jason, are you still here? My computer might be hallucinating.
Yes, I lost you for a minute. I lost you for a minute, but I'm back.
It's okay. It's okay. I was just saying that this topic is very near and dear to a lot of people, and it's incredibly timely. So I'm honestly honored that you're willing to talk about your 15th work. And so after all of the exigencies we've suffered through, please deliver a warm welcome to Dr. Jason Reza Jorjani. And Jason, welcome to the DoomRoom.
It's great to be with you, Ulrich. I'm wondering, when you say that the work is particularly timely, what do you have in mind? I mean, I also think it's timely, but I'm curious to hear why you characterize it as that.
Yeah, it seems, there's that saying, the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. I think when it comes to whatever is happening in this world, when it comes to the UFO phenomenon, and everybody has their own personal pizza apocalypse, and everybody is coming up with their own way, there's certain people who are actually more in the future, especially when we're dealing with recursive timelines and we're dealing with retrocausality. The people who have figured out how to go into the future by looking further back into the past and understand what's going on are going to be the people who figure out the story. And I think even if you're just a month ahead, or if you're just a year ahead, the crucible we're in and the inflection point we're in, a year in 2025, a year in 2026, it might end up, in terms of information density, it might end up meaning hundreds, thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years. And the UFO phenomenon, to a lot of people who've dived deep into it, seems to be inseparable from the afterlife. There's definitely a crossover there, and I think it is the hardest one to touch. It's the one that's not just the most esoteric, but it's the least tangible one. And I think it's the one that most people don't want to touch because it feels so abstract. And there's something about this year where people were more able to conceptualize how much virtualization might actually be going on, where they were finally willing to go beyond just the regular, are we living in a simulation, yes or no? And they were willing to look back into consciousness as a potential manipulation of the soul, and that the UFO phenomenon, just like we're interested in ZPE, the UFO phenomenon is deeply interested in controlling the trajectory and arc of our soul and our consciousness. And you were somebody who decided to make something that was so incredibly intangible. I need to silence one of my devices. So incredibly intangible, as concrete as possible. Let me know if I'm making sense, Jason.
Yeah, no, that's an accurate characterization. You know, my work has been radically empiricist from the start. That's a term that I'm using in the connotation that it had for William James, where, you know, basically James, I mean, sort of inextricably from his pragmatism, thought that we should engage in as few abstractions and unfounded extrapolations as possible, and stay close to the evidence, you know, the evidence that we have from our direct experience, and, you know, from the phenomena that we can experience, not just through our five senses, but also, you know, psychically. But that, you know, basically the various abstractions and wild rationalistic speculations of modern philosophy had led a lot of thinkers astray. And so the approach that I've taken to, you know, some of the most challenging subjects to, you know, deal with tangibly, like parapsychological phenomena and, you know, the various aspects of the close encounter phenomenon, has been to stay as close to the empirical evidence as possible, and to try to minimize, you know, the number of abstractions and extrapolations I make on the basis of that. So yeah, I think it's a correct characterization of what I try to do in this book and what I've been trying to do from the outset of my philosophical project.
I think we lost Ulrich again, it sounds like.
Oh,
I'm
you guys,
gonna
I was
go.
talking with
Oh,
my,
there
I
he
was
is.
talking
Okay.
with my mic muted. Jason, feel free to ask Fringe, me, Aaron, anything. I love the two-way back and forth. This is your 15th work. I'd like to get a little bit Tim Ferrissy on you later, if that's okay. I'm interested in your process, but the question I have at the top of mind right now is, it's your 15th work, so why now? I'm sort of throwing the same question back to you. My assumption is that you felt like you had to write this book this year, and that it was sort of pushed out of you. Correct, push back and tell me if I'm wrong. But my question to you is, like, why did you have to write? Why was this your 15th work, and why now?
Look, it should be fairly obvious that the question of death and, you know, what happens to our consciousness at the end of this particular life is a question that ought to be addressed by any philosopher. And, you know, the fact that we have so-called philosophers spending their entire careers engaging in all kinds of abstruse, you know, conceptual speculation, and they never even look at the data from parapsychology, let alone try to think through it on their own, is a travesty. It speaks to, the decline of our entire intellectual culture. So I think it's a duty and a responsibility of a philosopher to engage with this question, as the great thinkers from Plato and Hegel and so forth onward did throughout the history of philosophy. But why it is that I wrote this particular work now, why I devoted an entire volume to this question at this particular time, is because I guess if you look at my last two works, the two texts immediately preceding Thanosis, namely Philosophy of the Future and Metapolemos, in those works I kind of gave a summary of my philosophical project. In Philosophy of the Future, it's a summary that is structured around the original philosophical concepts that I've developed. Each chapter treats one of those ideas that I've basically, hashed out throughout the course of my corpus. And then in Metapolemos, I focused instead on the structure of my thinking in terms of the different domains of philosophy: metaphysics or ontology, epistemology, ethics, aesthetics, and politics. And so those two works, Philosophy of the Future and Metapolemos, were a kind of culmination of the structural development of my philosophical project over about a 20-year period, from 2005 or so until this year. And it seemed to me that, especially given the depth with which I've engaged parapsychological data, and as you said, the overlap between the close encounter phenomenon and various phenomena studied by parapsychologists, like near-death experiences and past life recollections, the recollections of what happens in the transition between death and rebirth and so forth. It seemed to me that, given that the centrality of parapsychology and ufology to my philosophical project, I would be remiss not to devote an entire volume to the question of death, the afterlife, and rebirth. So that's one reason. In other words, my philosophical project on a structural level really couldn't be complete without the writing of a book like this. But the other reason, which is more, I suppose you could say, experiential and personal, and that's based more on intuition, is that I think, you all were discussing this moments ago before we really got going, and that's that we may not have a lot of time left. And, I hate to start off on such a grim note, but frankly, I think for a variety of reasons, it's likely that we're going to have more dead people on this planet over the next 20, 30 years than we've probably had in thousands of years. So considering the fact that we're headed into another global convergence of catastrophes, another, apocalyptic, let's say, turning point, okay, or filter in human history, the like of which we probably haven't seen for about 12,000 years, I think it would be very constructive for at least those who are conscientious enough and contemplative enough to want to be concerned with what happens to them after this life, to be offered, my sustained contemplation of that subject matter. And so, there is also this urgency in terms of the impending apocalypse that we're going to be facing on this planet, and the fact that the prospect of our deaths on an individual level, my own included, is, something staring us right in the face. So that urgency also motivated me to write this book at this time.
The Promethean archetype. Yeah, I was just saying Promethean archetype.
What made you say Promethean archetype, Tiff?
Because I feel like archetypes are coming in pretty hot right now. But what he is presenting is that we do need to think about what comes after our lives end, and the fact that many of our lives may end sooner than later, and to come up with a new or not an yeah new solution. It's the Promethean archetype that he's embodying. He's having the discussion. I'm not really sure that I'll let you guys do it.
Well, I mean, Tiff, you bring up a point that I'm curious for you, Jason. Are you instinctively also as suspicious as I am that we seem to be on the event horizon, both of a is it Neil Howe style fourth turning, right? A sort of everything is meeting its longevity and everything is meeting the finish line, and at the same time we seem to be on the event horizon of a potential singularity transformation. And I'm incredibly suspicious that these two inflection points are converging, because rationally, I don't think they should. Let me know if I'm not making any sense, but I feel that there's an element of betrayal that is likely more central to the human story, that has been withheld from us and only bubbles to the surface during these times of apocalypse. I'd be curious on your thoughts about that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And to get more specifically into that question, there is a part of my book which deals with the very strange phenomenon of remembering future lives. So there are a couple of past life regression hypnotists, past life regression therapists who've taken a methodology very similar to what they use to hypnotically catalyze past life recall in their subjects and their patients. And they've applied it to progressing people forward into what may be their next life, or, to a point hundreds of years into the future, and asking them to describe their surroundings and what the conditions of their life are then. And I deal with this particular type of this particular procedure in a rather skeptical way. I mean, it's definitely not the parapsychological data that I would want to rest, any of my central arguments in this book on, but I do engage with it. And one of the interesting and disturbing things that you see when you read the accounts of, these people who are progressed into their future lives is that, if they were all making it up, or if, the hypnotist was basically suggesting a scenario to them, then, I don't think that, people who are patients of different hypnotists would all be presenting a very similar vision of the relatively near future, which is in fact the case. We see that, the majority of people, regardless of the particular therapist who's using this protocol, the majority of the people who undergo it come back with stories of living future lives in a post-apocalyptic world. And I belabor the point in my book, as I have in other writings of mine, that the future is certainly not determined. And there's a great deal of evidence for the fact that we have individual agency. I mean, you can see this reflected all throughout research on various psi abilities, particularly psychokinesis. And it's also corroborated by quantum theory. So we certainly have agency, and no future is absolutely determined, but there do seem to be a number of probable futures that these people who are quote unquote progressed into their into a possible future life, okay, there seem to be a number of probable futures that they are recounting to us. And they all look pretty post-apocalyptic. So some of the things that people see, and this is detailed in Thanosis, is a catastrophic global sea level rise. And this has also been witnessed by a number of ACE remote viewers, like, for example, Lynn Buchanan, Joe McMonigal, Stefan Schwartz. And these people progressed into their future lives, have said the same thing, that basically, in very short order, all of the coastal cities of the world drowned. And, you know, the majority of people are denizens of coastal cities, and most people in the world live in cities, and most of our cities are unfortunately coastal. So that's you know, a rather grim prospect, and it doesn't look like this is a slow, you know, gradual inundation of the kind that you would get from, you know, your typical climate change scenarios. No, something else happens. I'm not exactly sure what it is, although I could speculate, that raises the global sea level by something like 200 or 300 feet within a very short period of time, a short enough period of time that the people in those cities do not have the opportunity to move when the catastrophe takes place. So that's one thing that they've seen. Another thing is, and this is particularly, it was strange to me when I came across it, and I'll tell you why. People also see a world that has been badly irradiated, where there's a lot of radioactivity that's affected both the health of people and the environment, and in some cases has caused mutations in nature, in plants and wildlife and so forth. And the reason that seemed strange to me when I came across it in this, you know, future life progression literature is that Stefan Schwartz, one of the top remote viewers, who's particularly known for using remote viewing for naval archaeology, but, you know, like, for example, finding Greek and Roman cities that have sunk under the coastline of the Mediterranean, and diving on those sites and getting basically corroboration of the remote viewing through finding and excavating submerged archaeological sites. He, you know, basically became famous for that. And he has a background in the Navy himself. So Stefan Schwartz put together a massive study involving tens and tens of people. This was back in the 1970s, to remote view the year 2050. And long story short, you know, at that time, of course, we were still locked in the Cold War with the Soviet Union. And one of the most shocking things that these remote viewers all came back with, and of course, they're all independently tasked, but they all reported back that the Soviet Union no longer exists in the year 2050. And at that time, when they were initially conducting this study in the 1970s, they found this to be absurd. The other interesting thing that they said, which is, I guess, somewhat connected with that, is that there is never a large-scale nuclear war. And people who are familiar with the close encounter literature might set that in the context of the fact that so many encounters with these Nordic-looking people involve warnings about nuclear war, or, you know, an expression of an intention on their part to prevent a global nuclear war from taking place. I mean, not necessarily for benevolent reasons, but for whatever reason, these Nordics do not seem to be keen on allowing some kind of global thermonuclear war to take place. So these remote viewers all said that, no, that never happens. Consequently, when I was looking through this future life progression literature, and I saw that, you know, these people are all saying, okay, well, I'm living in a world that's been massively irradiated, you know, some of them said we're living in shelters underground because of the radiation. It was strange to me, until suddenly it clicked, rather ominously, that, well, if there's going to be a sudden, catastrophic global sea level rise, remember what happened at Fukushima in Japan, where the reactor went into a meltdown because of the tsunami attendant to the earthquake. if we experience a sudden, unforeseen global sea level rise, all of the nuclear reactors that are near the coast are going to go critical and melt down. And that would explain why there's going to be a massive irradiation. So that was an unfortunate realization that I had. Then some of the other things that these people describe are disease, something like COVID, something like a pandemic, or a bunch of super bugs that force people into a much greater isolation than they live in today. And in large parts of the world, a regression to a much more rural, simple lifestyle with people struggling to meet basic survival needs in certain parts of the planet. But on the other hand, small pockets where technological development has continued and where the technology we have now has been preserved and further advances are taking place. However, they describe these pockets of surviving technological civilization as being controlled by corporations and as places where individuals are badly dehumanized, so that the way that people are being integrated with this advanced technology is really not describable as human enhancement. It's more a kind of instrumental dehumanization. So it's a harsh prospect. So this is what a lot of these people report. Now, again, I don't think any future is inevitable. I believe very much in that, Sarah Connor's motto from Terminator: "No fate but what we make." And I'm obviously personally highly motivated in trying to do whatever we can to carve out a better future than the ones that these people have seen. But be that as it may, it's also worth considering, that we might face such futures in the near term, and that an understanding of, the process of death and rebirth and passage through the afterlife is all the more vital on account of the harsh conditions that we might be facing in relatively near future.
Jason, I purposely intentionally stayed away from the pole shift subject during our first space, simply because your tome of a work, Closer Encounters, just covers so much. There was, it's like those megalithic structures. There's no room for a razor blade or a sheet of paper. A cataclysm is simply too big of a subject to squeeze into that 6-hour space. I'd love to go there a little bit, if that's okay with you. I mean, even if it's not something you've.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Really?
do you want me to launch into that, or do you have a specific question about it?
I mean, to be honest with you, it was actually your work years ago that forced me to question and reconsider that there might be a fundamental, just like there was a left turn in, theoretical physics, or maybe there's a better word for it, but a psyop, right, where we lost half a century, and in string theory, a similar thing, I believe, has happened when it comes to geophysics and the convective model when it comes to the core of the Earth. I think a lot of it holds up, and I think there's a major part that absolutely doesn't hold up, that is just as glaring as the problem of unifying, of quantizing gravity, or of harmonizing the models. I'd love to know how far your research has gone, and I'd love to be able to contribute something. Maybe I can't, but it's a subject that I purposely did not. I never was attracted to geology or geophysics, and it seems so central to answering the question of why does human brilliance and civilization keep on getting reset. And it didn't make sense to me that it was always due to some moral corruption from technology. Does that make sense? I'd love to go into the topic.
Totally. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, I'm not a geophysicist, and one of the things that happens when you're a philosopher and you engage with different domains of knowledge in order to craft new concepts is that people wind up having the false impression that you're like a subject matter expert in, all different areas. and that you're polymathic in that sense, in which, you know, people like Leibniz actually were. But so you know, my knowledge of geophysics is very limited. But I have thought about the specific question of a pole shift, and I'm familiar with the major theories. I would say that this theory that's been promoted by, I believe it's Ben Davidson.
We had him on the show, by the way, a year and a half
Yeah.
ago.
Okay. Well, my problem with his theory, I have a number of problems with his theory, but
Let
my
it rip.
biggest,
I want to hear more.
well, I'll tell you what my biggest problem with this theory is, and that's that as grim as the picture is that I've been describing to you, based on, you know, who was it? Bruce Goldberg and Brian Weiss, who did this future life progression therapy with people, right? And came back with similar accounts as some of the ACE remote viewers about the relatively harsh future that we may be facing. As grim as those accounts are, they don't match the outcome of the kind of geophysical event that Ben Davidson is talking about. There would be much more sudden, much more widespread catastrophic damage than what's being described by these people if Davidson's scenario were to unfold. I mean, that scenario, it's certainly the most apocalyptic, but it would have consequences that are not reflected in any of the top remote viewers' precognitive data about, let's say, the world of 2050. Nor is it reflected in the future life progression accounts that I was summarizing earlier. So, and then, you know, I don't like to base anything on my own personal intuitions or precognitive glimpses that I've had, but to be honest with you, I've had some.
Immunity. I want to hear them. Like,
yeah, well, I've had some, and Davidson's scenario also doesn't match what I've seen. It's too extreme.
What are you willing to share?
Yeah, well, let me come back to that. What I think is more likely, to happen is the type of scenario that Charles Hapgood theorized in his book, The Path of the Pole. And Hapgood was, I think, actually a history professor, if I'm not mistaken, at Boston University, but he wound up doing work for the CIA. And he got interested in geophysics through studying ancient maps that appeared to depict a deglaciated Antarctica, suggesting that Antarctica had not always been completely in the southern polar region. And the only way that Antarctica wouldn't have always been in the southern polar region, and large parts of it would have been ice-free, is if the crust of the Earth moves over time. And so he developed this theory called Earth crustal displacement, which was endorsed by Albert Einstein, according to which, you know, to simplify it, at certain intervals, glaciation at the poles, particularly the North Pole, essentially makes the Earth top-heavy in a way that stresses the crust and causes the crust of the Earth to slip over the more dynamic and fluid mantle of the Earth, so that the position of the continents gets altered by about several thousand kilometers. And there's good empirical evidence for Hapgood's theory. One piece of evidence is the rapid, freezing of the mammoths in Siberia. It looks like, the food that the mammoths were eating at the moment that they were flash frozen is food from a much more temperate climate, meaning that Siberia was a few thousand kilometers away from where it is today, a few thousand kilometers, I believe, to the south of where it is today. And Antarctica is more glaciated on one side than it is on the other. In other words, the ice is not distributed the way you would assume, in a way where, the thickest part of the Antarctic ice sheet is at the South Pole. Rather, the thickest part of the ice sheet is in the part of Antarctica that, according to Hapgood's theory, would already have been within the southern polar region before the crustal slippage. And the rest of Antarctica would have been around about where Argentina is today. So anyway, Hapgood found a bunch of evidence. He also looked at evidence in the Hudson Bay area suggested that the Hudson Bay had formerly been a North Pole, and prior to crustal slippage. So he found evidence for the pole shifting a number of times throughout the course of geological history, but only by several thousand kilometers each time. That kind of a pole shift would toss the oceans out of their basins and result in devastating worldwide tsunamis. But the tsunamis wouldn't wash over the whole planet. They would probably go, let's say, a few hundred kilometers inland on each of the coasts, and depending on the terrain, it will be different in different areas. Like, for example, the Appalachian Mountains and the Catskill Mountains on the east coast of the United States would act as barriers, whereas there would be other areas that are much flatter, like, let's say, around the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, where the flooding would be much more severe because there are relatively flat lands around the coast. So Hapgood's theory does result in these global tsunamis, which we have, in the accounts both of remote viewers and of these, people who are describing probable future lives. And it seems to me more reasonable. Now, there's a third kind of pole shift, and that's a magnetic pole shift. And we have evidence that these take place. I forget what exactly the interval is, whether it was
roughly every 6 to 7,000, and then they occur with greater intensities at higher octaves of 12 to 13,000 and 24 to 25,000 a year.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So that now the interesting thing about that to me has always been that certain traditions like Norse tradition and the Germanic folklore describe their equivalent of Atlantis, namely Thule, as having been at the north of the Earth, a continent, a northern polar continent. Well, we don't have any continent at the North Pole, okay? But ultimately, the only objective definition of which is the northern pole and which is the southern pole is the magnetic definition of poles. And if the South Pole was once the North Pole and vice versa, well, then at some point in the past, Antarctica was a northern polar continent. And it's probably what the Germanic mythologies are describing as Thule. So that's why that magnetic pole shift has always been interesting to me in relation to the whole question of Atlantis or Thule or Hyperborea, all of which I think are actually describing the same place in different mythologies that have gotten confused in various ways. But in any case, there's also this magnetic pole shift. Now, the magnetic pole shift could result in all kinds of damage to instruments, damage to the electric grid. It would have electromagnetic effects, presumably, in ways that were catastrophic on account of their impact on our technology. It's possible, in any case, that would be a result of that. Whether it would actually move the crust of the Earth in any way, or whether the magnetic pole shift could, in fact, trigger the kind of crustal slippage that Hapgood theorizes, is a question that I don't have an answer to. I mean, that's something that geophysicists should be looking into and aren't, and they probably won't before the thing winds up happening to us. But these are three different types of pole shifts. And I think that the Ben Davidson scenario is the least likely of them. The other two are probably going to happen. And whether they're connected, I don't know, but they might be.
And first of all, thank you for giving me your recap of the three different ones. I've followed Ben Davidson and Hapgood's original theories, and they do overlap in some ways. Is it mainly the severity, the 90-degree latitude shift that you're most skeptical of when it comes to Ben Davidson? Because my understand, I think Davidson has some of the best collection of empirical evidence, but I don't think he's ever really gone deep into explaining all of the dynamics. Does that make sense? So
yeah, nobody. Okay, so if that 90-degree shift took place,
yeah,
as Davidson, explains himself, I mean, it would just obliterate human life on most of the planet.
I agree.
All of a sudden, and nobody sees that happening. over the course of the next, I don't know, people have looked hundreds of years into the future, both with remote viewing and then this strange form of future life progression therapy that I just described. And nobody sees that scenario unfolding. They see a lot of devastation. There are certainly, look, we're living in some kind of a post-apocalyptic world, according to all the best remote viewers, but it's not some world where all of a sudden, due to one geophysical event, 95% or 90% of the population of the planet goes extinct. That nobody sees that happening.
So I don't want to make this something where I'm trying to convince you, but if you were presented with compelling data that doesn't say yes or no, Ben Davidson, but sort of fills in some of the holes for each of the 3 pole shift scenarios, would you be open to you possibly being off on your timeline by an order of magnitude? Meaning,
what do you mean by off on the timeline? I don't grasp that part.
20 to 30 years, if you were presented with compelling data, and I'm not talking about the level of devastation, right? Because Ben Davidson thinks it's 40 to 70%. Chan Thomas said 99%. That's not what I'm saying. I just mean in terms of how quickly this could occur. Would you be open to the possibility that we might just be 2 to 3 years away and not 20 to 30 if you had compelling empirical backing?
I'm open to considering anything if there's compelling empirical backing. I mean, I'm a radical empiricist. If the data is there and it's compelling, I will take it seriously. But again, I would say that the data from precognitive remote viewing goes back decades. It was done by the top remote viewers. Again, people like Lynn Buchanan, Joe McMoneagle, Stefan Schwartz. These people have impeccable track records as remote viewers. And all of their students have been involved in these sessions. I mean, they've enlisted, these are just people who've led projects to do precognitive remote viewing decades into the future. But they've enlisted tens of other remote viewers to be independently tasked with the same targets. And none of these people have seen that kind of scenario taking place. So that's also a body of evidence that would need to be considered if you're somebody who takes parapsychology seriously.
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
Sorry to interrupt you two, but I think Lynn Buchanan actually saw a 75% population decline, if I'm not mistaken.
Lynn, absolutely. I discussed this with him in his living room. So yeah, most definitely. But what Lynn describes is the 75% population decrease due to many different factors. And they line up, unfortunately, with what these future life progression people recounted. One factor was the catastrophic sea level rise. Another factor was what he described to me as, he said this on interviews also, but man-made natural disasters. In other words, he thinks that tectonic weaponry and scalar waves are going to be used to trigger earthquakes and volcanoes in various parts of the world that will be, it'll be claimed that these are a bunch of unfortunate coincidences, and a bunch of, like very bad luck natural disasters. But in fact, it's weaponry that's being used. That's another factor. And a third factor that Lynn described is he said that there are going to be pandemics worse than COVID and or superbugs that cause antibiotic-based medical treatment to fail. And basically, our entire existing hospital system will collapse under the burden of it. And that's going to be another major cause of high casualties. So there were a bunch of different ones. He definitely did not see a 75% casualty rate due to a pole shift. And in fact, as far as I can recall, Lynn doesn't describe a pole shift at all, although I think the catastrophic sea level rise that he's reporting is due to some kind of pole shift. That's my best guess, is that so a pole shift would cause tsunamis, but the tsunami wave would retract back into the ocean. What Lynn and all the other people have seen are not just tsunamis. They've definitely seen those, but they've also seen a permanent sea level rise, a precipitous and then lasting sea level rise. And the scenario where that would take place, which I think is most likely, is something like Hapgood's Earth crustal slippage, where the crust slipping by a few thousand kilometers initially causes tsunamis, but it also pulls the polar regions like Antarctica and also Greenland from out of their current, it pulls those land masses from out of their current polar regions. And so the ice in Antarctica and the ice sheet in Greenland melt precipitously because those continents are no longer in the polar regions. And that gives you your more permanent sea level rise. That's my best guess of what the mechanism is. But Lynn himself, as far as I recall, didn't say that it was caused by a pole shift.
Yeah, I think it was the overall decline. It's the decline before the decline. And so if we get to the pole shift with minus 75% of our current population, how many actually survive it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that lines up well with most of the remote viewing data. In other words, I think the pole shift, it certainly will be a catastrophic factor, but I think that the other factors like disease and failure of antibiotic medicine and some kind of also EMP event. People have seen that the failure of the power grid is something that a lot of people have seen, frankly, myself included. And so it's a lot of factors that contribute to the population decline. I don't see the pole shift being the single most significant one. But who knows? We're speculating.
So Jason, I even though I am a pole shift maxi, I'm not right now. I'm not coming from a place of being a pole shift maxi. I simply want to give back a little bit because I found the subject in much the same way, not for the same reasons, but much the same way. Just like you couldn't not touch the domain of death and afterlife and past life and future lives. I didn't feel like I could even understand what was going on with the human story, because the hard science of geophysics had so many delusional holes in it. And so I am not a geophysicist, but there's some things I just want to share with you. And I'm not arguing like this is why it's so devastating. I think it ties some things together. One of the interesting things, one of the interesting theories that kind of unites the Hapgood, the magnetic pole shift theory, and even some of what Ben Davidson talks about is this idea of a galactic current sheet. That there's background cosmic rays that are several light years, like literal waves that are several light years wide, several light years high, and in these undulating waves, they cross through solar systems and galaxies, and there's cosmic dust that has a magnetically nullifying effect. Sometimes it's called, I'm so afraid to say this, blue dust. There's somebody we know in UFO community who keeps on talking about blue dust, and he's not a pole shift maxi, but this is actually something that Chan Thomas spoke about in his 1993 expanded edition. And what I find incredibly interesting is, yes, Hapgood's book is sort of treated like it's pseudoscience these days, even though Einstein wrote the foreword. But in the new edition, this is 5 years before Chan Thomas dies. Chan Thomas, just like Harold Puthoff, was an electrical engineer who worked for, I think, McDonnell Douglas, writes this book that gets sort of banned or classified by the CIA, and then somehow gets granted a copyright extension even past the years, and then expands it with an extra 100%. And in there, he describes an electrodynamic process by which he theorizes the crust unlocks. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because if you, I think we all had this weird moment when we read the Gateway Papers, that there's a confluence that we were never taught about in physics, namely that waves of different media, electromagnetic waves, thermal waves, sound waves, they're not supposed to resonate with, we're never taught that a sound wave can ride on top of an electromagnetic wave, and that you can have some sort of binding with the Schumann resonance. But that's exactly what this kind of interference or constructive interference is exactly what happens with aurora. In fact, it's Hans Alfvén who got the Nobel Prize for his Alfvén waves that produce a lot of the phenomenon that we see, where you hear the electric crackling in aurora, and you see light and sound that gets produced. And I don't want to sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist here, but it's possible that the same holes that we have for advanced propulsion are adjacent, if not overlapping, when they come to the electrodynamics that might actually unlock the crust. And so what I'm saying is, according to Chan Thomas and some of what Ben Davidson endorses, you have a galactic event of this galactic current sheet, this dust that causes magnetic and electromagnetic anomalies throughout galaxies, throughout the solar system, that heavily impacts magnetic reconnection events on the sun, causing more CMEs and more solar flares. And these in turn mess with the coherence of Earth's geodynamo, because it's not just ferrous, it's an electromagnet. And so you have all of these electromagnetic waves and these magnetic and electromagnetic anomalies that are actually intergalactic events. Then you have a feedback loop where the sun is acting up and it causes solar forcing, meaning it penetrates beneath the crust and it decoheres Earth's geodynamo. Here's the empirical, the heavy evidence behind this. If you track the drift of the magnetic pulse since the 1859 Carrington event, the rate of drift and the net, how far it's really gone in total, and you track the degradation of the magnetic field, they track perfectly, almost 1-to-1, and they're exponential. And so the theory behind this is that what is actually binding the crust to the mantle is not primarily friction or gravity, but something that depends, much like mercury, when you put like a current through it, there's moments when it's solid and it's bound, and it's an inverse function of the strength of the magnetic field. And so when you lose a certain amount of magnetic field, that rigid magnetic structure, it's some sort of there's so many different, there's so much pressure and everything, but it kind of functions like mercury when you run a current under it, and it becomes incredibly, it loses its viscosity. And that this electrodynamic process actually causes an immediate unlocking of the crust. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bloviate here, but it was actually your work when it came to not trusting these beings. I was watching Matt LaCroix and Julian Dory, and he was talking about the psychology of these beings. And I had this overwhelming feeling like, oh my goodness, the pole shift stuff might be real. These beings might be so narcissistically envious over our, not just our psychic potential, our spiritual potential, that they're constantly engineering resets. So that's really, I'm sorry, I'm turning this into a therapy session, but I kind of have to get it off my chest here. There's I think ways in which the remote viewing of the future and the past and what's been repressed scientifically might also be a form of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, of a phenomenon that wants to keep on resetting a species that is very paradoxical, that we're not as technologically advanced as these beings, but in other ways we're incredibly creative, incredibly intelligent, and I think we keep on getting knocked down. And I was wondering if you ever thought about this, because I think it's incredibly weird that every 6,000 years we have civilization or signs of it springing up right after maybe not a total extinction level cataclysm, but a civilization ending cataclysm. Am I off base here to be having those suspicions? And
So
by
two things. Yeah, two
Go ahead.
things. First of all, thank you for the reminder of all of that. I did look into the Chan Thomas book because believe it or not, a former commander, the former commander of the USS Enterprise, the one that, sails through the oceans, not the one that flies through space. He was obsessed with Ben Davidson and got me to look through the Chan Thomas book. I don't know, it was several years ago. So I became vaguely familiar with these theories that you laid out, but I appreciate the refresher, and I will actually go back and listen to the recording of this to more thoroughly process what you laid out. The theory makes sense to me as a theory. Whether it, is empirically valid or not, I guess remains to be seen. But what I don't understand, the second point is what I don't understand is the last thing you said. In other words, if this mechanism that Chan Thomas wrote about and then Ben Davidson built on in his research, if this mechanism is cosmic, then how is it connected to resets that are being enacted by the overlords in the close encounter phenomenon? That part I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I would just say that it seems to me, and I'm not arguing from the point of like this is the truth, but the impression I got immediately from Sumerian tablets and from listening to your work in religion is the vilification of spiritual and technological empowerment, and always, how many religions do we have where humans are
No,
faulted?
for sure. Look, and clearly it is my position that,
so just the repression of the knowledge of the cycles, Jason, it seems to me that we've had
repression of the knowledge of the cycle. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
that's it.
Sorry.
Right?
So you're saying, you're not saying that these entities are causing the geophysical catastrophe. What you're saying
They're like
is,
caretakers.
Yeah.
What was that?
What was that?
Caretakers. They give it's a natural earth process or celestial process, but then we have these entities that seem to come and observe the situation and almost corral the how we move through it.
Right. Well, I would hardly describe them as caretakers, because I agree with Ulrich that if anything, what they're doing is they are wiping out our collective memory of these catastrophes. I don't think that it's simply traumatic amnesia. I don't buy that. Graham Hancock talks in those terms that, we have a traumatic amnesia. No, I don't think so. I think it's been done to us.
Not our caretakers. I apologize. Caretakers of the process.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I suppose you could. Yeah. I guess you could call them that. Yeah.
I mean, they could just be taking advantage of the natural process, right? Just real quick, Ulrich, can you please co-host TIFF again? That's why I actually interrupted the first time during the Lynn Buchanan thing. Yeah, I hate to interrupt when you guys are speaking, but just co-host TIFF again in case we have any glitches. That would be awesome.
I'm so sorry.
I like Fringe's determination better. Yeah, it's because it's not a friendly situation. You're right. They do absolutely remove our knowledge or our memory from not. And I feel like there's co-conspirators too involved in, not just non-human.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, there's also.
Did I answer you? Sorry, go ahead.
On the other hand, there's also a lot of evidence that there have been a group of people who have tried to preserve not just knowledge of these cyclical catastrophes, but to preserve knowledge in general. And, that they've gone around the world contacting various tribal cultures and various groups of humans that have been reset to a relatively primitive condition and have worked very hard to try to elevate their level of civilization and to set up libraries and archives that would preserve knowledge from past epochs and help to prepare people to achieve a sufficient level of awareness prior to another potential geophysical catastrophe. I mean, you see this, for example, in Mexico and Peru with the legends of Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha and their companions. And you see it in Egypt, the sages that came to Egypt after the flood. And really, it's a story that's all over the world. I mean, you see it in the Sumerian mythology and in the Persian Gulf region as well. So Now, one of the most interesting questions, which we discussed last time, and I don't want to be repetitive of our last X space, but one of the most interesting questions is obviously, situating this group of knowledge preservers in the framework of various traditional religious belief systems. Who are they? Are they, I mean, if you study Greek mythology carefully, or the Hindu epics, I think a very good case can be made that these are not the gods. These are the people who are rebelling against the gods, but who have godlike power. And you might call them titans. You might call them, in a Hindu context, asuras. Where it gets much more offensive to contemporary prevailing religious beliefs is when you look at it in an Abrahamic context. I think a very good case could be made that these people are the so-called fallen angels, or rebel angels, or offspring of the fallen angels, who are essentially attempting, to act as that symbolic serpent in Eden, initiating as much of humanity as possible into knowledge that the gods or the angels want to sequester from us. And that is a subject that I do get into again in Thanosis, both in terms of the abduction literature and the way in which the close encounter reports overlap with near-death experiences and people's recollections of the afterlife, and also explicitly in terms of a discussion of various traditional religious views of the afterlife. Thanosis has an entire chapter that goes through the basically ancient Greek and Hellenistic view of the afterlife, the Abrahamic view of the afterlife, both Christian, conservative, traditional Christian, and also Gnostic views of the afterlife, and then the Islamic view of the afterlife as well, before coming around to the Hindu conception of reincarnation, and then finally the Buddhist notion of rebirth and navigation of the Bardo state. In the section on Buddhism, I look both at the Pali Canon, which is the conservative, you might say orthodox Theravada texts, and then in other words the sermons of the Buddha himself, the Tripitaka, and then also at the Mahayana or Vajrayana texts of Tibet, the writings essentially of Padmasambhava, like the Tibetan Book of the Dead or Bardo Thodol. So I look at that in some detail toward the end of the chapter on religious views of the afterlife. And so again, the question of who these knowledge preservers are, that are trying to prepare us for the next cataclysm, and generally trying to preserve as high a state of civilization as possible, and hopefully maybe even get us off of the planet so that we're not, our species survival and our civilizational memory is not bound to what happens geophysically here. Those people, I think, are probably justifiably characterized as the rebel angels, or those who broke from the program of the celestial hierarchy that's attempting to keep humanity in the dark.
And and by the way, Fringe, Tiff, Aaron, feel free to jump in whenever you want. Where do you place their involvement, contemporaneously, like right now? Like, where are your thoughts, Jason, of how things are playing out? If I'm being too vague, let me know. I'm talking in terms of disclosure.
No, you're not being vague. Look, this is a very sensitive subject matter, particularly because we have the Collins elite out there, like really working overtime to dominate the disclosure discourse in a way that frames it in terms of angels and demons. You see this coming from out of the mouths of, Anna Paulina Luna, Tim Burchett, Tucker Carlson. It's all over the place. And it's the Collins elite discourse. So in the context of that Collins elite discourse, we can actually get a clue to, where these beings are right now and what they might be up to. because the Collins elite is convinced that there are parts of the United States government that are quote unquote working with demons or working with the fallen angels. And that essentially elements of the US deep state have made a Faustian bargain through which they hope to obtain technological parity with our overlords. So whoever it is that's managing, that's basically managing the large scale religious and social control systems on the planet, and that is also the bureaucratic apparatus that seems to process people through the afterlife realm, and that doesn't want people cultivating techniques to recall their past lives, and doesn't want people, you know, training astral projection and these various psi abilities that have been branded as black magic and severely persecuted by, you know, Christians and Muslims and so forth. That whoever is challenging those overlords and that agenda that they have is in league with elements of the American deep state. This is what the Collins elite has become convinced of. And so, you know, it's a very sensitive subject matter, because essentially my answer to you would be that if these, you know, these same rebels that tried to preserve knowledge in Mesoamerica, that, you know, fought Tezcatlipoca, who was demanding that human hearts be cut out on the tops of pyramids, and that these poor Mayans be thrown, you know, mutilated and thrown down the steps of pyramids in human sacrifices. The same Quetzalcoatl, whose symbol, by the way, was the serpent or the dragon, this same force that, you know, was represented by him in that era in Mesoamerica might be in league with elements of the US deep state, which have been, you know, vilified and demonized for having to resort to various extreme extrajudicial methods in order to maintain secrecy and to continue their operations, despite the fact that they're basically acting under the eye of these celestial overlords. So that would be my short answer to you. And, you know, I guess we could unpack it further if you know, you wanted to go there, or, you know, whether you want to move on to another subject, it's up to you.
Well, it's Jason, it's also up to you. I think you get why I brought up the pole shift. If we just take a step back and we say censorship writ large, you can call it amnesia writ large or enslavement writ large. A cataclysmic pole shift, when it is, let's just say, civilization resetting, functions as a form of memory wipe. And there's something awfully curious about when religion is taking such a large role in the domain of science and technology. Of course, you know, it's a different, you know, like they said, the Egyptians never had a word for religion, but it's incredibly interesting that religion has played a role as kind of a curator of technological development. And obviously it goes in the other direction as well. There are implications of technology, whether it be ayahuasca or genetic engineering or remote viewing, that holds that has direct bearing, maybe even on our past life or the trajectory of our soul. So that's why I went on a detour about the pole shift, because if there's something that's constantly resetting the human potential, there's a parasitic element. It feels like the nature of being human is that our birthright of knowing actually where we're from or what made us is definitionally human, and it isn't supposed to be. Am I making sense? So to me,
yeah. Let me say a couple things about that. Yeah, let me say a couple things about that. Okay, so I've done enough historical research as is reflected in books like Iranian Leviathan, my tome about the history of Greater Iran, and also Prometheus and Atlas. You know, I've done enough historical research to confidently conclude that our civilizational progress has been deliberately disrupted multiple times throughout the course of recorded history in various places that could have been the bastions of both the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution. So one of them would have been Hellenistic Alexandria, the culture of, of Alexandrian Rome, let's say, where Alexandria is really considered the intellectual capital of the empire rather than the city of Rome. That culture could have produced both the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution by about, let's say, 500 AD, had it not been disrupted and frankly gutted and utterly devastated by the rise of Christianity. So Christianity was used as a mass dismantling, deconstruction, and retardation mechanism to completely derail the Enlightenment and Industrial Revolution that would have taken place in pagan Rome, with a city like Alexandria as its nerve center. Then you look at the case of Iran, and it's also very clear to me that if the Islamic conquest of Iran had not taken place in 651 AD, by round about 900 or so, we would have had the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution take place in Greater Iran instead of what eventually happened in Europe almost 1,000 years later. So, I mean, these are just catastrophic sociological resets that are being implemented through the revelation of retarding religious belief systems like Christianity and Islam. And so how it's relevant to the way you framed what you were saying is that it's true, of course, that a pole shift or some kind of a massive geophysical catastrophe like that is going to result in loss of civilizational memory. But we could easily have gotten off of the planet by now. If the Enlightenment Industrial Revolution had taken place in, pagan Rome circa 500 AD, or if it had taken place in Greater Iran circa 1000 AD, where, this so-called golden age of Islam, which is actually an Iranian Renaissance, that thing was an abortion. It was a miscarriage of what would have taken place in Iran had the Islamic conquest never occurred, okay? So if we had this Enlightenment and Industrial Revolution, not in Europe in 1800, but instead in Rome, at the year 500, or in Iran in the year 1000, we would have cities on Mars by now, and we would not be bound to whatever geophysically happens to this planet, and our civilizational memory would be preserved in other places in the solar system. Now, of course, there are people who don't want us to have cities on Mars because they inhabit Mars themselves underground. They control it. And for whatever reason, they haven't terraformed it. And we can speculate about that. Why are there people? I always call them people. I mean, they like to be thought of as gods or angels or whatever, but frankly, they're people. Why are there people living underground on Mars underneath these ruins in Cydonia and Utopia Planitia and so forth, and they haven't terraformed the planet yet? That's an interesting question. But in any case, they're there and they don't want us there. And so they have repeatedly reset civilization. I'm not talking about the 12,000 year, geophysical reset. I mean, sociologically, they've repeatedly disrupted our progress so that we won't ever get there. And I can guarantee you right now, I'm sorry to disappoint a lot of people who might be, Elon Musk fans, but that man and his rocket enterprise are not going to lead to Martian colonization. You can take that to the bank.
Don't you think it's a breakaway, Jason?
There was a breakaway.
There was a breakaway. forgive me. I have to push you a little bit on this. Not push back, but pull on a thread. Please speculate away. Why is Mars not being terraformed?
Because Mars is a lesson. Because the dead Mars and the ruins that are there are meant to be like the Ozymandias statue in Shelley's poem. You know, Shelley has this poem about this ruined colossus, and it's meant to suggest that, you know, people who, I think he was inspired by the statue of Ramses in Egypt, that, you know, people who build structures that they intend to last for thousands upon thousands of years, and that they hope to ensconce a memory of the greatness and the level of excellence and achievement of their civilization. They suffer from hubris, and they don't know their proper place in relation to God and the divine realm and so forth. That, you know, as the Quran itself says, when it talks about the city of Iram, which was like a kind of, you know, Atlantean sort of megalithic super city that supposedly existed at one point in the Arabian Peninsula, probably when it wasn't the kind of, you know, uninhabitable desert that it is today. And in the Quran, it talks about the destruction of this city as a kind of symbol of God's punishment of human hubris. I think that Mars is that on a large scale, that at some point in the relatively near future, the data that our government already has, that the remote viewers worked with, you know, to corroborate and to investigate, you know, what some of these photographs were showing, that data is eventually going to be disclosed to the public, but it is going to be disclosed, or at least let me put it this way, I don't want to be demoralizing. Their plan is to disclose it in a narrative context, packaged within a discourse that leaves people with the idea that human hubris was being punished on Mars, and that we should not aspire to achieve what the Martians did achieve before their civilization was cut down and basically the skin was ripped off of their planet, before their planet was flayed.
It's so funny you said flayed,
physically,
because
but symbolically, because it was a symbolic act as well.
But that was the example I was going to give. Like when humans were flayed, and sometimes it was stuffed. It was to shock and traumatize and leave an epigenetic trauma to never get out of your place. And in other words, you're saying Mars is a planetary example of why we shouldn't fly too close to the sun.
That's what the gods or angels want us to believe, and I think that they are trying to manipulate various officials in the United States government, particularly the ones connected with the Collins elite, to unfold that narrative over the near term, so that when we're finally shown high-resolution images of Cydonia, the narrative framing is going to be, oh, look what these people did in their Promethean hubris. You know, they thought that they could rival the gods and determine their own destiny, and, you know, basically enter the celestial realm by force of their intellect and their technological prowess, and see what happened to them, you know? And if we do the same thing, Earth will wind up being the next Mars, et cetera, et cetera.
So I'm actually probably no less than you are. I do view this to be maybe the most regressive and enslaving mind virus. And it seems to have zoonotically, even though I'm not using the term correctly, zoonotically jumped from religion even into atheist beliefs, that that technology in and of itself is not just amoral but immoral and leads to moral corruption. But there's another side to this. Even if you don't take the religious side, there does seem to be, and maybe that book Final Events made too much of an impression on me, but there does, and this ties directly into Thanosis, there does seem to be absolutely a battle that is anti-agency, and maybe even a good side that is pro-agency, but there definitely seems to be a counterintelligence narrative. Counterintelligence as in like this story where how many civilizations do we know of where the story is always humans, technology caused the cataclysm, but the other side is there does seem to be a literal battle for what might even be a physical soul. And maybe that spiritual physical soul battle even goes into direct physics where our souls might be on the other end of a metaphysics that is powering another universe. Can we do you get what I'm saying? Let me
Yeah,
know if
I
I
have a
need
lot
to
to say about that. You know, there's an
please
entire
do.
chapter of my book, of this new book, Thanosis, called The Soul as an Informational Structure. And in that chapter, I go back to the work of Rolf Landauer and John Archibald Wheeler, and more recently, Melvin Vopson, who are all physicists that theorized that energy and matter are different states of information. So that, you know, what Einstein formulated as the interconvertibility of the interchangeability of energy and matter is missing a third term, namely information, and that in fact, the best interpretation of the spooky aspects of quantum theory, like, you know, wave particle duality, you know, the collapse of the wave function, and quantum entanglement, the best interpretation of that and of the reason why consciousness appears to be integral to the manifestation of the physical world on a quantum level is because actually we live in an information processing system, and matter and energy are different states of information. So if that's the case, and I've argued previously that it is, and I come back to that argument at the beginning of this chapter on the soul as an informational structure. If that's the case, our soul is like software inside of a computer system. And a lot of parapsychological data does suggest that that's the case empirically. I go into a few examples of that in the chapters leading up to that analysis of the soul as software. I discuss cases of reincarnation where a single person is reincarnated as two different people, so that it appears as if the quote unquote soul, the informational matrix, informational lattice of a particular personality is copied, like a software file would be copied. And you wind up with two people who have the kind of psychic connection with one another that identical twins are often observed to have. That's a whole area of longstanding parapsychological research on twin telepathy and so forth. So you have cases where a single person appears to split in the afterlife and be incarnated as two people. You also have cases which Dr. Stephen Browdy studied. Steve Browdy was the chair of the philosophy department at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, and he also went on to become the president of the Parapsychological Association. He edited the Journal of Scientific Exploration for years as well. He was the editor-in-chief of that. So he's a very accomplished person in parapsychology who's coming from out of rigorous analytic philosophy. And one of the things that he studied are cases that are misdiagnosed as multiple personality disorder, but that are in fact multiple souls sort of incarnated, you could say, in one body, where, you know, and, you know, one of the interesting things in terms of these cases is if you compare them, if you compare Braude's writing on multiple personality disorder, misdiagnosed cases of multiple personality or dissociative identity disorder, with some of the cases of reincarnation studied by Dr. Ian Stevenson, you come away with the conclusion that I do in Thanosis, namely that there are cases where multiple people are reincarnated into a single body. And an individual might come in with one soul, and then another soul also subsequently incarnates into that body, and it may be several souls. Or there are even cases where a person is born with 2 or 3 souls. And again, what that looks like is information processing. So, you know, Ian Stevenson studied reincarnation for about 30 years, I think, for decades at the University of Virginia, where he was in, I think it was the psychiatry department. And for decades, he went around the world studying cases of children who spontaneously recall past lives, usually between the ages of like 5 and 8. And these children's memories of their past lives were extremely disruptive in most cases to the lives that they were living with their families. In other words, these were not stories that certainly the parents would be making up. And if you look at the details of the cases, it really doesn't hold water that the kids would be making them up either, because the consequences were usually very disruptive. You would have children, you know, claiming that, you know, their parents weren't their real parents and they wanted to be taken back to their real family. And often in these cases, their memory of death in the previous life was traumatic or violent. And so Stevenson theorized that if someone dies a violent death, particularly at a young age, it seems that they retain memory of their past life better than the average person does. So these kids would remember dying in various horrible ways, and you know they'd want to be taken back to the family of their previous personality. And Stevenson would, based on the comments made by these kids and noted very carefully by the team of researchers that would travel together with him, he would go and try to identify the previous personality. And he found that in you know most of these cases, the person was in the same town or in the next town over. And so one pattern is that in most of the world, you know, which is not as developed as, you know, metropolitan America, in most of the world, you know, people don't travel all that much in the course of a single lifetime. At least they didn't in the era that Stevenson was doing this research. And so people tend to be reincarnated close to where they died. One very interesting exception to that was he found a whole bunch of cases where, let's say, Japanese soldiers who died in a place like Burma during World War II were reincarnated as Burmese, or European soldiers, you know, that died in, you know, I don't know, some other part of the world in Africa or whatever, were reincarnated as North Africans. And in these cases, he would find that the children's behavioral memory matched the cultural traits of the previous personality, so that the Japanese soldiers who died in Burma, when they're reincarnated, these kids wind up behaving more like Japanese people than they behave like their own Burmese family. And there's even phenotypic traces of Japanese physiognomy in these Burmese children. So and their eating habits also, you know, what they prefer to eat fit more the culture of the previous personality. Another bleed through seems to be if someone's sexual identity changes from one life to the next, so that, you know, a woman is reborn. Let's say a man is reborn as a woman. There were a number of cases like that, which I actually included in Thanosis. Say if a man is reborn as a woman, she tends to be more masculine than the average woman, and you know, and retain masculine traits. But to go back to where I started out, a number of the cases that Stevenson looked at involved more than one personality being incarnated in a single person. And in particular, this seemed to occur when a person underwent some extreme crisis, particularly like a very adverse health, crisis, severe fever, or, they nearly die of some cause. And then when they come back to, when they come back from out of that illness, they have a whole different set of memories and a radically altered personality, which actually winds up being identifiable as the personality and the biography of a deceased person. So he was able to find that, this apparent possession by a second or third personality was a possession by an actually deceased soul who could be identified, and whose family could be found, whose records could be retrieved from coroner's reports and so forth. So you have cases both where multiple souls are quote unquote incarnated or instantiated in a single body, and cases where a single soul splits or is copied into more than one body. And that's one of the things about this informational lattice of our persona that looks a lot like what we do with software files in an information processing system, where they can be copied, the file can be corrupted, it can be recoded, it can be spliced, so that 2 or 3 files can be merged into one. Those types of informational dynamics appear to be relevant to reincarnation cases and to the relationship between reincarnation and what we might call possession, and what, according to Browdy, is sometimes misdiagnosed as multiple personality disorder.
Jason, the insights you've made, or the sort of flip the script for me when this I found to be one of the most interesting parts of the book, when I started thinking of possession. We typically experience ourselves as one integrated whole, unless we go through some sort of extreme peak psychedelic or traumatic experience, NDE. But when you start considering possession as a literal embodying, in other words, the idea that all of us are possessing our bodies with our souls, and that they're really just like once you say NHI, you start realizing, okay, angels and demons could be what NHI were called, or they maybe said angels and demons because they didn't have the word NHI, and you start realizing a lot of this is fitting. The DID phenomenon is also extraordinary. People who have their different alters or different personalities, even their IQs can change significantly, even by more than a standard deviation. Even blood pressure,
not just IQs. Listen, allergies.
Yeah.
One personality will have severe allergies to something. When they go into the other personality, they won't have those allergies. Various medical conditions, even some of them can suffer from a certain medical condition. They shift into the other personality and they don't suffer from it anymore, aren't diagnosed with it by a doctor. It's very bizarre.
Yeah. And it's incredibly empirical and concrete for something that is so squarely or seemingly psychological. It has incredibly, I think you can't even call it psychosomatic anymore, right? Once blood pressure is involved, maybe there needs to be a term for the opposite of psychosomatic, but there's a possession of the body by a psychology, the likes of which that is unlike anything else. And so when you were talking about this, it made me think of, when people used to go to Blockbuster and they paid for the right movie, it has the right box, but it's a different cassette and they put it in there. Or maybe they got the right movie and then they're accidentally recording over it. And so these past life impressions are like a recording over. It makes me feel like somebody fucked up at the Adjustment Bureau, or either they fucked up because they forgot to completely memory wipe, or they fucked up because they had the soul possess the wrong body. Do you have similar thoughts when you were going through this research? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things about Thanosis is the distinction between, how can I put this? I don't want to use the word natural, okay? Because obviously I've problematized the concept of nature throughout the course of my philosophical corpus, right? If you think, as I do, that the cosmos is an information processing system, then
Yep.
the distinction between the
Technology is
natural
an extension of nature. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm with you.
yeah,
And I didn't mean to cut you off, but,
the distinction between the natural and the technological gets deconstructed, much like the distinction between matter and spirit, okay, or between the spiritual and the physical. These are all false dichotomies, and they wind up being deconstructed ultimately by an informational conception of the cosmos. That having been said, one of the most important distinctions that I draw in Thanosis is between, let's say, a process of death and rebirth that is not interfered with, which is not to say that it's entirely self-directed or under conscious control. Because if you look at the details of a number of Stevenson's cases, it appears that a lot of people, when they die, are subconsciously compelled to fixate on particular individuals who wind up being their mother in their subsequent incarnation. For various reasons. Like, let's say the mother, the future mother, was a family friend, and this kid who died due to some accident had a particular fondness for this family friend who would come around to the house. And so when the kid dies, he finds himself following this woman through the marketplace and back to her home, and like develops an obsession with her, and eventually winds up incarnating as her son. There are a lot of cases like that. And so that's not a case where the person is self-directed in the transition between death and rebirth. It's a case where, you know, this kid is subconsciously compelled, but there's no interference taking place in that process on the part of other entities or some kind of a psychotronic management system. All right. So there are cases like that. And what those cases suggest is that there is a kind of, again, I don't want to use the word natural, but, you know, there's a sort of, let's say, default process of navigation between death and rebirth. But then there is also deliberate fuckery where, you know, there are entities, you could call them overlords, the Gnostics called them archons, who are capable of managing, not just interfering with, but on a large scale managing what happens to people after death and on their way to rebirth. But there's a distinction between these two. And it appears that the controllers do not have comprehensive control over the entire human population and every instance of somebody transitioning between death and rebirth. Which suggests that in theory, at least, it is possible to break free from their control. And how I end my book is with a series of techniques, devices, machinations that one can cultivate and develop in order to exert more agency in the transition between death and rebirth. So this is all coming out of, you know, what you were saying about the Blockbuster Video and recording over the video. Look, there are possession cases in Stevenson's enormous archive that suggest that a recently deceased person just happened to like the life circumstances of some kid who was dying of a fever in bed at 9 years old, and assumed that this kid had given up the ghost, so to speak, And so this person just decided to possess this child's body and make you know, her family, make this child's family her own. Okay. But there are other cases where, as you suggested, it could be more like the archons are fucking up a Blockbuster Video, you know? And there are cases like that that I address in Thanosis. Like, for example, there's this case of a Hindu called, what was his name? Jatav. What was his first name again? I think Durga Jatav, I believe. And he flatlined in a hospital. He flatlined in a hospital, and his family was mourning over his dead body. And then all of a sudden, the guy comes back to life, you know, after a significant interim where he's flatlined. And he comes back with this horrendous story about how he was taken to hell by demons, and they proceeded to dismember him there as a punishment. At least they severed his legs. But then these demons wound up consulting with their superiors in the celestial, you know, hierarchy in the afterlife bureaucracy, and they were informed by their superiors that this Durga Jatav was taken by mistake, and he is to be promptly returned to the realm of the living. So they take him to a rack where they have a bunch of severed legs, and they ask him to pick his own. Presumably, they're carrying him, or his torso, because he's, you know, obviously can't walk on his own. And he picks out his legs, and they reattach his legs, and then lo and behold, he is conscious back in the hospital bed. The really disturbing thing is that what they noticed as soon as you know, Jatav came back to life is that he had scars extending across both knees, or I forget, was above or below the kneecap, where his legs had been severed in hell. Okay. So this is pretty fucked up. I mean, that is the you know, Blockbuster Video like mess up scenario there.
Yeah, that's the taped over video still shining through a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
So that's an important distinction that I make at the core of my book, is that, and by the way, you get the same thing, you know, as you see in the Durga Jatav case with abductions. There have been abduction scenarios where people have recounted close encounters with entities that realized halfway through the abduction, or were told by their superiors, that they have abducted the wrong person. And so they rush this person back to their bed, you know, with the understanding that they were supposed to actually abduct the next door neighbor. Okay. So there are similar fuck ups in the close encounter literature. And the two, you know, bodies of paranormal data overlap and intersect in really disturbing ways. So that, for example, you have close encounter cases where, let's say, the Greys abduct somebody, and during the course of the abduction, this person encounters his aunt, and his aunt is saying to him, you know, I don't have a long time. I have to be, you know, I have to be going with these people. But I just wanted to tell you to let your mom and dad know that I'm all right. And, you know, please let my sister know that I'm fine here and that everything's going to be all right, whatever. And then, and this person, you know, who's being abducted believes that, you know, Auntie Jane is still alive. Okay. And they bring this person back. Next thing, lo and behold, there's a phone call the next day informing the family that Auntie Jane died the previous afternoon before the Greys abducted this person. So cases like that, cases like, you know, the Betty, Andreas, and Luca abduction, which I went into in depth in Closer Encounters, and I come back to it in Thanosis, where, you know, Betty, Andreas, and Luca is told that the Greys work for the angels, and that, you know, the Nordics, the tall, blonde, beautiful people, are the angels, and she's taken to witness basically the Greys ferrying away the soul of a deceased person in a hospital at one point. These kinds of cases suggest that the same entities who are behind close encounters are the managers of the afterlife realm, and that, the control system that we're ensconced in is not just a physical control system, but a psychotronic one. So that if, for example, as we discussed, I think at some length during our first X space, if it's in fact the case that, the moon is relatively hollow and, these archons or overlords have some kind of machinery inside the moon, Gurdjieff may have been right that our souls can wind up being food for the moon. In other words, the machinery that's inside the moon isn't just about, stabilizing or, pacing the rotation of the earth or something geophysical. It's actually psychotronic machinery as well. And probably the moon is integral to the management of the afterlife system. This is something that Gurdjieff intuited and that a number of remote viewers have also corroborated. I have a rather disturbing remote viewing session that I recount that comes from Brett Stewart and his team, where they also describe the moon as being integral to the psychotronic control system that manages, a lot of people in the afterlife.
So Jason, we're in such fertile ground here, and believe it or not, right where we are right now, with moon as a potential Radio Shack for the soul, this is where I wanted to go during our first space, and there was just too much to cover, and I was worried we were going to get reset and we were going to have a cataclysm before we could get there. I want to. I think it has to happen. When you touched on the abduction phenomenon and I don't want to use the word appropriation. I want to use something much harsher. The hijacking, let's just call it the hijacking, the stealing of what might be the mining of intelligence or consciousness or an entire personality. This is speculative or theoretical, but when it comes to it even has implications for synchronicity, right? The Jungian phenomenon. It suggests that we might not even know whether synchronicities, whether they're reaching back from the afterlife, whether it is a simulacrum.
There's no such thing as synchronicities. There's no such thing as synchronicities. So
Okay.
Let me explain. I first broke this down in my book Prometheism. Carl Jung was a brilliant psychologist, but he was not a philosopher. And his, I guess you could call it concept, his idea of synchronicities is extremely messy and poorly argued, especially insofar as he calls it an acausal phenomenon,
The words out of my mouth, and he really meant non-local, right? But he called it acausal.
Yes, non-local spatially and non-local temporally, but that doesn't mean it's acausal.
I agree. I'm saying I don't know whether the term in quantum physics existed, but it absolutely was not acausal, and that's what he called it.
Right. And so the big problem with synchronicity is that when you start to analyze actual synchronicities, with some fine-grained attention to detail, you realize that there has to be a psionic causal mechanism for these events to be taking place. It may be an incredibly complex causal nexus involving, let's say, many different people, and it may involve things in the future causing effects in the past, retrocausally. It may involve intentions being transmitted to the future in a way that seems not temporally chronological, but these are all things that we see in laboratory experimentation on telepathy, telekinesis, clairvoyance, precognition, and so forth. So whatever's causing what Jung called synchronicity, in other words, whatever causes extremely bizarre apparent coincidences to take place, is causing it through various forms of psi. And that might happen just between individuals in a not very coordinated and spontaneous way. But it might also be evident, especially when we're dealing with large scale, extremely bizarre synchronicities. It might also be evidence for, the matrix programmers deliberately staging impressive events in order to manipulate a person psychologically. You find that people who have lots of synchronicities in their lives tend to get obsessed with them, and they start to use these synchronicities as auguries, as if like they're being given, omens and prophecies and whatever through the synchronicities, whatever form they take, whether there's numbers involved or symbolic images involved or whatever. They start to run their lives according to the messages they think they're getting from these synchronicities. And all of that could be orchestrated. And it's a very dangerous trap to fall into.
Yeah, and there's so many moments where I can feel the emojis that Fringe isn't throwing up, because Fringe, there's got to be some things you want to say. I know you didn't expect to agree.
Oh, Ulrich, I'm interrupting you now to say there are many, many things I would love to say. I have many, many thoughts on everything Jason has said today, but this is not a space to hear Fringe thoughts. It's a space to hear Jason Jorjani's thoughts. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, I still might disrupt that a little bit. I might not be able to help myself. Jason, we were talking about synchronicity, the cause. Can you think, you've been pretty intuitive today, Jason, when you said there's two things going on here. Obviously, there's some, whatever you want to call it, the Adjustment Bureau, mind warping, hijacking. There's been a major intellectual lobotomy when it comes to the apprehension of causality. When it comes to parapsychology, this stigma should not be enough to do away with the entire telos of science. Like, science is not supposed to search for a telos, but it's also not supposed to run away from one when the empirical evidence is overwhelming.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Absolutely.
Right. So something has gone on that maybe stigma alone, the social, the fear of being looked at as somebody who's less rigorous or less academic or less scientific, doesn't completely explain the ice pick that we shoved through our prefrontal cortex for the last 50 years at least.
No doubt about it. Listen, it's been deliberately engineered. And I pointed out in my first book, my first published book, Prometheus and Atlas, that the materialist scientific paradigm was deliberately set up by an agent of the Jesuit order, namely René Descartes, who, was acting at the behest of the Jesuits to set up a false, reductionistic, mechanistic, materialist paradigm so that everything spiritual would be sequestered within the domain of the church and would remain a matter of faith. And so that scientists would not look into what we call today the paranormal, or what they called the occult back in those days, because Renaissance alchemists were doing exactly that. They were developing a form of Promethean scientific exploration and invention that didn't draw any distinction between, the material and the spiritual. Everything was, potential material for alchemical transformation and for the cultivation of occult power. And that's obviously something that posed a mortal danger to the church. And they acted very decisively to crush it by cultivating this false mechanistic materialist paradigm, and also, frankly, by burning witches and sorcerers at the stake, so that what had been alchemists would more easily accept this materialism and relegate, everything spiritual to the, authority and arbitration of the religious hierarchy.
And I'm not generally one to defend religion, but here at least half the sin has been committed by a failure of modernism to be logically cogent and scientific, right? So in a sense, science failed to hold on to one half of causality when it, there's the typical thing, that the Semmelweis disease, where everybody always says correlation doesn't equal causation. The opposite of that is slothful induction. When you have everything pointing to a cause, and you have a 100% correlation and causation, and you have actual causation, and science doesn't care how many, whether it's 6 sigma or 30 sigma, proving parapsychology, we don't want to touch it. But also when it just comes to sometimes just plain logical deduction, there was a moment when I said, when I'm pointing toward when you said Jung failed to recognize that definitionally synchronicity, as he describes it, requires a causal interaction, and yet he called it a causal. There was a similar moment where it's not a failure of causal attribution, but it was in part 2 in the Jesse Michaels interview, and I don't want to say it. Do you know what moment? It's between you and Jesse. It was a friendly disagreement, but you were making an assertion about. Let me know if I need to be more specific.
Yeah. Go ahead. Be specific. Don't hesitate. Go ahead.
It's plain from, and I'm not talking about logical determinism. I'm talking about just logical deduction. It's plain from logical deduction that
You're talking about the free will question.
Free will. Yes.
Yes.
The free will thing. This is
I was surprised that even Jesse, was somehow mesmerized by this idea that there could be any way to reconcile free will with the omniscience and omnipotence of God. I mean, it's a basic logical fallacy. Yep. You're brain damaged if you don't see that, frankly.
Oh my gosh, I just got taken off the brain damaged list. Thank you.
You got taken off the brain damage. Yeah, it's an incredible moment. And there's many moments, there's many such issues where, lofty academics in ivory towers are holding on to logical, not paradoxes, but contradictions. And it's a lobotomy that I think where
cognitive
in many cases science.
It's called cognitive dissonance, okay? And it's a tactic of psychological warfare. When you can make somebody believe simultaneously 2 things that are contradictory, it cripples their reasoning capacity and makes them more amenable to manipulation.
And I learned this from you, by the way. So this, we see this happening in religious stories, but how the fuck did this happen in the sciences?
Because, as I just explained, our modern materialist scientific paradigm was set up by religious authorities.
And by Descartes, the Cartesian separation.
Yeah. And, it's not just Descartes. I mean, he actually was involved in a very specific project to do that. But there's all kinds of ways in which coercion and persecution forced the acceptance of this materialist paradigm at various junctures from the 1600s through the 1800s. And so, and the other thing about that that's noteworthy is that it's not just the materialism of modern science that's in a dialectical relationship with religious retardation. It's also that the closed-mindedness and dogmatism of modern science is an inverse reflection of religious fundamentalism.
Can you say that slowly and say it again?
Yes.
I just need some.
Charles Fort noticed this very clearly when he wrote the Book of the Damned. His first great book is where he focuses more on this. But I think he comes back to it in some of his other works as well. But in the Book of the Damned, Fort basically says, look, there's no real difference between closed-minded scientific dogmatism and religious convictions that people consider articles of faith. They're very similar psychologically. Actually, they're the same psychologically. And so, in a way, closed-minded dogmatism in the sciences is also a form of religious faith. And it's equally inimical to progress and discovery.
So there's a moment, Aaron, I don't know if I send you a link, are you able to pipe it into the space? It's totally fine if you can't. I wanted to play the 3 minutes of the Marco Rubio thing because it's pretty relevant right now. Let me know if that's too too hairy or too complicated. Aaron might be he might be already completely absorbed in the singularity. Can we talk about the Rubio thing? I can pretty much paraphrase it. I hate watched it.
I'm trying to see the connection that you're drawing to that. Do you want to be a little more explicit about
Oh,
how you
this I can totally be explicit. Yeah. I mean, so the Hannity interview, and I only watched the first 3 minutes. I guess I'm a bit of a disclosure snob. I should have watched the rest, but I was too angry. So the Hannity interview, the 20 minutes, it starts off where Hannity doesn't even ask a question. He laughingly says, "There's this show," and Rubio sort of jumps in and he says, "Well, first, you know," between the lines, he says, "I wasn't Secretary of State then. I was a senator. These interviews happened 3 to 4 years ago," and he basically says he was describing what other people were saying. So he's walking back the assertion. The interesting thing is here, if Rubio isn't making any claim whatsoever, why is he counted as one of the 34 witnesses? This is a mild logical point that just needs to be brought up. You can't really be a witness or be testifying to something if your own account of your own testifying is that you're not testifying and you're just recounting what other people are testifying as witnesses, and then you disclaim that you have no way, even though you're one of the Gang of Eight and part of Secretary of State, of verifying such claims, all of a sudden becomes a testimony because you're testifying to the impotence of the US government and that there isn't even sufficient legal authority to assert oversight where it's been illegally broken. That's one, but there's a specific one where he says, these people are either lying or crazy or they're telling the truth, and 2 of those 3 are bad. But if they're telling the truth, they're telling the truth about the government lying. So there's no scenario in which there isn't a major betrayal. All 3 are bad. So there was incredible cognitive dissonance, and there were so many moments too where he says something and immediately takes it back, a bunch of doublespeak. So I watched those 3 minutes, and it felt like there was an induced pseudo stupidity, not just from Rubio, but even from Hannity, for not following up with questions. The only thing that I could sort of, if I tried to rationalize it, is if there was the softest of disclosures, confirmation, right? We're not alone and that's it. And Trump wanted to be the one to break the news. Maybe he was told to walk some of it back so he doesn't accidentally break the soft disclosure for him. Maybe disclosure is so flimsy that somebody just needs to accidentally slip out 4 words and then Trump has nothing to announce. But that was the only sort of way I could rationalize what happened there. I'd love to know whether you're just as angry, if you can find more shit to be angry about, but does that make sense? That's what I experienced.
Yeah. Okay. So the connection was just that Rubio is suffering from cognitive dissonance.
Logical impossibility. I think we should call it paralogia. It's delusion. It's fucking delusion.
Oh yeah, sure. That no doubt about that. What makes me, I am very angry about it, but I'll tell you what makes me furious about what Rubio did in those 3 minutes is that he fundamentally undermined the national security of the United States. And I'll tell you why. That man is not only Secretary of State, he's also National Security Advisor to the President. If I recall correctly, nobody since Henry Kissinger has held both the office of Secretary of State and National Security Advisor at the same time. Okay? And Henry Kissinger was a member of Majestic 12. So the idea that for people who aren't familiar with it, National Security Advisor is the highest executive cabinet position. It's more important than Secretary of State. It's more important than Secretary of Defense. It's more important than any position in the government of the United States other than the presidency. Just because the National Security Advisor is not in the immediate presidential line of succession doesn't change that fact. In fact, the reason why the National Security Advisor is not in the immediate presidential line of chain of succession is so that if the president gets killed and the vice president gets killed and then the Secretary of State gets killed, etc., the same National Security Advisor can continue to advise the head of state. Okay, so keeping that person, out of the line of succession is important, so that that person can represent a continuity of, national security advisement. If the national security advisor, not to mention he's also Secretary of State, does not have any means to assess whether these generals and admirals and high-level intelligence officials are liars or crazy, or whether they're telling the truth about extremely advanced, huge budget government programs, then effectively the national security advisor is admitting that he's totally incompetent and we don't have any effective national security in this country. Okay? So what does that do? What does that do? That tells the Chinese, it tells the Chinese, it tells the Russians, it tells our enemies in the Islamic world that this is a cockamamie bullshit circus over here, not the government of a serious country. Because I guarantee you that the person in Rubio's equivalent position in China, whoever's national security advisor to Xi, 100% has the entire Chinese UFO file. 100%. Okay? Now, our problem is that we have a supposedly representative government, whatever the fuck you want to call it, a democracy, whatever. Okay? It wasn't meant to be a democracy, but in any case, it's a representative government that's on some level answerable to an electorate. They have an authoritarian, collectivistic, hierarchical control system, okay, in China. So they're not answerable to their people. So therefore, you can give the national security advisor in Beijing access to the UFO file because he's under no obligation to make any public statement about it, okay? So this is a serious problem with the American system that has basically resulted in the breakaway of the, deep state black projects into a kind of, autonomous culture, because the people working on these things have had to find some way not to be answerable to the electorate. And they have had to keep the, representatives of the people in the dark because they are in fact answerable to the people who elected them, or at least to, the president who was elected by them and then appointed these executive, officials. So anyway, it's a disaster. If Rubio doesn't have any, suppose he's telling the truth, which is the worst scenario. Suppose Rubio is telling it like it is, and he actually doesn't have any way to find out whether these programs are even real. Forget about what's inside them. I mean, if you're questioning, admirals and high-level intelligence officials as to whether they're insane, whether they're delusional, or whether they're basically committing the worst form of prosecutable perjury. If you're questioning that, that means you don't even have a treason, Jason. Would it not be treason? Hold on. It means you don't even have a way to find out if these programs exist, let alone to know what's inside them. If that's your position as the highest level national security official in the United States, you don't say so in a public television broadcast. You shut the fuck up and go find a way to get the clearance. Okay? It's borderline treason. It's so incompetent that it's really borderline treason.
I wasn't saying that what Rubio was doing was treason, and I see what your point about it being borderline treason.
It is. But I'm saying so harms our national security that really it's an incompetence so gross that it borders on treason.
But even if you don't concede that, the scenario he describes fits the definition of treason, at least when it comes, if it's option number 3, the truth. If people are telling the truth,
here's the problem. It comes back to Carl Schmitt's analysis of the nature of political sovereignty, which has been very important to the development of my political philosophy, and it's particularly reflected in my second book, World State of Emergency. If you understand the nature of a political constitution and the actual structure of sovereign power, the way that Carl Schmitt did, you realize that the sovereign of a state is not necessarily an elected official or a particular council that has that responsibility on paper. The sovereign is the entity actually responsible for the welfare of the people and actually capable of acting in a way that preserves the security of the state. So, in point of fact, the president and his executive cabinet are not sovereign. The sovereign are the people who are running the black projects. And they are the ones who are preserving our way of life. And they actually have a different understanding of the constitutional mandate that justifies their sovereign power, okay? So that if you understand treason as a violation of your duty and responsibility to protect the American people and their way of life, it might turn out that they're not committing treason. They're breaking laws that are written on paper, for sure. But it becomes much more complicated when we analyze what the consequences of disclosure would be, especially if people in these black projects are engaged in giving Americans technological parity with a potential enemy that can essentially dominate the airspace and the seas of the entire planet, right? So if they're working quietly but diligently to give us some fighting chance in a potential future confrontation with, you know, the overlords in these UFOs, then who's really committing treason here? Is it those people, or is it the completely incompetent elected officials who are utterly unable to handle the reality of this phenomenon any better than the vast majority of the population who elected them is capable of processing what's actually going on here with the close encounter phenomenon? Right? It becomes a much more complicated question.
Can we have that conversation though? Because it's, even if we don't have the answers, it is the job. It is the import of philosophy to stretch your mind to the limit. Just because you don't know the answers doesn't mean that the question or the potential answers aren't important. And this one is incredibly important. I mean, we don't even know whether the US government proper is in possession of the IP. Obviously, it has eminent domain that it can't enforce since 2023. It can't even pass a UAPDA in its own interests. If you just look at things logically, isn't it clear that the US government, I hate to say this, is cucked? Like the whole thing has been a puppet government. It doesn't seem like it can even enforce its own interests. Let me know if I'm wrong here.
No, you're not wrong. Look, a very long story short, there are three layers. There's the civilian government of the United States that, you know, may be grossly incompetent, but is in good faith trying to work for the American people. Then there's another layer underneath that, which are people who are facilitating the black projects, but who serve in the civilian government and who stop things like the Schumer Amendment from being passed in Congress. They are either elected officials or appointed officials that are in cahoots with the people who run the deep state programs, but who are still part of the civilian government. And a lot of them are in intelligence, but some of them are also people who've been positioned in Congress to make sure, you know, certain legislation like that Schumer Amendment don't get passed. Then there's a third layer underneath that, and those are the actual, you know, black projects, and they were moved out of the civilian government, you know, starting more or less. Well, I mean, it was a process, but, you know, between the 1960s and 1970s, I think almost all of the hardcore black projects were moved into the corporate sector. And so the IP no longer belongs to the civilian government of the United States, nor can government officials get direct access to what's inside those programs, unless they literally like organize a military operation to go storm some facility. And by the way, if they do that, they should be prepared to meet forces that are better equipped than theirs are. So that's the situation, okay, with that. But the more what was the other thing that you were saying?
So the thing I asked is like, is it really just incompetence, or do we lack raw power?
Yeah. Okay. This was the more important point that I wanted to make. Just think about everything we've been discussing today. Okay. The subject matter of my book, Thanosis. Particularly those cases that I was talking about earlier where close encounter experiences overlap with afterlife accounts that we get from, people who've had NDEs and so forth, or some people who've had OBEs. Like, for example, I mean, Robert Monroe, Robert Monroe developed a whole protocol that he himself used to basically astral project with such efficacy that at one point he got such a big picture view of what was going on this planet that he was able to ascertain the fact that we are being, as he put it, loosh farmed. We are being harvested for a kind of energy that we produce on account of our subjection to emotional turmoil. Okay? And that the entities who are loosh farming us are probably, connected to people who are the same people who are carrying out the abductions and who are responsible for some of the more disturbing aspects of close encounters. So just think about that. What percentage of the American population could possibly handle a disclosure of those facts? What would happen? People talk about, and I have, of course, in my book, Closer Encounters, the consequences of revealing zero-point energy. Okay, where, you have a potentially unlimited energy source, which, of course, would be great for the environment, and it would be great in terms of lifting people out of poverty. But this same energy source that you can put in your garage that, is like a tabletop device, this can also easily be weaponized into some absolutely horrific bomb that would make a nuclear weapon look like a firecracker, right? So the security issues around the zero-point energy propulsion of UFOs are bad enough. Then you go into the question of, there are these beings that have this tremendously sophisticated technology and are in control, basically, of the entire planet. And so our governments really aren't sovereign. And all our governments are actually being manipulated. And if we put up a fight against them, we're probably going to lose. And so our whole, conception of being a free and independent people and whatever, the Constitution promises the citizenry is fundamentally undermined. So that's another huge problem that we have that I discussed in Closer Encounters. But frankly, both of those problems pale in comparison to trying to get the majority of people, the vast majority, to process the fact that they're being processed in the afterlife by the same entities that are abducting children into UFOs in the middle of the night. How are you going to tell people that? How are you going to tell? And if you know this, and let's say you've known this since the 1950s, let's say Majestic is a real organization that formed in the late 1940s, and that eventually it branched out into these corporate black projects. And you've got people like Henry Kissinger and Dick Cheney inside this organization, and they know this about human life on Earth. Well, what exactly do you expect them to do? How are they supposed to break that story to the citizenry? Or even allow elected officials that are answerable to the public to, come into possession of that information?
I mean, I think it might be possible, even if it's just through game theory, to answer that question. And the answer is, it is only catastrophic, and the alternative is even more catastrophic. There's catastrophic non-disclosure, which is a breakdown and a total runaway entropic loss of agency, or there is an incredibly painful and politically and sociologically unconscionable catastrophic disclosure, and both are painful. But tell me I'm wrong.
let me be the devil's advocate for a moment, right? As if I'm not often the devil's advocate, but yeah.
We'll get to the devil at some point too.
Being the devil's advocate, right? There's a hell of a case to be made for non-disclosure up to the moment when you have developed as powerful countermeasures as possible, where you have achieved as close to parity with the technology and weaponry of these entities as you possibly can, and up to the moment when a confrontation with them is inevitable. Okay? There's a hell of a case to be made that you should not disclose, if you're that group of people that, you know, used to be called Majestic, you should not disclose until and unless A, a confrontation with these entities is necessary, and B, until you have developed something close to technological and defense parity, where we have a fighting chance in that confrontation. So tell me where there's a flaw of logic there.
There's none, unless, of course, the third. We don't know, or maybe you do, but the third one, whether it's a Fourth Reich deep state, reptilians, the fourth one that holds raw power, if they're captured by the same entity, there is a moral imperative for catastrophic disclosure.
If they're captured by the same
Correct.
entity. Do we know that?
Well, from a logical standpoint, if the government has lost IP and technological supremacy to a rogue deep state, and thereby cannot represent and defend its citizens, which I think, maybe
the citizens are being defended from their own weakness, ignorance, delusion, and stupidity, which will cause this society to completely collapse if there's premature disclosure.
Correct. Correct. But what if we're dealing with a collapse that is unavoidable?
Again, what did I say? Until and unless a confrontation is necessary, and we've given ourselves a fighting chance by developing similar technological capabilities, there shouldn't be disclosure, meaning that if we face a situation where there's going to be a collapse because of, let's say, certain convergent catastrophes, and in the context of that collapse, these entities are going to emerge and they're going to exercise more direct control over the planet, or maybe they are going to engineer the collapse and then exercise more direct control over the planet. At that point, there would have to be disclosure. If there was going to be some attempt to protect the population, and more importantly than that, to protect the liberty of individuals against these overlords who might try to assert their power much more directly than they have in, let's say, thousands of years. So at that point, disclosure would be an imperative. But also, I want you to consider something that we were discussing, a while ago, which is when we were talking about the Collins elite, right? The Collins elite is convinced that the deepest layers of the deep state are in league with fallen angels.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm correct, that the celestial hierarchy, that the angelic control system, which used to be considered the Olympian pantheon or the Hindu pantheon or whatever, still is in India, I guess, considered the Hindu pantheon. If I'm right that these devas or angels or gods or whatever the fuck they want to be called are actually abusive, malevolent, sadistic, tyrannical overlords, and that they have been responsible for regressing and basically weakening and manipulating the human population over the course of all of recorded history, then if the deep state is in league with the people rebelling against them, maybe the deep state, the deepest substratum of the deep state that the Collins elite is afraid of, is actually trying to give us a fighting chance to defend our freedom and independence, particularly here in America, where the ideals of freedom and independence are integral to our whole constitutional structure, to the point where without freedom and independence, the idea of the United States doesn't even make sense.
This is a really important conversation, and it's really the one that needed to be had in 2023, right at the gutting of the UAPDA. This is the only rational conversation to be had the day after you had the 5 obtusables, the 5 mics fuck us over. This is the moment where you need to discern whether your enemy is just a philosopher king or wiser with greater asymmetric tech, or whether the breakaway is even a breakaway from national security, right? Like at some point, continuity of government forgoes even the Constitution and national security. And at that point, to think that your government is for you is delusion. You must be wondering the same thing. Do you know what I'm saying, Jason?
I know
Okay,
exactly what you're saying. Listen, good to go back to Carl Schmitt, preeminent legal theorist of Weimar, Germany. The sovereign, the actual sovereign, not who's elected president, not who, whatever, separation of powers there is that's responsible for executive functions in the government on paper. No. The actual sovereign is he who decides on the exception from the law, and he who determines the enemy, particularly in a state of exception. State of exception means a state of emergency where there has to be an exception to normal, legal, constitutional functioning, where elected representatives and the machinery of constitutional governance cannot address the acuteness of the emergency. And therefore, the sovereign must act in a way that transcends the law, and in particular with a determination of an enemy that poses an existential threat to the people. So what took place in 1947 was the declaration of a state of emergency or an exception from the constitutional order, and the determination of an enemy that poses an existential threat to the American people. And from that moment onward, there has been another structure of sovereignty, an actual structure of sovereignty that underlies this illusion of a representative civilian government that we think is the government of the United States.
Exigent circumstances, would they even justify the assassination of JFK?
100%.
Are you still playing devil's advocate? I just need to know.
Listen, I'm trying to explain to you that there has been a continuity of government. The actual government of the United States in 1947 declared a state of emergency. They formed a group called Majestic. That group, which was, by the way, was formed by the President of the United States, okay? In other words, it happened legally. Legally, the President of the United States formed the group, which became something like, the Knights of the Round Table and a King's Council. And that group took upon itself the responsibility of executing sovereign authority in this country by managing the emergency and by attempting to protect people from the enemy. Now, the enemy turned out to be not just, like space aliens who can traverse the solar system and who have superior weaponry, but it turned out to be people who manage what the fuck happens to you in the afterlife. Imagine having to deal with that kind of an emergency. And you're just like, some elected official, you didn't ask to find out about the Greys and, who are handling dead people in the afterlife and not just flying saucers filled with, children abducted in the middle of the night, right? You're a government left to deal with that. What the fuck are you going to do? What would you do in that situation if you were Dwight Eisenhower?
Do you think Dwight Eisenhower even had the choice, or do you think his military industrial complex wasn't just referring to an MI6?
I think he had the choice. Remember who Eisenhower was. I mean, Eisenhower was the highest ranking military. It's not like look, when Eisenhower talks about the military-industrial complex, he's talking about his own fucking people. Eisenhower was the highest-ranking military officer who was responsible. He was the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, responsible for the entire European theater during the Second World War. Okay, so you know the buck really stopped there, and it was his choice to deal with that situation the way that he did in 1947 and form, you know, Majestic, and from that moment onward, that was the real government of the United States. So there has been a continuity of government. The thing that we hold elections for is a farce. And the question is when the farce is going to end. When and under what conditions is the farce going to end?
But Jason, do you think there's been a double fuck up, that we had a breakaway from the breakaway, and through asymmetric tech, there is a sovereign that is not concerned with anything regarding government, national security,
Here's
but
the
is
problem.
just waiting?
Yes. Here's the problem, is that when you're forced by the situation, frankly, as I just explained, to start operating like a crime syndicate, you also, over time, start to behave like a crime syndicate. You see? So certain structures are set up that look like a mafia or look like an organization of pirates. And it may be that the first generation of people who set that up do it with very good intentions, with noble intentions. You know, you could think of them as kind of like noble liars in the context of Plato's Republic, as the guardians of the Republic who have to engage in noble lies on occasion for the protection of the people, and especially as stratagems in the face of an enemy that would otherwise pose an existential threat, that's, by the way, the context in Plato's Republic where Plato first elaborates the concept of the noble lie. It's a stratagem that mainly serves to defend against an enemy. In any case, the kind of idea that like you have to lie to your own people sometimes in order for the enemy not to gain a strategic advantage over you, right? Because whatever you tell your people, you're telling the enemy, okay? So that's the context in which Plato develops the noble lie. And one can imagine that when an organization like this was first set up, it consisted of, you know, noble-minded people who were dealing with an extremely difficult situation in a way, but that was still motivated by protecting citizens and, above all, defending some semblance of, you know, the freedom and independence that we Americans consider integral to our identity, okay? But in the second generation, and now maybe the third or fourth generation of this organization, as the organization had to be moved from the government into the corporate sector, probably a large number of the individuals involved with it took on more and more of a mafia mentality that's, you know, consonant with the operations of a crime syndicate. And now, the example that's really relevant there is Lex Luthor. So is Lex Luthor really a villain? I mean, he's certainly a criminal. He's a super criminal. But, you know, if you look at how Superman behaves and, you know, what his relation is to people and the way in which he supposedly goes about protecting people from harm, is it possible to just unequivocally and categorically see Lex Luthor as a villain? Or is there a case also to be made for Lex Luthor? And is there a case to be made against Superman? Something worth thinking about, you know, in terms of our own folk mythology that can help us think through, you know, what's gone on in terms of the deeper levels of our power structure.
Jason, I love that as a philosopher, you did not shy away from going to DC Comics, because you can push it further and say, you know, if you're dealing with ethics and the good, are we living in a time where Batman, the vigilante, is really the moral paragon here, or the ethical paragon? In other words, are you Batman?
Exactly. So let me put it to you this way. One could argue that the deepest substratum of our deep state is some cross between LexCorp and Wayne Enterprises. Is that criminal? Absolutely. Might it also be defending our freedom and independence on some level and giving us maybe a fighting chance in some eventual inevitable confrontation with these entities? Absolutely. It's possible.
Okay, so I think we're not everybody in the room, but I and a lot of us here don't accept the narrative or even just the logic of, you know, when the Nordics come or the aliens come and they're like, oh, you guys are babies with matches when it comes to the nukes. And I'm arguing, if you're sending the babies to war, you need to shove a loaded gun into their hands and teach them how to shoot. They're it's not, you can't prove it, but we might be at a place where we're the babies and we're about to go to war, and it's worse to send us to battle and not even have a shot in hell. Are we at a state as a species hitting another inflection point where we have to choose between being drowned in the bathtub by a Munchausen parent that we thought was our caretaker and learning how to shoot and go to war, but we're just toddlers? I'm talking about singularity tech, because this tech, you know, if it were to be democratized, would essentially be loosely equivalent or worse to everybody having a nuclear football, right? Let me know if I lost you here. Is
No, you
this
didn't
a
lose me at
reasonable
all.
metaphor?
You didn't lose me at all. And, you know, I'm a big advocate for our nuclear arsenal. I think that these people who are pushing nuclear disarmament are really doing the bidding ultimately of the devas. Our nuclear weapons are a defense of last resort, which apparently these Nordics are terrified of. And, you know, this is why they're constantly monitoring our nuclear facilities. So, you know, it is a kind of, how can you put it? Well, the motto of the American Revolution was "Give me liberty or give me death," right? So I'd say that should be spray painted onto every one of our nukes. Okay, freedom or death. And, you know, we can deliver death. I mean, we can end all life on this planet several times over. So, you know, there is a way that we can prevent the overlords from taking over and enslaving all of us, right? I mean, is it better to be dead or to live as a slave? I mean, the American revolutionary ethos is it's better to be dead than to live as a slave, right? Come back with your shielder on it. So there's that. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, though, in terms of your metaphor of babies with nukes,
Or babies
is
with loaded guns? Take out the matches, give them loaded guns.
So look, that's a very relevant metaphor, because this same entity, which I just characterized as perhaps being a cross between LexCorp and Wayne Enterprises, is also recruiting children, actual children, to, you know, engage as psionic assets, piloting these, you know, psychotronic guidance systems of UFOs and so forth from underground bases. And so there's a third metaphor that becomes relevant here, and that's the X-Men. Is that whatever this entity is, this, you know, corporate crime syndicate mafia that devolved or evolved from out of Majestic, it's not just like a cross between LexCorp and Wayne Enterprises, it's also like the X-Men, or maybe like Magneto's mutants, insofar as it's willing to use underage people in a manifestly illegal way to gain capabilities that, you know, are not possible to achieve by any other means. And so that's another aspect of this, you know, that we need to process and wrap our minds around.
But Jason, what do you think is going on? Where do you stand?
What do you mean? I just spent the last
I mean,
half an hour telling you what I think is going on.
No, I mean, in terms of agency, I mean, neither you nor I are the national security advisor. I don't have a nuclear football under my bed. Sure, some of us can try, you know, to go over the Maxwellian equations and break a singularity, but, you know, for those who are awake and self-aware, even if we're just looking at 1%, where do we exercise our power if we choose liberty?
Well, I'm a philosopher, so I'm exercising my power in terms of putting out a corpus of writing that, hopefully clarifies some things for people, challenges people to think more deeply, and I've been a very public intellectual in my philosophical project, not just somebody who writes books and, hides away in an ivory tower or in a basement somewhere. So that's what I'm doing because it's suited to my talents and, aptitude and interests. Everyone has to approach the situation from out of, what they're suited to do and, what they're going to be motivated to carry through. So you can only ever answer the question that you're posing to me in a personal way. The answer is going to be different depending on, who's the subject of it.
Totally fair. Let me ask a better question. Sure, we can defend. We can just nuke everything several times over, but the implications of Thanosis are that the battlefield might actually be in the afterlife or on the moon. It sounds really stupid, but I'm going to ask the stupid question: should we actually be going to war on the moon? If our enslavement is a wiping of all of our breakthroughs in intelligence, and we keep on losing it through past lives, are we already enslaved rather than defending freedom?
Yes, and my novella, Artemis Unveiled, little short novel, novella, very, very slim volume. My novella, Artemis Unveiled, opens with the image of a missile bombardment of the moon, which shatters the regolith and blows the astroturf off of this spherical space station floating above us. So you can infer from the fact that I opened the novella that way that I actually think we should do that. And if I were to give Elon Musk the benefit of the doubt, which I don't really want to give Elon Musk the benefit of the doubt, and I frankly don't think very much of him. I think there are various reasons why I think I have reasons to think he's a manipulated tool of the deep state who doesn't even understand the function that he's performing, and that he lives in a certain degree of dissociation. Anyway, let me not go, but in any case, suppose I were to give Elon Musk the benefit of the doubt and assume that he's a lot more intelligent than I think he is, and that he has some kind of a master plan with SpaceX, right? I'd say the master plan would be convince everybody that you're building these rockets to, spearhead a Martian colonization program. But actually, the SpaceX rocket arsenal is being built up for a sudden barrage of the moon. Okay. Now, I'd like to stand corrected on my estimate of Elon Musk's intelligence and ambitions, if that were to actually prove to be the hidden aim of SpaceX as an organization, right? But I'm not optimistic.
He has several companies, and I sometimes wonder if he's not doing what he says with SpaceX, but then he also has Neuralink. Like, he'll be the uploading guy, upload consciousness and send everybody to Mars, but not the way we think.
Well, I would not trust my consciousness with his Neuralink. I'll tell you that much for sure.
Like, he has a lot of redundancy plans, it seems like, for consciousness and humanity. The Boring Company as well.
If Elon Musk wants to convince me that I should use Neuralink, maybe he should demonstrate minimal competence in parapsychological research.
So I, 1 or 2 years ago, it seemed like Elon genuinely was, how does he say it? I don't see any evidence of beings, right? And the cognitive dissonance, just watching it, the vicarious cognitive dissonance is sort of crushing. And we had a moment, I don't know if you've seen these clips or if you saw the interview with Joe Rogan and Jesse Michaels, where Joe Rogan flat out says he's a sly devil. He knows there's aliens. He knows there's programs. Jason, you think he is genuine in his expressed ignorance?
I think that Joe Rogan's expressed ignorance in making that statement is genuine. And I think that Joe Rogan doesn't want to believe that his friend or whatever associate could really be as dense as I think Elon Musk is. That's my assessment. Elon Musk has denied the UFO phenomenon. He has dismissed parapsychology. He is an obtuse materialist with, anyway, let me just stop.
It's okay. You can unleash. You can let it rip. You want
to go back to
going?
where this question came from. To go back to where this question came from.
The actual battlefield.
I do think the moon is absolutely vital, and that we don't stand a chance against these overlords until and unless we can take that space station. We have to take the space station.
I absolutely believe that too, Jason. Yeah. And I'm
that
not.
Thing is the Death Star. That's the Death Star for real.
Yeah.
Until and unless we can seize that, and by we, I literally mean Americans, there's no hope.
Okay. And so now that we've pushed the logical conclusions with our assumptions to the very edge, that has implications for catastrophic disclosure, right? If we're already enslaved, then there's a moral imperative, despite the catastrophic ontological shock, when you're already enslaved.
Yeah, of course there's a moral imperative. Sure. I mean, I don't like to use the word moral imperative. I'd say ethical responsibility. There's an ethical responsibility, but how it's executed, everything comes down to how it's executed. So the ethical responsibility could be to prevent disclosure up until the moment when we've achieved all of the technological development that we possibly can, given the time we have left until the moment of inevitable confrontation with these overlords.
Perfect. I'm with you. But if I can, since we're in this hypothetical realm and I'm dealing with a philosopher, I want to throw quite a big bit of a monkey wrench into this. One of the, there's many different Sumerian accounts of Atrahasis, the flood, many different versions. One of them, I think, the lost account of Enki, the Utnapishtim, one of the flood, hero figures, is told by Enki, talking through the reed hut, that he has 7 days, and unlike the story in the Bible, he appeals to everybody around him, and he lies because he realizes he won't even be able to save his family unless he gets help from everyone to build this ark. And he says, Enlil, the vengeful god, is angry and wants to wage war, and I want to build this ship to appeal to Enlil's vanity and appease him. And the entire city jumps in and helps build the ark, but there's only enough room to save his family. And so despite all the guilt, I don't even know if you can call it a noble lie. Maybe it's an existential lie. If the timeline is actually more like 2 to 3 years and not 20 to 30, all of a sudden we have a different explanation for Elon's Academy Award winning ignorance. And the entire disclosure dance could just be a form of brinkmanship, where the US government is only concerned over continuity of government, not for a nation, but for the remaining survival of maybe 100,000 people. And it's really just over using the psychological pressure and the threat of playing chicken and walking toward the edge of disclosure to try to gain some IP. And all of us have already been deselected for survival. In other words, Jason, when everybody's worried about Optimus robots, uploading our consciousness and we're going to be stuck in silicon, but really I'm saying, what if they're selling us tickets to the Titanic in the way, I think that you believe it happened.
Hold on a minute. No one's selling tickets to anything. Hold on a minute. Suppose exactly what you're saying is right.
Yeah.
Okay? Suppose an assessment's been done that in the inevitable confrontation with these entities, supposing they're going to fight it all, okay? Which, by the way, that already is an assumption. Suppose
I'm talking about a pole shift, Jason. I'm talking about like we have 2 to 3 years left.
No, okay.
And they
hold on a minute. It doesn't matter all that much how many years, whether it's 2 to 3 years or whether we have 20 years left. For the essence of your question, it actually
Yeah,
less
I'm
than
just
half.
talking about betrayal.
The question is this: suppose an analysis has been done by the people who run these black projects, the head of the LexCorp Wayne Enterprises conglomerate, right? That has its own
Yeah.
X-Men unit. Suppose they did an analysis that showed that even with the best technology that they would be able to engineer over the course of the decades that they've been working on it, there is no way they can possibly defend the majority of Americans, let alone the majority of people on the planet. And that the best that they could do would be to build a constellation of vast underground cities connected by, a subterranean maglev system inside vacuum tunnels. And that at a certain time, they will move as many people as they possibly can into these underground cities. And then whoever's left on the surface will be left to fend for themselves in the midst of this confrontation. And then at the end of the confrontation, presuming they're successful in being able to shatter the control system of the Archons, they will move this population back up to the surface from out of the underground cities and reconstitute the United States from out of that. And moreover, since the rest of the world has been devastated, the American vision of the way of life organized around freedom and progress and independence and libertarian ideals is going to wind up setting the standard for the entire globe, because the strongest national ethos that's left on the other side of the conflict is the ethos that was preserved underground by the American breakaway. Suppose that analysis was done and this is the plan that they arrived at. I understand it's very grim. What's your proposed alternative?
I would be fine with it if it included soul level or afterlife emancipation.
Yeah, I'm saying, let's say they've got a plan to take the moon. Let's say
sure,
but they understand that in the course of that war, there's no way they're going to be able to protect 90% of the American population.
Yeah,
and so
even
they've
if it's
made this
99%.
contingency plan, whatever. So they've made this contingency plan, and they've got all these underground cities, and there's a certain point where they're going to try to suddenly move as many people as they can down into those places that they've prepared. And then, they're going to give it their all to use whatever weaponry and technology they've developed to break us free from out of this control system. I'm saying hypothetically, if that
hypothetically
that's been developed, well, nobody's selling tickets to the Titanic there. What's happening is actually they're trying to quietly save as many people from a sinking ship as possible.
Let me clarify just the metaphor. When I say selling tickets to the Titanic, I mean when we have this promise that AI is going to launch us into the next age, right? That's what I mean by selling tickets to the Titanic. That we're actually, all the remote viewing things. You would know way more about this, but a lot of the ones that I've seen aren't us on hoverboards. It doesn't look like Elysium.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
I'm relieved to hear if there's pocketed areas of singularity. Right. But so when I say selling tickets to the Titanic, I'm saying we think these prime robots are for us, but maybe they're not for the moon. Maybe they're for Mars because there's a clock ticking on Earth, and they don't want to be there. They want to be on a safe beach and drink a Mai Tai on Mars. I know that's not the most beach-like place, but you get what I'm saying. What if it's more of a save your own ass and not we're going to fight for freedom and rescue souls on the moon?
Because, Lloyd, it's not going to be the Mai Tai on Mars being served by Optimus robots, because the folks who live on Mars right now are not going to host them. Okay, the folks who live on Mars underground right now are not going to, let a Mai Tai, Optimus robot service beach resort get set up over there. All right, that's not their ethos.
Right. I mean, just emergency, Jason. Like, what if Mars is just about the few 10,000, 100,000 people, and everybody else is like the humanity that can't be saved anymore? That's all I'm saying. Like, what if Plan A for all of us isn't our plan, but it's total abandonment?
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because our planet, and one of the things that you learn when you study the close encounter phenomenon closely, and even the activities of our own American breakaway, is how much can be engineered, not just underground inside mountains, but also under the oceans, in the continental shelves. You know, like our planet is vast and has all kinds of spaces other than the surface that are conducive to human habitation, much more so than the surface of Mars, which is an incredibly hostile place. I mean, the storms that cross the surface of Mars are, you know, they're devastating. So the amount of energy it would take to, you know, colonize Mars without terraforming it first and making it, you know, Earth-like, it far exceeds the effort of just like building some underwater cities, or, you know, cities in the continental shelf or whatever. So I think even as a last resort, they wouldn't go to Mars. They would build an underworld. They would build an underworld, and I think they probably have.
Fringe, I know you wanted to jump in here, even if it's past. I'd love to hear what you were going to say.
No, it was just some housekeeping. Again, we're not here for the Fringe space. We're here for Jason. I wanted you to co-host Tiff, and then because our back channels are compromised, we did have Red up here putting in a request. I know we're waiting on requests, but I wasn't sure if he was doing a YouTube or what was happening with that. So
yeah, I'll just bring Red up. I'm sorry, I didn't even notice. Yeah, Red, if you can hear me, feel free to request, and we'll bring you up.
By the way, Ulrich, would you like to go to open Q&A soon, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I think now's a good time. I want to. Can we do just like 5-10 minutes? I'll look at the clock and
Sure.
We'll start. So, first of all, Jason, can you talk more about the title, Thanosis? I know it's a fusion of Gnosis and Thanos for death, but I have a sense there's more to it, and if it has any future implications, if you can touch on that as well.
Well, it's a fusion of Thanatos. Thanatos means death in ancient Greek, and Gnosis. So Gnosis regarding death, right? Knowledge of death. And the book, look, there's only one chapter that explicitly deals with religion. And in the context of that chapter on religious views of the afterlife, I specifically get into Gnosticism as one of many religions that, you know, has an account of the afterlife. But it's fair to say that even though the book takes a radically empiricist approach, and its arguments are built up from out of the evidence of parapsychology and over a century of psychical research, there is a kind of Gnostic perspective that emerges from out of the research, not in the sense of affirming any kind of metaphysical dualism, because, you know, one of the main lines of argument throughout my entire philosophical corpus involves, as I said earlier, a deconstruction of metaphysical dualism and false binaries like spiritual and physical. But at least insofar as the Gnostics understood and rightly intuited that we're living in a world managed by archons, and that, you know, most people, the God that most people are worshiping is not some beneficent deity, but is in fact some kind of an archontic demiurge, or a demiurgic system that's using archons to manipulate us. The book does have a kind of Gnostic perspective, although I would also argue that it has a kind of, there's a lot of alignment with Buddhism as well. Not because, you know, I like the religion of Buddhism or something. No, simply because I think that, you know, Gautama Sakamuni got a lot of things right about the nature of the soul, and the way in which it is involved with the manifestation of phenomena in the world. In other words, this Anatman idea, the idea that we have no essential self, that there is nothing like an indestructible soul, that there is no kernel of personality that reincarnates from one lifetime to another. And that instead what we are is a kind of pattern of information which can be transferred from one medium to another, but the information can also be split apart and instantiated as two copies, or the two different informational patterns can be integrated into a single finite and ephemeral structure. This kind of understanding of the soul, which Gautama had, is very consonant with what the empirical research of parapsychology points toward if you look at it in an unbiased way. So there are aspects of Thanosis that are Gnostic, and that's partly why I chose that title. But there are also aspects of it that, again, I think align significantly with Buddhist metaphysics.
And Jason, I assume you would agree that the recursive implication of the, what is it called when you fuse two words? There's some fancy term for it, but the recursive implication of that word is that your self-knowledge can't be complete without knowledge of the functioning and the operant mechanisms of the afterlife. That this is something that we need to know now, especially if an amnesic technology is operating against our full agency. Is that fair? That this is, that it's knowledge you need to know.
Yeah, totally.
I'd like to read it. I had a really hard time figuring out passages I could read that wouldn't give away really extraordinary insights, but this one I find really relevant. Is it okay? It's just a couple sentences.
Yeah, sure. Please do.
The future of eschatology is neither theology nor mysticism, but a techne of survival. It is the science and art of authoring our pattern, of forking and merging, of navigating bardos and archives, of refusing lethe. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, lethe.
Lethe, of refusing lethe and seizing mnemosyne. To those who imagine this Promethean program hubristic, I reply, only in such audacity is human dignity preserved. For without it, we are but livestock in a cosmic farm, our tragedies rendered into louche for the moon. With it, we may yet wrest the fire of immortality from the hands of the archons and become at last sovereign over death itself. I think this is really at the very edge and also at the very heart of disclosure. There is a centrality of techne and spirit that humanity needs to figure out. And if we don't figure out the implications, the consequences are can't be overstated.
I agree. It was a great choice of passage, Ulrich.
Yeah, it would really suck if I picked a bad one, because yeah, the fact that you just chose this topic for your next book meant a lot to me, Jason. All right, we're about to bring people up, but I want to ask you about the future, and I know there's so many moments where I wanted to like throw a lasso around you and pin you down, because there was a portal moment. There was one portal moment. You know what I mean when I say portal moment? You had a pause that lasted about 5,000-6,000 years in the last space. That was one of my favorite moments. You had another one in this space, but there was. Look, I'm just gonna fucking say it. You're obviously an experiencer, and I had that sense from the very first interview I watched of you. And I know you're not even going to try to deny it. And nobody's entitled to anybody's experiences. But I feel like, I feel one, that what am I trying to say? I feel like there is an experience that you've had that you know something, not like you know something's going to happen on a certain date, but you're seeing a little bit over the event horizon. And this might just be my male or female intuition, but I feel you've peered a little bit over the event horizon, and probably with good reason that you haven't like talked about it. But I feel there's something that you understand about how things are going to unfold. And I was wondering what you're willing to reveal, even if it's entirely noetic, intuitive, even if it's just 1% certainty. I feel there's something, you've looked into the looking glass, and I feel like it would be really helpful for us to see some of it.
Yes, that's true. I've had to be very careful about it because, again, I'm a philosopher, and, you know, in the real sense of the word, too many people are scholars who work in the domain of philosophy and who aren't really philosophers. But it's also true that there are a shit ton of people who claim to be philosophers who have not the least bit of scholarly rigor or competence or any kind of proper intellectual analytical ability, and who certainly aren't basing their arguments and the crafting of their idea, to the extent they even form new concepts at all, they're not basing them on empirical evidence that's been, you know, I don't want to say objectively assessed, because of course there are problems with the very concept of objectivity that I've highlighted, you know, in various writings of mine. But they haven't rigorously engaged with evidence and tried to build their arguments carefully from out of, you know, some tangible, observations and experiments and so on and so forth. So I've had to be very careful, you know, as a philosopher who's a scholar, that I don't base, you know, most of my arguments and, you know, my research and writings on personal experiences or intuitions that I've had, which isn't to say that I haven't had them. And I mean, I wrote an entire novel based on these things, but I framed it as fiction. And in fact, most of it is fiction. Most of it's embroidered, you know, fictionalized, and fleshed out with a lot of imagination. But I wrote a large novel based on some of the experiences that I've had, some of the unusual experiences that I've had. So it's not like I haven't written anything about it. But again, you know, it was framed as fiction. So yes, I mean, I have had some interesting experiences. You know, I mean, I'm not going to give you a laundry list of them. If there's anything in particular that you want to know, I can think about whether it's something that I would be, you know, willing to share. The other thing about Thanosis, and the question you asked me at the very outset about why I wrote this book now, is that in a way, although it's the most important subject, it is also the subject that you should handle last as a thinker. It's in a way the most difficult subject. Because it's frankly, what it is a confrontation with death. And so I suppose after having written 15 books and, you know, done, I don't know, whatever, over 100 podcasts over the last decade or so, I'm at a point where I probably am more willing to discuss some of the stranger things that have happened to me. But, you know, it's always a balancing act, because it is possible that I could find myself in the relatively near future in a position where I have to assume certain responsibilities, and I don't want to compromise, you know, my, you know, efficacy in performing such a function, if I should have to do so, by, you know, saying too many things that that become, you know, fodder for the worst kind of elements that just are not interested in any real solution, and just want to tear things down or want to reinforce the existing control system because they themselves are already so compromised by it and so enmeshed in it that freedom is the thing that they fear most. So I have to be a little bit careful. But if there's anything in particular that you're interested in asking.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think, or I hope I'm not coming from a place of entitlement. I think these types of experiences can be the most intimate.
No, of course you are not. And if you and I were having dinner, it would be an entirely different matter, but we're in a public space.
I've noticed. I've noticed that Twitter's pretty public. So I'll tell you what I'm pointing towards. One, this is more a matter of curiosity. I can feel a portal-sized hole burning in everybody's minds. Whatever you can or you want to share about whatever more you can or want to reveal about the portal, but more intuitively closer to my heart is my sense is, and it's interesting what you brought up. Essentially, you're saying that what you reveal, the information, can not just recursively but also retrocausally alter your timelines, right? Like the very fact is the only what was it that Jesse Michael says? The only ways out of the prison are high energy physics and consciousness. Well, if consciousness is software, then it is just the arrangement of information that determines intelligence, and it is just this intelligence that allows you to go forward and back in time. And so, to a certain extent, our freedom and our power depends on putting this fucking puzzle piece together. So I get you're managing your future and what you're saying and what you're not saying. But my sense is that you have insight, and you brought up William James. I don't know whether you consider him a philosopher or not, but he's definitely, he was one of the first people to make a point about internal empiricism, right? And so I'm not holding you to this as a hard external or internal empiricism, but my sense is you have you have a sense or knowing, you have some sort of information about how the breakdown of American society or maybe humanity at large politically, my sense is you have an intuition or some sort of experience about how the collapse and the war and the battle, especially when it comes to information and disclosure and sovereignty and technological and spiritual enlightenment, will unfold in a level of detail that I think most people aren't even considering. Just let me know if I'm full of shit.
No, that's true. But I've never based anything on it. And, like I said earlier in discussing the cases of future life progression that I cover in Thanosis, which converge with, the accounts of ACE remote viewers who've done, longer term future precognitive remote viewing. At least at the time when they did those sessions, it was a future that was longer term. Now it's catching up with us. But, a lot of the things that are in those accounts are some things that I have glimpsed myself. I've had precognitive visions. I've had some clairvoyant experiences. I've experienced various forms of psi. Not a lot, but I've had those kinds of experiences, and I appear to have some fragmentary past life recollection from maybe 6 or 7, what appear to be 6 or 7 lifetimes that I can more or less place historically, which also afford me a certain degree of interpretive insight when looking at the arc of history and where we're likely to go based on where we have been. So there are all of those different types of, experiences that,
So I have something concrete, Jason. I read Eros Sophia. By the way, this is the book you absolutely should not read as your first work of Jason's. Sorry. I had to do it. Whatever you do, don't read Sophia first. I read it first, and I was hooked.
Please
But
don't.
I've
And
is it true?
I wish you hadn't even said that, because now people will go out of curiosity to go try to read it. But
I,
please do not read that book if you haven't read, a number of my other substantive, more rigorous writings first.
but Jason, when you said it, it was some interview, I can't remember. You said you knew people who literally went insane after they read that book.
No,
I had
Psychotron. No, my novel Psychotron drove a few people in.
Psychotron.
Yeah, Psychotron.
That's going to be my next one. But and then we'll bring people up. But concretely, if in Sophia, you have in a parallel universe, you have a daughter. I wanted to ask you if you had children right now. Let's say you had one who was 3 and one who's like 17, 18. Doesn't matter, male, female. What would you tell them, like in terms of wisdom? If you had to give them some kernel of wisdom for, let's say, the next unfolding 2 to 5 years, what would you tell them?
First of all, I would try to ensure their physical security. In other words, I would make sure that they're not in certain parts of the country or certain parts of the world. And so I would try to get them set up in a place where they're going to be more secure than most people for as long as possible. Secondly, and I hate to say this as a philosopher and, somebody who's, in some ways kind of an egghead, I would have to tell them to focus on practical skills and develop as many practical, including survival skills as possible. That's the second thing. The third thing is that I would say that they should try. Somebody has an open mic. The third thing, I would say that they should try to cultivate as much integrity as possible in a very specific sense. I'm not using that word in a moralistic way. Integrity in the sense of not living in cognitive dissonance, to cultivate a very clear sense of who you are, why you do what you do, making sure the things that you do make sense together as part of some overarching rationale, and be very clear on what's motivating you. So these are the three things. 1, physical safety. I would get them to a place that's safe, and a lot of places are not going to be. 2, that they should cultivate practical skills, including survival skills. And 3, that they should cultivate and discipline themselves to be as coherent and cohesive a person as possible.
And would 4 be to be really clear on what they're dying for?
That comes with 3. Because you cannot, and Martin Heidegger had this absolutely right in Being and Time. It's a very dense, abstruse, some often abstract and convoluted work to read. But one of the points that he makes most clearly and dramatically in that book is that you cannot possibly become an authentic individual without contemplating death. You cannot know what you're living for unless you know what you would die for.
Jason, thank you for being generous and forthcoming and patient with me, for coming back into the doom space. There's 7 people in the queue. We're going to bring people up one by one, so just don't get frustrated. Fringe, go ahead. But I just wanted to say thank you. This has been extraordinary, and it means a lot to me, and I think it means a lot to a lot of people.
My pleasure, Ulrich. It's a very unique space. The dynamics of this long form, sort of open forum kind of discussion, it's very different in a subtle, qualitative way from other podcasts. So I appreciate the opportunity.
That was my goal. And there's one thing I forgot, and it's kind of a big mistake, but I was supposed to ask you in the very beginning what you wanted to get out of this interview. And there were just so many tech mistakes. I didn't settle down and get into the groove. It's not over yet, but if you could answer it now, what would you like out of this?
I've already gotten it. And people who listen to my other podcasts and who listen to this carefully, with subtle attention, will see how it was a forum that allowed me to express things in ways that I haven't been able to in other contexts. So, I hate to quote the Gospels, but he who has ears, let him hear.
Good. And if there's anything else that you think of, just ask for it while the space is open or afterwards. So we have some people with their hands up. Just in case it's related to the stream, I'm going to go first to Panda. Red Panda, go ahead. And by the way, Jason, Red is one of the people who posted the stream up from last time.
I'm gonna have
Red,
to do it after the fact, by the way, too, because sorry, I
That's
messed
no big
up.
deal,
But
man. That's no big deal.
if you want other people to go first, they can. I think Fringe had her hand up. If not, I could go.
Yeah, Red Panda, thank you. So we'll go Fringe, Aaron, and then Red. Fringe, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we get to some of the questions from the chat before we start letting other speakers up for questions.
Let's do that. Do you wanna pick some, Fringe?
Yeah, I can wait for Red and then Aaron, and then just get to a couple of the purple pill questions before we let the rest of the speakers up. And I am reluctant to announce that Gabe the Babe was here first in the space, and he put in his request first, even though he left and came back. I'm sorry to announce that he's actually first. If we're doing it, first come, first serve, Ulrich, it's up to you.
Yeah, we're doing first come, first serve. I'm gonna be depending on your and Tiff's, and Aaron, you're doing a lot managing the tech, but if you can help me keep track of those single digit positive integers, that would help. But yeah, and we have a lot of people. We have 10 people in the queue, so keep your questions brief, but I think it's a good idea. So what are you thinking? Like, we bring up one person, but we do 3 questions first, something like that? Three quick questions in the chat, live person. Does that
Yeah,
feel right?
that works.
Okay.
I'm good with whatever you want. I just don't want to forget about the questions in the chat.
Yeah, and thank you for helping me manage those. All right, so we'll do Aaron, Panda, and then we'll bring up a first person, but we'll do questions from the chat, rapid fire, or however long you want to spend on it, Jason. Oh, and by the way, Jason, whenever you need to, take a break, use the bathroom, these are UFO people. Like, we can hold the space. You know what I mean? Like, just either chat us or unmute. Like, by
Yep,
all means,
I'm
don't
good. Go
suffocate.
ahead, Ulrich. Go ahead.
Okay. All
But
right.
but
Aaron, go
let's just go ahead and let Jason know that it would be a tragic mistake for you to actually take your phone into the bathroom while you remain a speaker in any space that you might find yourself in, because our mics have a way of unmuting themselves and we become privy to whatever you're doing in there. I mean, it's up to you, but I just want to put that warning out there for you.
That's a fair
Thank you,
warning.
Fringe. I wouldn't be that stupid.
Yeah. Aaron, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so Jason, I'd love to know, I mean, all the philosophical perspectives aside, what is your current personal perspective when your avatar, your Jason Jorjani avatar, takes his last breath? What is your experience? What do you think your experience is going to be at that moment and after that?
Man, oh man, I really do try to answer questions honestly, and you're putting me in a position where, oh fuck. All right. Well, so I'll tell you what I'm going to try to do. I'll be very brief about it. Okay? And I didn't lay this out explicitly in this way in Thanosis, but I gave people all the building blocks to figure it out for themselves. So if you read the book, you will be able to make sense out of the crazy shit that I'm about to tell you, and reconstruct in more detail what I'm about to lay out would entail in a more specific way. What I would do is, first of all, one would have to have prepared by intensely remote viewing or precognitively and clairvoyantly accessing a place and time in the future where one would want to be reincarnated, down to the family that you would want to be born into. And, especially important would be, you would have to identify who your future mother would be. And I think you would have to have repeatedly gone to this future and eavesdropped on it and been able to shift your focus to it, to then be in a position where when you die, you basically astral project to that place and time in the future. And you would have to have, see, this is kind of tricky, because suppose you were able to identify a moment when the best prospective mother living under the optimal conditions in the best place and time, for you to be born as that person's child, to carry out whatever objectives you have, you would have to have an awareness of at what point this woman is going to become pregnant, and what opportunity you have to basically possess the fetus. And then there's also a telepathic element involved here, where if you study Ian Stevenson's cases, you see that there are quite a number of cases where a disembodied, deceased person starts to telepathically communicate with the individual who's going to be his future mother. And there's a degree of telepathic communication and entanglement that takes place psychically and emotionally between, a soul that wants to be born through a certain person and, the mother that they're going to enter the world through. So you would also have to engage in that, and then basically sort of imprint yourself on and entangle yourself with the fetus, and hold that fixation for long, because during fetal development, I think a person goes in and out of the mother's body a lot. It's not like your consciousness, from the moment you get attached to a developing embryo, you're just in your mother's womb until you're born. It doesn't work that way. You wind up slipping in and out of that state. And so you would need to be able to hold the focus and the entanglement, on some level, enmeshment, for long enough, to then be born as that person's child. So, and there are other elements, of a certain kind of protocol that I would enact to be born at the right place at the right time as the right person's child. That's short answer to your question.
I appreciate. I just want to say I don't think that's crazy at all. That's surprisingly very similar to things I've contemplated and engaged in for many years at this point, and that is also the best way I've worked out to see if what that would look like transitioning into the next dynamic. So I very much appreciate you articulating that clearly. There's a general process you described there, and that's totally fine. That is what I was trying to elicit. Obviously, if you contemplate the way I have, you may have some specifics for yourself, and you're certainly entitled to keep those to yourself. I appreciate you articulating it that way. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. That was an amazing question, and that was an amazing answer, Jason. Red, go ahead, man. What's your question for Jason?
Great, thank you. I actually have two, and I'll make them really quick. The first one is about something Jason has said recently about 23andMe and Kit Green, and this is Mike. I'm sure you probably already know what I'm talking about with that, but for the room too, in the greater context, there's these stories we're hearing more and more of like experiencers being lied to, basically deceived to get their blood in the hands of people like Kit Green and Gary Nolan. And I found your conclusions about what they're up to very interesting. So I'm curious how you came by that information about what Kit Green and 23andMe are up to, and just let the people know, as you understand it, what they're up to on that front.
Sure. Good to hear from you, Red Panda. You obviously do amazing work, and I'm glad
Thank
we're
you.
getting a chance to interact. I was told by somebody in the program, okay, with direct experience of this program. And what they're doing is they have, look, I don't know if they're still doing it. I mean, this was some time ago that I was told this, and I know that the program had been running for a number of years. But what I was told was that they had backdoors into Ancestry and 23andMe and, similar gene collecting companies, genetic analysis companies, DNA collecting companies that do genetic analysis, and that they use the backdoor, they being Kit Green and a certain division of the CIA, use the backdoors they have into these programs to scan the databases of genetic material for a specific deviation from normal that they know to be the genetic marker of the Nordics. And they're doing this because they know that a significant number of Nordics have escaped the civilization that they're living in and have migrated to the United States through what was described to me as some kind of an underground railroad, like by analogy to how the slaves left the South during the Civil War. And that these Nordics are settling in certain parts of the country, particularly the Colorado Rockies. I mean, that's an area they like in particular. And that they're in some cases indistinguishable from tall, good-looking Nordic people, so they marry Americans and they have hybrid children with them. And a lot of these children and grandchildren have no idea what their real ancestry is. So they go and they get these tests done without consulting with their parents or their grandparents. And what Kit Green and these people are interested in, or at least what I was told, is that they are worried about the infiltration of our society by these hybrids, and they're looking to identify them. Now, what they might do with them once they identify them, I don't know, but there's a lot of concern on the part of these Nordics about what might happen to their children or grandchildren, and their attitude is that they just came to this country to provide a life of peace and freedom and prosperity to their children. A life with less coercion and control and hierarchy than is present in their own sort of collectivistic and tyrannical civilization.
All right, thank you. And so for my second question, it was about Peter Thiel, and I think you had made a post recently, like you're going to expose Peter Thiel. And I guess I'm just curious, what's your thoughts about his role, especially in this field, ufology? Seems like he's funding and maybe even secretly funding a lot of things. People even say he's behind Enigma Labs, which maybe even ties into our earlier thing. What's your understanding of Peter Thiel's interest, influence, goals with this field, and I guess broader?
His involvement is very significant. And let me just give him a last opportunity to seriously consider whether he wants to continue his present course of action, or whether he would be open to seriously re-examining his thought process when it comes to how he has enlisted his considerable resources in influencing the disclosure discussion. It's something he should seriously think about, because at a certain point, and it won't be today, at this moment, I may decide to publicly discuss at length and in depth what exactly he's been up to, in terms of shaping the disclosure process. So leave that as a note to Peter Thiel, in case anybody who I know who knows him, who might be listening to this, and certainly there are people I know who know him quite well, might want to bring it to his attention that his time is running out in terms of reconsidering his course of action.
There is a level of hypocrisy, I assume, that causes extreme distaste when the man who complains about technological and intellectual stagnation in the world of atoms, and that we've only made progress in the world of bits, for him to hold a position on NHI and disclosure that just reemphasizes that stagnation is just incredibly hypocritical. I assume this is part of what you're talking about.
I'll say this. I'll say this, and I'll say it as respectfully as possible. He's a deeply confused man, deeply confused. And the window of opportunity for him to gain some clarity is closing fast.
All right. I think I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't want to push you into the fire. I'll say it privately to you, Jason. I don't want to breach any trust here.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to drop down. Great space.
And great question. I know I was supposed to ask the Peter Thiel one. I'm so glad you came up and asked it. Fringe, I'm going to bring one person up, and it looks like it has to be Gabe. There's 9 more people in the queue. Hang in there. And we're going to ask all of you guys to be as direct and efficient as possible. We're going to keep it to one question for now, and just manage my expectations, Jason. When you're running low on time, just tell me so I can manage the people coming up with questions.
You got it. Go ahead.
So Gabe is coming up. It's a bit of a delay. He'll be up here in about 5.
Yeah,
5
before we get to Gabe, Doomer.
Yeah, we'll ask the questions and Gabe will hang tight. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have Gabe hang tight. I'm going to take Gabe's question, and then let's bring up Aaron next. He also had a question in my queue, so we'll get Gabe and Aaron going out of my bookmarks. So I just have 2 then before we get to Gabe, and the first one is more of a statement, but I'm interested in Jason's thoughts on this statement, and then just a really short question. So the first one is regarding, I think this is going to go back to the thought that there's some type of maybe military industrial complex, black program type entity that might actually be trying to save us or save the human race. And here's the statement: the flaw in logic is the assumption that you have or are given the time to develop a solution to counter the NHI threat. By making those humans in power believe they have that time, you can keep that secret by using their own intention against them, which just leaves the population vulnerable. The weakness of that tactic is that you put all your marbles comfortably in the hands of the NHI, giving you the time to develop countermeasures. In reality, you are just a sucker thinking you are being given the opportunity to rebel or overthrow their dominance, which is like pie in the sky thinking. You'd ultimately be better off telling the population, because the population is integral to survival, not the minority, which would be fully informed gatekeepers. It doesn't take a high IQ to assess the gatekeepers mean well, but they have placed their marbles in the hands of the NHI, and they are banking on time they have not secured. No intelligent strategist would choose that path, as is evident in real life. What are your thoughts on that, Jason?
It's possible. I would never be so arrogant as to say that that is not a possible interpretation of what has happened. That may in fact be what's happened. That would be extremely grim, though, because it would mean that the overlords are totally in control, and they are, their knowledge is so comprehensive, and their surveillance capabilities are so ubiquitous that they are aware of every measure that's being taken to achieve parity with them. And they're confident that none of the measures that have been taken, none of the innovations, breakthroughs, discoveries, developments that the black projects have achieved come anywhere close to posing a real threat to them. That would be a pretty grim picture. It's especially grim because I disagree with you that, or with this statement, that simply telling the population when elements of the deep state figured this out would have been a good idea. Because if you put yourself back in the 1950s, as the US government is learning not just about the pilots of flying saucers abducting children in the middle of the night from out of their families' homes, but also discovering, as I think they did early on, that this is the same phenomenon that extends back through the Bible. I think they figured that out by the mid to late 1950s, when Morris Jessup, was writing about UFOs in the Bible and so forth. And you have to explain to a predominantly Christian population that manipulative overlords are actually the angels in the Bible, which of course, I think you can conclude that from the Bible yourself. But people's moral perspective has been so warped that, you would then have to explain to the population that a group of controllers poses an existential threat to the United States, and that those people are the angels of the God that you worship. Well, you're immediately then turning the majority of Americans against their own government. Or if people are sufficiently appalled by compelling evidence that these beings are abducting their children out of their homes in the middle of the night and conducting various experiments on them and so forth, then you're going to have the masses sort of psychotically turn on, the religion that's the social fabric of, the American, culture. And that's an extremely volatile situation to have to manage. And then finally, if all of that wasn't bad enough, if you tell them, well, look, these entities actually have a certain degree of control over the afterlife. And as I detail in Thanosis, they can produce fake simulacra of your dead relatives, in order to manipulate you after you die. That's just utterly horrific. Like, if you told people that in the 1950s, especially before all of the sci-fi and horror narratives that have helped to prepare people's consciousness during the intervening decades, I think you would have mass hysteria and psychosis, and basically the social fabric would probably disintegrate. So, I don't think that was really an option. And so if that wasn't an option, and the overlords are basically letting the Black projects labor under the delusion that they're ever going to achieve anything like a defensive or offensive parity technologically with these entities, well, then, it's a pretty depressing picture, Fringe. And I don't have any reason to think that that's what's going on. And considering how depressing a picture it is, I would choose to believe it's not what's going on. Because look, worst comes to worst, I will act on the assumption that we can still do something about this situation. And, it turns out that we can't. And so what? So at least I was motivated to make an effort to do something, to try to, prevent us from being completely and overtly, ensnared by these overlords through the course of whatever apocalypse is on the horizon.
I appreciate that as well. I mean, no matter how powerful these entities are, and they're extremely powerful, power beyond words. I still keep up the fight. I still have hope, and I still stay in the game. I'm not willing to give up or roll over and pee on myself either. So I do have a couple questions of my own, and then one last question, Ulrich, before we get to Gabe. One of my questions, Jason, is: are you convinced that this pseudo realm of theatrics that a lot of near-death experiencers experience, and abductees seem to experience that same realm, are you convinced that's actually the afterlife realm? I am not convinced that it's the afterlife realm, and I'm wondering what you think about that.
Again, I'm a radical empiricist, so I'm not 100% convinced of anything. And I think that it's bad form for a philosopher to be 100% convinced of anything. And that's where I think somebody like Kant becomes awfully certain, for a philosopher. I mean, he is one, but he's so yeah. I'm not 100% convinced, but I'm pretty sure. Would I? Look. Here's the answer, right? I mean, or rather, here's the question: would I bet my soul on it? Yeah, absolutely. I would be willing to bet my soul on it. Clearly, I mean, if not, I wouldn't have written this book, right? So that's how convinced I am.
And my last question, how about with Bob Monroe and his experiences? Are you open to the possibility that he was actually being deceived, at least in some of his experiences, by the entities,
Oh
considering
yeah.
he's in that
Oh
very
yes.
same realm, right?
Oh, very much so. So I think, I looked at Bob Monroe's sessions and the writings that came from out of them in Thanosis. I believe at two separate points in the book, I engage with Monroe. Somewhere toward the middle of the book, and then I come back to him in the context of the protocols that I suggest at the conclusion of the book. And what I think about Monroe in a nutshell is this, that he saw the loosh farming system. And I mean, he says this himself. It scared the shit out of him. I mean, he was absolutely horrified by the loosh farming system that he saw. And then these other in-spec entities, which, it's his shorthand for intelligent species. And these other supposed in-spec entities tried to explain to him why the system is set up the way that it is. And they gave him this supposed guided tour of the future and tried to put him more at ease with the mechanics of loosh farming and how it would eventually reorganize life on the planet. And I suspect that that later narrative delivered to him when he's already terrified by these inspecs is some kind of a deception. And that even if they presented to him certain veridical glimpses of a future that they intend to bring about, the interpretation of that future that they led him on to have, in a state of traumatic terror, was a deception that was meant to put him more at ease with what he had glimpsed, the horrible thing he had glimpsed behind the curtain to begin with.
Agreed. All right. So I have one more question from the audience. And the question is basically, what are your thoughts as to President Trump, pro or con? And then just for housekeeping, we have Gabe, Aaron, Daz, and Nathaniel first up.
The problem is that, if he's removed, let's just put it that way, in one way or another, what are we going to be left with? That's the issue, is that, I mean, there are certainly no Democrats that could be handling the situation better than he's handling it. I mean, yeah, Gavin Newsom is a very slick professional. He's very well-spoken and, can project a certain aura of charisma, except for, in the eyes of those Californians who know how incompetent he's been as governor. Okay, on the face of it, he's more presidential in some ways than Trump is. But in terms of effective action and being able to take sovereign responsibility over something like, disclosure, or the very connected issue of the impending technological singularity, or what kind of reset may be forced on us to prevent both disclosure and the technological singularity, I don't see anybody on the Democrat side who's more fit to handle that than Trump. And then in terms of the people who you see around and underneath Trump, what happens if he's removed? I mean, do you really want J.D. Vance as president? Do you know who controls J.D. Vance? And J.D. Vance is not an independent entity. J.D. Vance is a creature of Peter Thiel. J.D. Vance as president means Peter Thiel is running the United States, okay? And, that goes back to what questions somebody asked earlier and, how Peter Thiel is involved with the disclosure. Point being, I think J.D. Vance as president would be far more dangerous than Donald Trump. So, and then you look at some of the other people around him. I don't know. Look, the problem is, what's the alternative? That's my answer to what I think of President Trump.
And that's a good answer. Ulrich, did we lose you? Or are we going with Gabe the Babe, first up in the queue?
Yeah, no, you did not lose me at all. Let's go to Gabe. Gabe, welcome.
Thank you, Jason. First of all, I want to say I value and respect your work. Arenian Leviathan is a masterpiece. However, I disagree with some of your points, and I think it'd be better, you'll understand by the type of question I ask. I'm known for asking difficult questions, and so my question is, there are allegations that there are Nordics or individuals or species, or a species that looks exactly like us, and that in fact could actually just be us, humans, a human species, working alongside these other alien species that might also possess a technology to traverse the stars in the same way. What do you think is the reason why we are here and they are on the ship? And as a follow-up, do you think they accomplished that by going to war with those NHI?
So let me see if I understand the question correctly. Are you asking whether I think that the people who look like us, who are on UFOs, gained that kind of capability by going to war with other aliens who don't look like us?
Yes.
That's a very interesting question.
Thank you. I had Eric Weinstein on last week.
You know what the problem
so
with
open
that
invite.
is? You know what the problem with that question is? It involves deep time and a broken timeline. I mean, we discussed this in the first space. That, and I detail it in my book, Closer Encounters, that clearly there was a humanoid, basically, quote unquote, Nordic civilization on Mars 100 million years ago or more. And an argument could be made that that civilization seeded Mars from out of the future, that the people who showed up on Mars when it was still a living planet and built cities there and developed a civilization were actually from Earth, and that they time traveled into the distant past when Mars was still alive and subsequently settled the planet. And then those same people later became refugees who returned to Earth, a kind of odyssey, okay? And if you consider the fact that, one of the other pieces of lines of evidence that I look at briefly in Thanosis are Mandela effects, Mandela effects, which I discussed in Closer Encounters, instances where people have memories of an alternate past or an alternate present that, corroborate the idea that there are edits to the timeline. So that this hyperdimensional technology that UFOs represent is being used also to revise timelines. So if you consider the depth of time that the Nordics go back to, right, to, potentially 100 million BC, something like that, and you consider the fact that that timeline has also been repeatedly rewritten, it's very hard to answer the question that you're asking. Because if that conflict took place, in other words, if people like us wrested this technology from out of the hands of an older alien race, that struggle would have taken place a very long time ago. And if I were to just speculate, let's just for a moment imaginatively speculate on what that would have looked like. I would say the greatest likelihood would be that it was a race of intelligent dinosaurs, that the dinosaurs had achieved a technological civilization before they were wiped out, and that somehow humans from the future, it becomes very convoluted, but it would be something involving humans from the future engaged in a power struggle with the intelligent dinosaurs, defeating them and taking superior technology that they had. And a scenario like that might help to explain who the hell these reptilians are, because whoever they are, they're very angry at humans. And, one can imagine that, they would be if, in fact, their technology was stolen and their future was stolen from them by, Nordics in the distant past. There have been, I think, remote viewers who've said that the Nordics engineered the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Gabe, yeah.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Well, the reason why I bring this up is, wouldn't it be more likely that perhaps just the way they seated us here, they could have seated us on a different planet, and that we're looking at our cousins who developed in a way that is more, or that encourages technological innovation and fair system of government more than we do.
You mean that there are Nordics out there who are more progressive and more affirming of innovation and so forth than the society on Earth?
That they're ruled by communist systems, and they found that it's more efficient than what we have here.
I have heard some things like that in the close encounter literature. There are cases where contactees have been told this by some of the Nordics, that we have a communistic society that functions much better than yours, and there's no corruption, and so and so. But those, even internally, those accounts don't seem to reflect as innovative and as dynamic a society as we have in Western civilization on Earth. I mean, if you look at the details of those accounts, the way they describe education in their society and agriculture and how jobs are allotted and all this, it seems to me like I don't know, a not very, like a Stalinist version of the Soviet Union or something like that, with a big emphasis on the quasi-feudal peasant element to it. So yeah, I don't find those accounts to be very inspiring. And more importantly, I wouldn't trust any of them, because these Nordics tell anybody anything. I mean, if you look at the whole history of different things that they've told contactees, there are so many contradictions and various divergent accounts that these people use to inspire awe and confidence in the individuals that they're contacting. And by the way, Jacques Vallée very aptly remarked in Passport to Magonia that the fairies were known for this, that the gentry, in Ireland and Brittany and so forth, were notorious for lying to people, that they would, basically the people knew that they were constantly being spun a yarn by, these gentry. So I wouldn't trust their accounts in any case.
Couldn't the same be said about us?
Sure, but we're us. Like, I'm with us, okay? And we have plenty of liars and con artists, but there are people, they're my people. Like, we have trustworthy people and we have con artists, but in any case, they're all our people. Those folks are not our people. And, by all accounts, if you look at what they've done masquerading as angels in the Bible and the Quran, what they've done, as in the guise of Hindu gods to build up that caste system religion, or the cults they set up in Mesoamerica. These are not beneficent folks. These are not, by and large, minus the rebels who broke from their program, these are not good folks. So I don't trust them in the least.
Could that perhaps be explained by a difference in development of technology? And I
No, I
point
don't
to
think
the effect of the cargo cults that result
cargo cults
from our
if you read the
interventions.
Bible, you read the Bible carefully. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Ezekiel, Joshua. These are not cargo cults that are doing the things described. This is the direct intervention of angels. The word simply means messenger. And these angels, they don't have wings and weird, people confuse the chariots Ezekiel described with the angels. No. The angels look just like people, except really beautiful people. 3 of them come and have a conversation with Abraham, and 2 of them go to retrieve Lot from Sodom, and they're so beautiful that the lecherous men want to have sex with them. They're people, and they're up to no good. Their MO is extremely sadistic and tyrannical, no matter what guise they're appearing in, whether as angels or devas or whatever, Olympian gods.
Thanks, Gabe. Let's get to our next question.
Next person is Aaron. Aaron, thank you for being so patient. And for the other 2, do me a favor, just so I can manage the expectations for everybody else. If you can raise your hands, Nathaniel and Daz. Oh, Daz, you already have yours up. If you can just find the solid hand emoji, Nathaniel. Aaron, thanks for being so patient, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I got 2 questions. One is, does consent play an active role in our fate now in this life or the next?
Of course. I mean, consent in the sense that, consent in the sense of agency, but not like these new age narratives where, the people who died in the Holocaust must have somehow consented to go through that harsh experience because it was karmically necessary for their development. That's deranged slop being peddled by New Agers. And it's really, if you think about the psychology of a belief like that, it's extremely warped. So not consent in the sense that, you signed a soul contract before coming into the world that, you were going to be child raped. No. I don't see any evidence for that whatsoever. And I think that the people who promulgate such a belief system have really warped minds.
In what sense then?
Consent in the sense that since you have agency, although our free will is impinged upon by so many different factors, impinged upon by biological factors, by psychological complexes, by adverse material conditions. I mean, our will is very constrained, but still fundamentally we have agency, and therefore we have responsibility. And so the failure to take responsibility is a question of ultimately consent. I mean, if you're in a bad situation,
my question is this, though. My point is, what I'm wondering is, can we withdraw consent in being part of this loose farm factory?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And this is, I understand this is deeply disturbing to people. There is no individual way out. And I go into this specifically at the heart of Thanosis. There's a remote viewing session that was conducted by Brett Stewart's team, where you see this very clearly. His entire team described something that lines up actually very well with some of the abduction research that was done by Carla Turner and other people. But what Brett Stewart's team really described in vivid detail is a psychotronic control system that bends the metaphorically the light of any soul that's trying to escape the earth back down toward the earth. And it appears that this device is inside of the moon, and any soul that, let's say, becomes an adept in astral projection and, you know, becomes like what in the old days they would call a super yogi, right? Those people who think they're somehow going to transcend this control system, their souls, as they're leaving this planet to go to whatever, you know, utopia they think that exists in Orion, or maybe if they're a Gnostic that they believe exists in the Pleroma, their soul is bent back, it's lensed back by this device, so that they wind up being reincarnated here anyway. On here, maybe on Mars, but in any case within the domain of the afterlife control system, which means that no matter how carefully you cultivate your consciousness, no matter how conscientious you are and how you think you've spiritually purified yourself, you are not getting out. The only way out is through a collective rebellion. We need to organize like a prison break.
But a physical rebellion.
Yes, absolutely. And no, look, the rebellion is also, it's fundamentally spiritual, because even organizing such a rebellion is a spiritual act that's based on a spiritual ethos. There's no other way to organize that kind of a rebellion. And the rebellion will involve not just physical technologies or weaponry or whatever, it definitely will involve cultivating spiritual techniques. And that's why I end the book that way. I end Thanosis with a bunch of different, you know, psychical protocols and, you know, you could say psychotronic techniques that one can employ to gain more agency over the transition between death and rebirth. So the collective rebellion would involve psychotronics and cultivation on a psychical level as well, but definitely it's a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for us succeeding in freeing ourselves from this control system. The sufficient condition only comes with tangible, you know, rebellion of a large enough, well-equipped enough group of people, like against the mechanics, the machinery of the system and its management.
And Jason, it's tech, right? It's plainly tech that's trapping our fucking souls. Right?
Yes.
Engineering.
And I get into this. Look, this has been a consistent theme throughout my entire philosophical corpus. What is technology? Technology is not, you know, what most people think it is, that just, you know, machinery and, you know, shit. Okay. It goes back to the Greek word techne for craft, and technique is also a form of technology. And when you get into the domain of psychotronics, what the Soviets called psychotronics, or, you know, what some American, you know, Harry Stein, whose work I cover in Thanosis, called mind machines, which, by the way, they're using in these underground facilities. What they do with these kids is they plug them into mind machines, and that's how they interact with the UFOs and shit. In any case, once you get into the domain of psychotronics, you see how technology in the sense of machinery and technology as technique are ultimately inseparable. So, but yes, short answer, it involves tech and collective will on the part of a large enough group of people willing to rebel against the system and dismantle it. And I understand that's a disturbing prospect for a lot of people to think that, look, no matter how conscientious I am, my individual will is not enough. It's going to take a movement to organize a rebellion for us to get out of this thing. That's disheartening to some people, but I'm sorry, it's the truth.
And Aaron, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just couldn't hold back, right? That it really could be something as fundamental as tech. Did you have a full exchange? We have 8 people in the queue, but I didn't want to shortchange your question to Jason.
Just one more question real quick. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So does the from the Invocation of Solomon, written the Hermetic one by Eliphaz Levi, have any meaning or relevance to the custodians at all?
You know,
or any magic ritual?
You know, look, I mean, he was obviously a very imaginative occultist who developed his own peculiar discourse, hybridizing symbolism from different eras of history, like the medieval Baphomet cult, and then other elements of Renaissance alchemy and certain aspects of Christian mysticism. So his particular form of occultism was very eclectic, and very much a reflection of his own interests and a synthesis of his own interests. That doesn't mean that it's entirely contingent and arbitrary, and that you couldn't use such a system of invocations, sigils, whatever, in order to communicate with entities. I believe, for example, that John Dee, who came up with this Enochian language, that he put into the service of Queen Elizabeth, I believe that John Dee was actually using that to communicate with entities. Did the Enochian language come from the entities? I doubt it. I think
I don't want to cut you off, but I get what you're saying. I'm fine with that. I need to know if it's been presented to me as a hack for their tech.
Here's the problem, and I get into this toward the end of Thanosis, okay, where I talk about the Hieronymus machine, which is a kind of machine that even if you draw the schematics of it on paper, it works as well as the actual machine, which means that the machine is what the Greeks called mechane. That's where we get our word for machine from, mechane, but it can also be translated as machination. It's a mechanism in the sense of machination, and it's related to why the word device and the word devise are closely related to each other. So if you devise a device or a machination that you are convinced will do a certain thing, it might actually wind up doing the thing.
So it's conceivable that it could possibly be something that takes control of their system or infrastructure or something like that, possibly.
I doubt it. It certainly wouldn't work for me. But if somebody, this is the nature of magic. If you devise a schematic, a contraption, a mechanism, a protocol that is complex enough for you to believe that, all of its moving parts, including, let's say, of an invocation, are efficacious in some way, and you really convince yourself of that, it can have effects in the world. And if you visualize clearly enough what specific effects it's going to have, including, let's say, interfering with certain alien machinery or whatever, it might do that to some degree, because really what you're doing is you're channeling psychokinesis through a complex visualization.
Focusing intent.
Yeah,
for manifestation.
Using the whatever it is, the invocation, sigil, whatever, as a machination to focus intent.
Cool. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks so much. By the way, Fringe and Tiff, I know CIA, NHI, whatever the 18 intelligence agencies are, including NASA, by the way, congrats NASA, who are making it difficult for Tiff to keep a connection. I just want to say I could not do any of this without you. You've been an incredible help. Of course, thanks to you, Aaron. And if you guys can help me housekeep a little bit, I'm trying to just be locked in and focused here with you guys. We just have one post in the nest. There are people who are DMing me saying they had a hard time getting into the space. I don't know what kind of bouncer we have, but it's probably just connection issues. If you can DM Loosh Farm this, send it to people who won't report us, but will definitely get angry and comment on it. Please help it spread. And Jason, just so you know, I don't know if you can see the nest. That's that sort of like the little rectangle screen right above the profile pictures. That one has both. It's quote posting the space and links to the YouTube. If you want to repost that one, that would help too. This is probably the most interesting UFO space going on right now. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. So we're going to continue on. Daz, you've been super patient, man. Take it away.
Thanks, Ulrich. Thanks, Fringe and Tiff. Yeah, it's been an amazing space. Hi, Jason. It's a privilege being able to ask you this question. I've listened to that last replay of the last space several times, and for me, becoming aware of Ted Owens, the PK man, is very significant, because as an experiencer, my own subjective experience isn't just my connections with the NHI and the craft, but also how that interaction enhances my own conscious metaphysical abilities. However, becoming acquainted with the Doomers, I realise I can't be so idealistic. There's more to it than that. So I formulated this question, and it's quite relevant to your recent work. So, on interfacing with the non-human intelligence, in your computational ontology where souls function as quantum software within a vast informational processing system, like I said, I've experienced what felt like neural uploads from UAP entities, flashes of data streams that bypassed my senses and altered my core self pattern. How might these encounters represent a hack or deliberate interface by advanced ET operators into human soul software? And what safeguards could one implement to prevent unintended fragmentation of personal identity during such interactions?
Thank you for the question and for your interest in my work. I hate to give such grim answers. It would be very hard to protect yourself from these people who have a very fine-tuned technique and technologies geared toward downloading information into people's minds, and of course also extracting and uploading information. It's very difficult. I would say, especially because we haven't developed the same kind of psychotronic technology that they have, at least not publicly. Maybe that's what's being done in some of these Black projects. And maybe there's actual hardware in some of these Black programs that can help to shield against such interventions. But given that we don't have access to that, the best thing that I could say is that, again, it comes back to one of the things I mentioned when I was asked, if I had a kid, what would I, prioritize in terms of preparing my kid for the near future? It comes back to personal integrity, coherence, and the cultivation of exceptionally self-conscious, self-aware agency. You have to, if Gurdjieff, I briefly go into Gurdjieff toward the end of this book, but Gurdjieff used to talk about how most people are zombies or robots. They go around, like robots, basically. What in more recent years we've developed the slang NPC to refer to, from out of the video game world, non-player characters. Most people are largely unreflective, unconscious in terms of how they live their lives. And such people will be absolutely defenseless in the face of these kinds of interventions. You need to cultivate the opposite: acute self-consciousness, deep self-awareness, and a real transparent understanding of your intentions, aims, and motivations, and what it is about your character that's the rationale for whatever it is you do and pursue. And with that heightened state of self-awareness, I think it would become much more possible to if not shield yourself from such interventions, at least disrupt them while they're going on. And if they succeed, you would then be much more likely to, suppose such an intervention does succeed and you can't prevent it, you would be much more likely to recognize a thought that's been placed into your mind and that's not your own thought, and that might have been planted there in order to get you to do something that probably is not a good idea for you to do. So, until and unless you know yourself very well and have that kind of conscientious internal cohesion of character, it's not going to be possible for you to recognize thoughts that have been, or intentions that have been planted into your mind through those kinds of interventions. So I would say that, that's the best defense against it, or retroactive response to being interfaced with in that way.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Your, responses are just so advanced. So this might be a bit basic for you, but what about the additional aspect of that, like that multi-dimensional self, where you build that connection with a more higher aspect of yourself and your soul just through countenance, through being of service to others. Would you not say that that would give you a bit more protection from such entities?
I would. In the sense that if you look, caring intensely about, a few people who really matter to you is maybe the most highly motivating thing in life. So I wouldn't say in some new agey sense that like, oh, you should be of service to humanity and whatever. And this is because you're such an altruistic person who's of service to people in general, like in some anonymous sense, right? And whatever you're committed to caring for the environment or whatever other cause makes you of service to people, then somehow you're going to be protected from this kind of psychotronic intervention. No, I don't think so at all. But I think that caring very tangibly about a few people that really matter to you, or some small community that very tangibly is worth more to you than your own life, that could, I think, shield you to some extent and give you, it's part of having a much more integral ethos, I think, to have that kind of care for people who, for some good reason, really matter to you, and it sort of extend your psychical and energetic field beyond yourself to others who in some way reinforce your intentionality and what it is that motivates you to live, if that makes sense.
Yeah, total sense. Thank you so much, guys. I'll jump back down. Thank you.
Gabe, Aaron, and Daz, your questions were amazing. Thank you. Nathaniel, are you still here? Did he hang in there? Is he in the queue? If Nathaniel makes it back, or he invents some ZPE warp drive, travel back in time, we'll push you ahead of the queue, Nathaniel. Fringe, can you help me out? Do you happen to know who's next?
Yeah, we have Seth up here, and as soon as Nathaniel comes back up, we'll let him up.
Thanks so much. Seth, welcome in.
Hey, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and I want you to have your full exchange, but if you can make it as direct and contained as possible, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm naturally a ranter, so I will do my best with that. So yeah, I just released a book the other day, basically making the entire thesis, two theses, but one is based on that. I believe that all psychic data, derived data, whether it be remote viewing, astral travel, some NDDs, I'm not going to say all, but basically, regressions, all of these things that are in a trance state, all of that. I basically believe that they are all derived from psychic means, which can and are, I'm going to say 99-100% of the time, hijacked by what I believe are demonic entities, from a Christian perspective. So I filled my book with, dozens, maybe 100 examples, from various lore. I'm taking examples from channeled books, spirit releasement therapy, holistic healing type stuff, all that. And I'm basically asking if your theology and cosmology and all of that, it kind of stands on the grounds of, okay, well, if psychic data, maybe not all of it, because you're aware of deceptions happening throughout it, but if psychic data is at least somewhat accurate and not filled with, complete control, like, and I'm saying control as in astral travel, I believe like those grandiose realms you're visiting are basically lucid dreams created based on, consciousness projections into your mind. So and I have many examples why, and I do technically want to read at least one or two excerpts from Monroe's and Leland's Out of Travel books that basically admit that guides have this ability. If that is true, and they have this ability to craft your entire psychic perceptions, then they can absolutely control the lower computing power versions like remote viewing and regressions that require much less control. If that's true, then your whole theses are based around what they want you to believe. Does that make sense?
So suppose that there are these demons who are such comprehensive and masterful manipulators of human perception. What is the way out of being manipulated by them? And if you were to break through the web of illusions that they're weaving, what world would you perceive on the other side of it?
Yeah, so I think we're in Babylon 2.0, you know, very stereotypical Christian point of view, I would say. And we are breaking laws that the Bible, like the Bible tells us very directly not to do any practices of divination. And, you know, people go, oh, well, if it's so deceptive, it's so demonic, why wouldn't God tell us this in the Bible so directly?
Hold
Like
on,
he
hold on, hold on,
alludes.
hold on.
What's
I'm
that?
asking a very simple question. So you're postulating. So first of all, if you look at the history of psychical research and parapsychology with any diligence whatsoever, you will immediately see that all the psychic abilities that we have are shared by animals. So, you know, dogs, horses, cats, whatever, they have the same psychic abilities that we do. In fact, plants appear to have ESP as well. So it seems to be a product of evolutionary biology. Now, if you're saying that whatever channel, medium, whatever, you know, communicative faculty of perception and communication that psi expresses itself through in animals and in humans can be entirely taken over by these masterful demons, such that potentially all of our perceptions are manipulated. What is the way out of that? And once one gets out of that, once you've been able to extricate yourself from this web of deception, what is the world around you that you perceive? The true world, as it were. The world free from manipulation and deception.
Okay, so that makes the point that if psychic ability is all deceptive, like I'm saying, then how are we to escape it? And technically, I mean, I'm going to have a simple answer, but it's don't practice divination as in the Bible tells us not to. And he's not telling us exactly why, but that's because life is a test, earth is a test, to see where our souls, what, you know, side we choose, essentially. Are you going to have faith? And then you would say, oh, well, faith isn't enough. I want to look at the evidence, and
And
the
you
evidence
don't have
obviously.
an answer. You're wasting people's time. Next question. Next question.
All right. Who's next after Seth?
We have philosophy after
Let me
Seth.
give you an example of if someone with two brain cells were going to try to formulate that kind of a question, what the appropriate answer to my comeback would have been. Okay? It would be that, oh, well, what I'm saying to you is that the archons are so powerful that they can manipulate anybody's perception at any time. And if you accept the revelation of Jesus and you open yourself up to, aeonic, Sophianic enlightenment, you're going to all of a sudden see this false world fall away, and these archons will no longer have any power over you, and the world that you'll find yourself surrounded by will be the pleroma. Okay, now that's cockamamie bullshit, but at least it has a certain kind of internal logic to it. All right? So just, 101, like how to make a story that makes some minimal amount of sense. Next question.
I
Jason,
feel for you, Seth. Thanks for trying. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and anyway, you know what? Like, hold on. I want to say something. I really appreciate both of you. I mean, obviously, you're not going to agree on this, but these are the uncomfortable conversations that need to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and say it, and thank you, Seth, and thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Could I absolutely force my agenda for 30 seconds and read this quick excerpt from Monroe, I think his first book, that kind of shines a light on this more accurately?
If you had 15 seconds, I'd give it to you. But 30 seconds, we have 6 people in the queue.
No worries. I had to try.
Yeah, but if you wanted to give 1 or 2 sentences, I'm totally fine with that. You know what I mean? But we just can't keep on going on and on and on.
You're all good, man. Thank you.
Seth, thank you, man.
Yeah, and Seth, why don't you go ahead and post it? Post that up in the nest or post it down in the pill so we can read it.
I am going to do exactly that. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Philosophy, go ahead, man.
Hey, so I'm going to try to keep this short, not to not stretch your time too thin here. But first of all, thank you for coming on the space. I really hope there's going to be a part 3 pretty soon, because this was, I mean, just amazing. But I I guess to go to the opposite of the spectrum here, I'm more of a materialist, and I'm going to try to not be the insufferable, obtuse materialist here. But I guess my question would be, what would you recommend, Jason, for somebody like me who is unconvinced that any of this phenomenon is necessarily non-material, and I guess maybe the other half of this is I'm not an experiencer. I've never had really an anomalous experience in my life, and so that makes me wonder how much of this, and how much of seeing this as not as non-material has to do with your experiences or anybody's experiences, if that makes any sense.
And Jason, I'm not going to answer for you, but I do want to interject and say the first thing I would do, philosophy, is read Thanosis, because the first thing Jason deconstructs is that there is a distinction between the spiritual and the material.
But hold on, Ulrich. No, I don't recommend that the first thing he do is read Thanosis. No, at all.
No. I mean, to be honest with you, I've had like countless DMs with philosophy, so I'm coming from a bias here, right?
Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot.
Remind me your name again.
Philosophy of Deicide.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry. Okay. Yeah. So, look. First of all, let me understand your question clearly. All right. Are you saying that, because you could be asking 2 different things the way that you phrase that. Are you saying that you're not convinced that there's any good evidence for psi or for paranormal abilities or events? Or are you saying that you think that everything that's classified as psi or some kind of a paranormal manifestation could actually be explained within the context of materialism? Which one?
No, you're right. Thank you. That's a good distinction. I do believe in basically all of the phenomenon and the experiences people have within it. I'm just not convinced that it is non-material so far, at least.
Very good. Very good. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. So the Soviet Union had an official state ideology of materialism, which obviously was set in place by Marx, and those followers of him who carried out the Russian Revolution, Lenin, and so on and so forth. They adopted materialism as fundamental to the ideology of the Soviet state. And they went on, despite that, in the 1960s and 70s, to develop their own version of parapsychology, which they called psychotronics. And I cite one of the good sources on that in Thanosis. It's a book called Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain. You should definitely take a look at that. Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain. Because all of these brilliant Russian and Czech and Polish and various other Eastern Bloc scientists who were doing what we would call parapsychological research behind the Iron Curtain were materialists, nominally. I mean, their ontological position was materialism, and they found ways to build theoretical models of all the various psychic phenomena that they were studying, and even to build machines based on their understanding of psi, what they called psychotronic machines, all within some sophisticated theoretical framework that they still consider to be materialism. The reason that they were able to do that is because actually matter, there's not a lot in matter as a concept. And you come to understand this if you take quantum theory seriously. I mean, this is exactly the conclusion that the chain of physicists from Rolf Landauer through John Archibald Wheeler to Melvin Vopson arrived at, namely that what we consider matter within the context of physical theories, which is another state of energy, as Einstein showed, what we consider to be matter is actually patterned information. And so if you, and you can see this very clearly when you create simulations inside of a computer system, right? So when you start to think about matter in an information theoretic way, you can see how the whole distinction between a material world and some kind of, immaterial, psychical, whatever, spiritual domain is an utterly false and artificial dichotomy that needs to be deconstructed. So you could say, and the psychotronic, researchers did, that look, everything is material, like even the most, bizarre demonstrations of psychic ability and whatever paranormal manifestations are all ultimately expressions of the same substrate, But you might as well call that substrate patterned energy. In other words, energy that is being processed informationally in a complex way. And especially after, quantum theory, I think it increasingly doesn't even make sense to talk about matter for that reason, that like you could theoretically say it's all material, but at that point, it becomes a vacuous term. The important point is this, and here I think that you probably have a fundamental intuition that's correct, which is that there's only one substrate. There's only one substrate, and everything can be explained in terms of manipulations and reconfigurations of that substrate. That basic intuition of materialism is correct. So I hope that was a helpful answer.
Yeah. If I may just refine that my position a little bit here. I think material has been largely misunderstood throughout science, where we think of material as something that has to be these little balls that we call atoms that have really defined points and edges around them, where that's the way we thought of as material is more diffuse than we thought of before. And so I guess I don't know if I'm going wrong when thinking of that as material, or just by shifting the definition of material there.
I mean, listen, you can shift the definition. Like I said, the Soviet psychotronic researchers did. I just don't think it's particularly helpful. I think that it makes more sense to talk about information processing in an energetic medium, and that there's only one substrate that's being informationally processed, and that substrate can take a more energetic form, or it can take a more material, in other words, more tangible form. But ultimately, it's all just information processing. And so, I would say it's more constructive to, basically adopt that discourse.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Jason.
But I would say, you're not, at least you're not confused in the way that a dualist is. That's
yeah.
that's a real dangerous delusion, is that kind of thinking that there's this occult, purely spiritual realm, and then there's this fallen material realm and whatever. And once you start thinking in terms of that dichotomy, and then you deny the spiritual side of it, well, that's when you get really fucked up as a materialist.
So, Jason, one of the rare areas where we consistently disagree is which of your books to read first. Is he good to go for Thanosis?
Yeah, it's fine. I was just saying in his particular case, and in fact, I actually didn't understand his position when I first said that. And I think in retrospect, after that exchange, I think it's perfectly fine if he wants to read that one first. But if you want to see my deconstruction of materialism in a rigorous way, that's okay. My deconstruction of what has passed nominally for the standard discourse of materialism, you should look at Prometheus and Atlas. It's a very, very careful genealogy of materialism and deconstruction of it.
Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate that, and I really hope that you'll come on for a part 3. This was awesome. Thank you.
Sure. By the way, it would be my pleasure. Probably we'll do it after my next book comes out. It'll have enough bizarre subject matters in it. My books always wind up, one way or another, addressing the paranormal. So yeah, we'll probably justify that after whatever my next book is that comes out.
Do you have a sense on the topic, Jason?
Of the next book?
Yeah.
America.
Whoa. Okay, so I might have been right about the intuition of how the collapse unfolds.
Yeah, my next book is going to be about saving America.
Okay, I won't push anymore. Because yeah, I won't be able to stop myself. All right. Fringe, did you want to read a couple questions? Tell me, what am I doing next?
Yeah, I've got one audience question, and then we'll get to Chad, and we'll have Holocipher up next in the queue. The audience question is, does Jason pray, and if so, to whom?
So, efficacious prayer, which has been studied parapsychologically, is just really focused intention. And if you visualize and concentrate your intention and direct it coherently enough, you can have measurable effects on the world. I mean, they have taken people who are trained in various highly disciplined, coherent forms of quote unquote prayer and had them pray next to water, and they can measure the change in the water molecules, change in the structure of the water molecules. So there have been such parapsychological studies done. So no, I don't pray like, fold my hands and like entreat some deity. People like think because of Prometheism or whatever, people who haven't really read my work and only superficially encountered my discourse of Prometheism probably think that, I don't know, I'm in front of some fire altar praying to Prometheus or something. No. But do I engage in highly coherent, focused intention, which is the essence of any kind of efficacious prayer? Yeah, I've done that for, probably my whole life at various times. So, take that for what it is as an answer.
I have to jump in here. We don't have to dwell on this long, but we have to do it because, Fringe, I know you keep on saying this is a Jorjani space, an Ulrich and Jorjani space, but this moment, you're going to fall out of your chair here, right? I was pretty certain this would be the answer. I mean, just briefly disclose our pre-conversation, Jason. I performed a full exorcism, Fringe. No Satanism. In fact, Jason was never a Satanist. So yeah, it's that simple. Go ahead and it's a.
So okay, no, I see the connect. So before we got on the call, you and I had a private exchange where you were asking me about Satanism and whatever, and I mean, obviously, framing my philosophical project in terms of the discourse of Prometheism and very clearly identifying in numerous books of mine that from a Judeo-Christian and Islamic perspective, Prometheus is Satan, has led people to basically assume that I'm a Satanist and that I subscribe to Satanism. No, and I'm certainly not over here praying to some Satan. By the way, if Satan existed, I mean, if Prometheus existed, like let's say I'm right that from a Judeo-Christian and Muslim perspective, Prometheus is Satan, or at least one of the Satans. In Islam, you know, they have a conception of multiple Satans because all Satan means, going back to the Hebrew origin also of the Arabic shaitan, just means the adversary. So like, you know, in Islamic discourse, all the fallen angels will be referred to as the Satans, plural. And then they have this head honcho Iblis. Anyway, let's assume that Iblis or the head Satan is Prometheus and Lucifer, Milton's Lucifer, right? If such an entity existed, if such an entity actually existed, and I doubt that there was ever only like one person who held that position. I think it's a position that characterizes a stance that a number of people took, the people who are, you know, referred to by the Christians as fallen angels. But if that entity existed and whatever, he's the head of a band of fallen angels or something, I'm not going to pray to that entity. I wouldn't pray to any, you know, in a sense of like worshiping some deity or hoping that this through my prayer I'm going to get favors from this thing or what? No. That is fundamentally un-Promethean. By taking a Promethean stance, I mean exactly the opposite of that. Prometheus, as a symbol, is the champion of humanity who doesn't want you to worship anything. Okay, Prometheus is a symbol of human ingenuity and self-determination and resilience. And you know, from my perspective, I could say that is truly satanic. The truly satanic position is not to worship some Satan entity. It is to be the Satan. It's to be the adversary to the greatest extent you possibly can be, the adversary against the celestial control system. So, you know, you could call me a satanic philosopher. I don't mind. I won't dispute it. But an adherent of Satanism? No, what Satanism? Which one? The Temple of Set? I don't belong to that one. Certainly don't belong to the Church of Satan. And I'm not going to set up my own either. By the way, people offered me some good money at one point to set up some cult of Prometheus. Not going to happen, folks. Not going to happen.
Fringe, any follow-up questions? By the way, this is a hotly debated subject. Just so you know, in the back channels, there's multiple Jorjani back channels, Jason. There are back channels that solely
There are memes. There are memes, Jason.
There are memes. There are words.
I would love to see them. That would be very entertaining. Why don't you?
No,
Okay.
no, you would not love to see them.
Okay, Satana forbid he does not see the most dangerous artistic reinterpretation of one of his AI arts. I think we need to push it to the nest.
Don't do it, Ulrich.
I'm going to
Don't
do it. I'm going to.
No. No.
I'm
advising against it.
I'm going to do it. And I'll tell you why. I don't have a choice, first of all. And even if I was completely disingenuous and I didn't resonate with a lot of the Promethean ethos, if it was just out of pure narcissism, I would have to do it to not lose Jason's respect. It is going to be catastrophic, but I think you're going to think it's so hilarious. And we can, I don't know, I can push some other stuff in front of it too so people don't see it. But I don't think there's a parallel universe where I don't push this up, French.
Yeah, I get it. I know you're going to do it. I just have to advise you against it. And you're going to do it anyway.
Go ahead and do that, and then I'll throw that infographic up after it. So it'll be there, but it won't be the first thing.
But I want to get the Antichrist's blessing first. Jason,
where am I supposed to look for this? Where the box is at the top right now?
Okay, I mean, I am. It's probably going to take 3 minutes because there's going to be some psychic resistance.
Okay.
All right.
Well, meanwhile, let's continue to take questions from people because.
But I do need your blessing. This is one of your AI art. I can't even talk. I'm getting possessed right now. This is one of your AI art photos, and in these meme chats, something brilliant and diabolic and hilarious has been done to it. I won't give it away, but you're cool with it. I think you're going to love it.
Sure, go ahead, post it. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I can't wait. All right. What's next, Fringe? I can't think.
We have Chad up next. Welcome, Chad.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. Jason, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm very good. I had a couple of questions for you. I could just ask one. What would Thanosis look like somewhere between, mythic idealism and materialism? Something like neutral monism or panpsychicism, something like that. I don't really agree that it's either or. And all evidence to the contrary, I think that it's definitely some dance in the middle for me.
So since you seem to be familiar with this jargon that, most people outside philosophy don't really understand that well, I'll just say the following, and you'll probably understand what I mean by it. The ontology that's at the core of, or let's say the ontology that underlies my arguments in Thanosis, and the ontology, obviously, that I've developed over the course of my philosophical project, could be characterized as something like panpsychic, pluralistic perspectivalism, or perspectival pluralistic panpsychism. Does that make sense to you?
Not initially. Pluralistic what?
So, William James wrote a book called The Pluralistic Universe. Worth reading. Look into that book. He delivers a very strong argument against monism, particularly against monistic idealism in that book, but also against materialism. And so he starts to develop a view that he calls pluralistic, meaning that there is no one all unifying entity in the cosmos. It's not as if our individual consciousnesses or the various material entities that make up the world are facets of some one single infinite and eternal entity, and that the individuation of the things and people in the world is a mere illusion. Rather, the cosmos is made up from out of actually differing entities with divergent perspectives, and there isn't a sharp distinction between the material and the spiritual. Rather, the psychic is a characteristic of phenomena at all levels. And there's good empirical evidence for this. For example, there are psychic processes in crystals that have been observed. Rupert Sheldrake is really good on, on this morphic resonance in crystal formation and so forth. So, panpsychism is the idea that psyche exists at all levels in the cosmos, and pluralism adds to that the idea that the cosmos is not one unified manifold. It emerges from out of a conflict, and in some cases, a consensus and convergence of different perspectives and struggling psychical centers of force.
It's hard to disagree or agree with any of that because so much of it describes reality and so much it doesn't. Or some of it describes reality in addition to being sort of, it's like we were talking about Prometheanism earlier, the idea that mankind is the ultimate agent of its own destiny. And, that's throwing environmentalism out of the window, but I think that's fundamentally wrong too. These are all interesting terms, and they all describe some aspect of reality that we inhabit, but they're, whole parts of them, huge swath of these philosophies are just outright incorrect, I think, or they stop short at describing the ultimate reality.
Yeah, this could become a very long conversation, but one of the things that I think I deconstruct pretty successfully in certain of my philosophical works is the very notion of an ultimate reality. In particular, in Prometheus and Atlas, in general, throughout that book, and then in the more theoretical parts of Closer Encounters toward the end, where I'm discussing Charles Fort and the more ontological aspects of his thinking, I actually attack the very notion of ultimate reality. Also in Prometheism, there's a whole chapter called The End of Reality. So maybe take a look at those and you can see the problems that I have with the very notion of quote unquote, the ultimate reality.
That's bold to say that there's no ultimate reality, or even to suggest it. I mean, what would be, the structure that holds our experience then?
There is no one unifying structure that holds the experience of all beings in the cosmos. That's a consistent line of argument in most of my substantive philosophical works.
Can you write that?
And by the way, it's no different from the radical position of early Buddhism. It's in that sense, I'm not saying anything new. I mean, this was part of the deep structure of Gautama's thinking. Want to go to the next one, Ulrich?
Yeah, let's go to the next one. Thank you, Chad. Holocipher, welcome, my man. What's your question for Jason?
Hey, congratulations on a great space. I got a sort of two-part, and I can't imagine anyone better than Jason to be able to tackle this sort of line of questions. And I feel it's something that everybody might be onto. But I'll start it like this. With your interview with Jesse Michaels, American Alchemy was your last episode. You briefly touched upon the Avestan sort of litany mythos. I would love to know which books you had sort of highlighted that in, because what I found interesting is the timeline that you highlight in there happens to just perfectly parallel something that I'm getting into. Now, I don't have an Indo-Eurasian background, but I found it fascinating how you...
Sorry, I missed one word in there. The Avestan what mythos?
Well, as part of your discussion with Jesse, talking about the timeline, the sort of the onset of this sort of winter ice age, we all know it to be the Younger Juras boundary layer extinction event, which connotates the same ballpark of region of time that also we had a Gothenburg excursion. This is a magnetic polar excursion. And this ties into my Mayan research with the Chimalpopoca text, particularly a rogue interpretation by an abbey. His name is Abbey Charles Etienne Brazier de Bourbourg, who also reinterpreted that timeline to pretty much nicely fit in with your take on the Avestan. Now, I'm not sure. I don't have a huge background on the Avestan mythos or the particular background on that. I was hoping you could highlight which book you focused in on that so I could get a little more background. But I wanted to also tie this into Lavenda's interview that kind of came after yours, where they're talking about the Necronomicon. And little that I know about that it had a sort of, and maybe you'll correct me here, but it had a sort of Indo-Eurasian or Proto-Uranian kind of connection. And set me straight if I'm wrong on that. But it seems that the use of that by the Strategic Air Command would have, perhaps you're willing to comment on what their interest in this particular text would be, and if it plays into sort of the psychological operations. Is there any advantage to using this book from an intelligence point of view?
I think it's clear that the military industrial intelligence complex, pretty much from the 1940s onward, has been interested in all kinds of occultism and has researched various protocols for channeling psychic ability and potentially contacting certain entities or possibly creating egregores of one kind or another, which are psychically generated and sustained thought forms. And I would probably put the Necronomicon literature in that category. In other words, evocation and shaping of an egregore, rather than contacting some, objectively existent entity. But I could imagine that it would potentially be used for that purpose by the same people who use all kinds of occult methods. In my Substack, not that long ago, I mean, it was maybe a few months ago, I did a series of articles on the use of the occult by intelligence agencies, the relationship between intelligence as a discipline and the occult. And long story short, you see the best intelligence agencies deeply involved with the occult, going all the way back to John Dee, Queen Elizabeth, and, the formation of Imperial British intelligence in the 1600s. So it's nothing new, and it's being used for the same purposes as it always has been. In terms of the Avestan literature, I would read I would recommend that you read my Iranian Leviathan. I get into Avestan mythology pretty extensively in Iranian Leviathan. And I do think that if you research the Mayan stuff carefully, as you said, you might wind up seeing parallels. And I think it's very likely. So I would recommend.
So Jason,
Leviathan.
Is it safe to say the Necronomicon has an Aramaic root, or is that just something that's been fictitiously placed upon it? Would you know?
I don't know. I mean, I know of the claims. I know the claims that have been made, but I don't know. In the particular case of the Necronomicon, it's not something that I've been able to independently determine, nor is it something that I have any particular, let's say, anomalous memory or psychical intuition about.
Gotcha. Well, I really appreciate that. One last little thing I'll just throw at you. It's kind of a wild card. I don't know if you have anything on this, but being this is kind of my area of research, in terms of the lost library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, had you come across any of the sort of the sycophantish behavior that the German sort of inner elite were possessed with, gathering sort of the mathematical prowess from some of these early archival repositories?
What do you mean by have I come across it?
Well,
I'm aware of it. I know what you're talking about.
Right. Well, you can sort of see where I'm going with this, that there's obviously some fodder here, some root to their belief system coming across somewhat what you might say advanced mathematical propositions in some of the earliest historical cuneiform texts. I could be specific, but
we were looking for it. The Anunnaki Society was going all around the world, scouring different cultures for this kind of knowledge.
Now, being that you're a specialist in this Proto-Iranian sort of phase, have you come across something that would be sort of like a more of a deep dive into what was like? Is there an archival overview on the Nineveh, mostly pertaining to sort of mathematical extraction? Like I can cite obviously the Germans who first extracted this in the early 20th century, but is there a more prosaic approach to extracting sort of early mathematics from some of these early Aramaic sources? Like, to give you the punchline that I'm trying to get to and connect with, is that there's certain long numerical sequences that have been summarized in simple mathematical equations, like what's called the quote-unquote Nineveh constant, which perfectly divides into some of these Mayan numbers I've been, basically extracting from the long count. So I'm just looking to shore up some of this from more of the
what about that?
Indo-Eurasian.
I don't quite understand what you're asking. And in relation to the Nazis and Iran and this system, what exactly are you asking me?
Well, if you've come across anything that shows clear and decisive, non-ambiguous terms about advanced mathematical prowess found in these cuneiform texts, or at least, Proto-Eurasian texts.
Personally, no.
Okay, fair enough. Appreciate it. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Holocipher. All right, Jason, we have 2 more people in the queue, and we have 1 person on stage. Are you good to take those?
So 3 more, yeah?
Yeah, 3 more is what I'm
Okay,
counting.
3
If I'm
more,
missing
yeah,
anybody.
3 more, and then we'll sign off. Yeah.
All
Sounds
right,
good.
so I'm gonna bring them all up, and then send a clear signal. All right, and I think that's it.
Make sure you draw attention to your post in the nest.
What was that?
I was just telling Doomer to remember to bring attention to the post he put in the nest of the
Yeah,
artwork.
let me know if you can see that.
Where is
post
that? No,
up
I
top.
can't see it. I don't see it anywhere.
So if you take a look at your player, do you see the profile heads right above that? You should see a post area. We call it the nest.
Yeah, what's in the post area on my end is your DoomRoom announcement with the
Okay.
Thanosis graphics.
Directly underneath that, you'll see 2 little page, bubbles. And
yeah. Click on the
either
other
you can-
one. You want me
yeah,
to click
click
on
the other one,
Okay.
and then you might recognize this artwork.
It's not working.
Okay, 1 second. So everybody, do you see any arrows when you?
Doomer, I think you're being
Arrow.
protected
See
by
an
the
arrow. Oh, wait,
fates
hold on. Wait.
right now. The fates are protecting you, Doomer. Let's not push it.
She doesn't want you to
Is
see
this the
it.
one that says catastrophic disclosure?
Yeah, click on that one and make sure you open the picture in full.
I mean, it's kind of shitty, you know. I mean, for a meme, you know, really, it's okay. I mean, I would do better.
Well, I did not create it, but I do need to tell you it was the most popular one. I can take it down, Jason. I don't want this to ruin the space.
The level of taste in trying to offend people has really dropped considerably. I mean, you know, they should try harder. This is kind of lame, if you ask me.
It definitely wasn't done to offend you. It was one of the most beloved ones, to be honest with you.
Well,
but yeah, I tell you what, I'm going to take it down. I'm going to make it a forbidden fruit, and it won't. People won't have access to it. But I took your word for it, Jason. You said I could push it up there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a shitty meme.
It is a shitty meme. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the next one.
It just ruins a decent AI artwork, is all it does, by putting my mug in those places, you know. So, but
it's the equivalent of throwing a tomato on it, sort of thing. It's just
yeah.
Well, it's already been replaced with the infographic.
It would look better with tomato on it than it does with my face on it. So
it did. Anyway, the infographic is now up there.
Strategically placed tomato on that particular artwork would be actually rather interesting to see.
I think we probably have tomatoes incoming. But Jason, we only have a few more. Yeah, if we can make it really quick. I did know there was one person who squeezed in there. So we have Miss McGillicuddy, Preterite, Anthony Krause, and Charles. Can you please make it super, super brief? Keep it to about a minute or under, if you can, please.
Yeah, of course.
You go ahead, Anthony.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Jason, I'm a truck driver, so it's a pleasure hearing these conversations. Trying to listen to your audiobooks is a bit dense while driving, so casual conversations are nice. My questions, you mentioned data existing as dark matter, and is this the sort of information field of biological life that exists within this universe that during some past life recalls or just genetic memory recall stuff, is that the Yggdrasil sort of tree we're tapping into? Other question, early mythology depicts dragons. Are these plasma beings? And in correlation with the UFO thing, are they conscious plasma beings that have been around since our inception? Are they the edge we sort of have in this rebellion that you mentioned to overthrow the archonic presence? It's a lot, but I hope I made it concise enough.
Thank you for your question, or questions rather. So regarding the first one, basically what I'm suggesting is that and by the way, not much of my ontology depends on this particular claim, but it's, you know, an idea that I've explored, that it's possible that dark matter is some kind of an informational cloud processing system that may be projecting the visible universe, because each galaxy appears to be surrounded by a cloud of dark matter, and, you know, for various reasons that I spelled out, especially for the first time in my book Satanion, but I came back to in a couple of subsequent texts after that. Actually, I get into it again briefly in Thanosis. There are certain reasons to think that data has mass, and that the kind of non-electromagnetically detectable form of mass that data represents is the same type of mass that we call dark matter and that we've found surrounding galaxies. And it's possible that the visible, you know, manifestation of galaxies is being somehow, including the biological life that you're talking about, is being projected from out of this computational cloud. I mean, it's a theoretical possibility. And how that maps onto something like the Yggdrasil symbolic imagery in Norse mythology, I don't know. That's very messy. It's very messy. You know, somebody could probably make that connection. I think you probably have to be pretty obsessed with Norse mythology to stretch the dark matter analogy that far. But okay, maybe.
Yeah, Akashic Records, I guess, would be another, like, that's some
much
of like
better.
memory bank.
That's a much better one. That, I think, and I have compared it to the Akashic Record and said that, you know, these dark matter computational clouds might in fact be what, you know, the ancient Hindu sages referred to as the Akasha. So, yeah. Now the second question. I actually tend to think that the dragons in ancient mythology are surviving dinosaurs, particularly surviving flying dinosaurs and aquatic dinosaurs, and that formed the basis for the dragon mythos. I think that, and, you know, Edgar Cayce seems to agree that there were a considerable number of dinosaurs still alive at the time of Atlantis. Whether the Atlanteans brought them back Jurassic Park style, like actually, you know, used genetic engineering and cloning techniques to bring extinct dinosaurs back, or whether some dinosaurs had just survived in isolation and the Atlanteans bred them and then hunted them. I don't know which scenario it is, but I think that the cult of the dragon slaying hero, it has to do with an initiation rite involving the hunting of surviving dinosaurs. So I don't think it's a metaphor for intelligent living plasma, although there is evidence for some kind of living, potentially sentient plasma, and for the interaction between, you know, psychical interaction between human intention and these plasma entities. But I don't think those are, I don't think that's the basis for the dragon mythos. And as far as them being our ace card, or like something that could save us, you know, by like what you're implying is our psychically directing and weaponizing plasma against the overlords, I doubt that very much.
It made my imagination go wild.
It's a good, it's
I
very
appreciate.
Nice. Somebody should write a story and make a movie based on it. It would be a very cool story scenario, but I doubt it's actually the case.
Well, thank you. I appreciate what you do for my imagination as I'm driving
My
for hours
pleasure,
on end.
my
It's
pleasure. What route?
Yeah,
What route do you drive?
I'm actually a local driver, so southeast Wisconsin region. I get home every night. It's nice, but 12-hour days they add up 5 days a week. So, yeah, this is a great break from the usual drivel you find out there.
Very good. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
All right, three more, and then we'll round it out. Thank you for sticking with us, Jason. Ms. McGillicuddy, I know you've been patient in the queue. Everybody has been incredibly patient in the queue. But I want to be respectful of Jason's time and the remaining two, and welcome, of course, to the Doom Room.
Hello. Thank you, Doomer and Fringe, and Jason, of course. Thank you so much for doing this again. I had a question. It's something that I've been researching a lot, and it has to do with our bioelectromagnetic field and why it was was taken out of our education system, for lack of a better term. I'm sure you're already aware of this, but I wanted to know what your thoughts were in regards to our bioelectric fields, our bioelectric magnetic field, and the concept of rebellion. Because, for lack of a way to put it, I felt guided to get back into this, that including my old tuning forks. And I've noticed there's a there's people out there that aren't just Reiki people, and I'm not putting down Reiki people whatsoever. I mean, we're all playing with the same thing. But I'm wondering what are your thoughts on strengthening the bioelectric field, since in that our bioelectric field, which is essentially part of our sixth sense almost, I mean, it's a part of our body, and it is what helps create the Internet of Bodies. It's what all the biohealth and all that stuff is going to be, and what they're rolling out and curing cancer in 48 hours. Um, I'd be interested to know if you think that there is what your thoughts are on us essentially getting back to what we actually are by learning, strengthening, honing that. Would that help at all in this central rebellion? I came to this hypothesis because the data centers that they're building, I wondered if they were really just, I mean, I'm not saying that they don't have anything to do with AI, but I think AI eventually will be controlling what I'm about to say. But I think that they are to help bear the load of keeping us tethered here through our bioelectromagnetic fields wirelessly in the cloud. What are your thoughts on that? And what do you think if we were to essentially rebel by, I don't think we can untether fully, but we can certainly hone it. I don't want to say too much about my personal stuff, but what are your thoughts on that?
I think it is a legitimate phenomenon. Soviet scientists, as I was mentioning earlier in response to the question about materialism, Soviet scientists studied bioelectric or whatever bioenergetic fields, of people. Which some people have interpreted as auras. I mean, plants and animals have them also. And Soviet scientists studied them very carefully. Another person who's looked at this in some level of detail is Rupert Sheldrake. He looked at what you might call bioelectric fields of different types of organisms. So I would say, yeah, it's a legit thing. And, it certainly can't hurt to strengthen your bioelectric, field. And probably it serves some kind of a protective function, and it stands to reason that the weakening of it would be a danger to one's health and potentially to one's autonomous action. So, yeah, I would say you should keep working on that, and that it is important in relation to the data centers and what you're suggesting about wireless technology and its potential disruption or manipulation of bioelectric fields. I wouldn't dismiss that entirely out of hand, and I'll tell you why. Because the Atlanteans, they built things in a way where their bioelectric fields, in the language that you're putting it, would not be interfered with by the kind of wireless signals and sort of wireless, information transfer that we have almost ubiquitously surrounding us now with cell phones and all kinds of other signals being broadcasted. They found an civilizational infrastructure that was extremely technically sophisticated, and which in large parts we still can't replicate today in terms of its engineering competence, but that also doesn't wind up having that kind of effect. I mean, as far as I know, they didn't even use electric lighting. They had electricity, certainly, and used it for a lot of other purposes, but their lighting took some other form that did not release a lot of ambient electricity, or, like, let's say, block out the stars at night over a city. So they were very conscious of that kind of thing. And probably they were onto something. So yeah, I hope that is helpful as an answer.
Yes, I greatly appreciate it. I always, when I first came across your stuff, I'll be quick here. I remember being like, whoa, I hear something that is in my spirit. Sounds like something is true. But I was afraid to look into some of your things because of my own um, beliefs. But I truly believe that so much has been hidden, and I know you talk about this a lot. That there are truths that we just need to not everybody's strong enough, right, to go and dive into certain things, especially some people are terrified to look into the occult. But it's I just want to thank you, and thank you, Doomer, and Aaron and Fringe. Thank you again, and yes, part 3, I'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGillicuddy. All right, 2 more, Preterite and Charles. Preterite, we're going to go with you. Please keep it constrained and brief. And thank you also for being so patient, man.
Certainly. Thank you for taking my call. It's a pleasure. Jason, my question to you is, do you think Heidegger's notion of being towards death, or death as the transcendental horizon of Dasein, is still something that can be upheld given the empirical evidence for post-mortem survival? Like, do you think we're facing a kind of death that goes beyond the cessation of biological functions of the organism, kind of like the Buddhist belief?
That's an excellent question. You have to read Heidegger's writings on technological science in order to come to the realization that he poorly formulated being toward death in Being and Time. What he should have said was being toward nothing, or being toward the nothing. He develops this conception in his critique of the inframing and instrumentalizing power of mechanistic modern technology. In the course of his critique of that and its origins in a certain conception of modern science, Heidegger develops this idea. Somebody's talking through some mic somewhere, I think. Anyway.
Yeah, it's I'll mute her. I'm sorry, Jason.
No problem. He develops this idea of the no thing which cannot be inframed by any techno-scientific machination. And he also explicitly connects this to Dasein by saying that Dasein is the no thing. And so this lack of an essence that gives us existential angst, and which you could very much connect to the Promethean myth, the myth that, Prometheus, via his brother Epimetheus, forgot to endow humanity with any essential essence of the kind that defines the species being of other animals, etc. This lack of any inherent essence, this no thingness of Dasein, or human existence, is really what he meant by death. And the individuating power of contemplation of death, and the importance of facing death in order to become an authentic and conscientious individual. He didn't mean the cessation of bodily functioning. He didn't mean the termination of a particular organism. He meant the no thingness that we are fundamentally on an existential level. And you're very right to bring up Buddhism, because, you know, Heidegger had a deep interest in Buddhism precisely for this reason. He, you know, was engaged with the Kyoto school in Japan because he saw the Buddhist idea of shunyata, voidness or emptiness, lack of an inherent essence, shunyata and its relationship to anatta or anatman. He saw that as very much the same thing that he had been trying to say in Being and Time, but that I think he framed imprecisely by using the terminology of death, you know, which leaves you with the impression that somehow evidence for, you know, post-mortem survival of personality some relegates Heidegger's existential ontology to kind of irrelevance, or at least fundamentally undermines it in some way. I don't think it does at all. Being toward death is about grasping the finitude of human existence and understanding that fundamentally Dasein is no thing. And so every time we die and go through the process of a transition to rebirth, we're more directly confronted by that no thingness, which isn't to say that we aren't confronted by it in the course of our own lives. You know, we are, but generally at rare moments where, you know, we have a deep insight into the groundlessness of our own existence. And so you know, that's what Heidegger really means in terms of being towards death. And that's not going to change. It's not going to be any less relevant with the mainstream recognition of evidence for post-mortem survival, nor with the development of psychotronic technology. You know, like I said, Heidegger, I think, rightly recognized that the no thing or the nothingness cannot be inframed or enmeshed by any technological machination.
Yes, thank you very much. That was an excellent answer.
And
My pleasure.
Putter, I love your,
One question.
I loved your
One question.
I love the density of the questions, Jason. You're one of the few people where insane, ridiculous questions are reasonable, and you're not going to give an ambiguous, nebulous answer. You're actually going to give us something to sink our teeth in, and that's it's extraordinary.
Well, I mean, you know, I operate in this spaces of parapsychology and milieus of ufology, and so, you know, people often ask, you know, questions more relevant to those domains. But this gentleman here just, you know, asked a really sophisticated philosophical question, and obviously, you know, that's the core of my work is, you know, those kinds of questions and those kinds of ideas. So I appreciate it.
So we have one last one, and then we'll round it out. Charles, go ahead and welcome to the Doom Room.
Thank you for having me. I have a question for Jason. I haven't read it yet, but in your book Thanosis, you bring up Brett Stewart's remote viewing project from almost a decade ago on the subject of moksha, the liberation from the cycle of death and rebirth. I was curious when and how you came across it and for how long it has informed your own ideas, because when I first stumbled on your work, much of what I read reminded me of that and other remote viewing projects of his. I'm also wondering whether you two have ever been corresponding and if you're familiar with some of Brett's other remote viewing work.
So I'm not familiar and definitely not in any contact with him, although it would be interesting maybe to get in contact with him. But his remote viewing of moksha was actually only brought to my attention once I had started writing Thanosis. It was one of these very timely, you know, things, which, you know, Jung would call synchronicity. That one of my friends brought this remote viewing session to my attention, you know, not all that long ago, in the last, whatever, few months when I was in the process of writing this book. So it's interesting that you say that it came to your mind as you were reading earlier writings of mine, because I wasn't aware of it until very recently, although clearly I must have been aware of the same kinds of things that Brett Stewart and his team became aware of in that remote viewing session, if you see what I mean.
Charles, thank you so much. Jason, obviously it's been a pleasure. I want to ask the obvious question we're all asking, and sometimes the obvious one is the one you can easily forget to ask. To me, I'm experiencing sort of my own, not first person, but sort of third person cognitive dissonance. I see 50% signal saying it's a bunch of NPCs. Nobody gives a damn about aliens, past lives, or the most important conversations in the world. Everything is sort of blind to the collapse unfolding in front of everybody. And then see the other 50% where all of a sudden the Overton window seems like it was lit on fire and people are talking about UFOs and sometimes not even laughing about them in mainstream media. So, I'm guessing your intuition is at the most, we're going to get something like not a disclosure or even soft disclosure, but something like a confirmation, 4 words, we're not alone. And the rest, American government might play dumb. If you have a different expectation, I would love to know what you think is happening. And then more for a deeper final question is over the entire body of your work, I guess the entire time that you've practiced philosophy, what is the biggest shift for you or the biggest thing that surprised you, or where have you changed your mind most? It can either be across those 15 books. What has been the biggest 180 degree or biggest consciousness altering insight that you've discovered either through your own work or through somebody else?
Man, that last one's going to require some thought, but I'll try to parallel process it while I answer.
I hope it's okay. I gave you both,
Yeah, while I answer your first question.
Yeah.
Okay, very short term, I think what you're saying is probably true. That in the very near term, that's the most we're going to get
0
from
to
out of
6, 0 to 6, 0 to 3 months out.
A year.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I do not expect any dramatic disclosure from out of the current administration of the United States government in the next 6 to 9 months. Dramatic. I don't know. I expect it'll be what you say, at most like some slight confirmation of certain superficial aspects of this and probably framed in a very ignorant way. So yeah, in the near term. Now, in the longer term, I actually do think there's going to be some much more substantive kind of disclosure from out of either the United States government or remnants of the United States government following its collapse, which I hope never happens. But a scenario in which there is a collapse and disintegration of the United States government would legally release a significant number of people from their security oaths. And at that point, I think some substantive information could come out, or it could come out in the context, which I would much prefer, of a catastrophic engagement of the United States with the phenomenon, and therefore a need to inform the public of at least some substantial aspects of what's going on.
The American element is incredibly interesting. Do you need more time for that last question? I can go to closing thoughts from Aaron and Fringe if you like, if that helps.
Yeah, well, let me see. The one thing that has been the most dramatic,
the biggest shift, like
the shift from the beginning.
What
The problem is, Ulrich, the problem is that my philosophical project has been developed over a fairly long period of time. I mean, if you read Metapolemos, you see this. I talk about it. Or in my book.
Where have you disagreed with yourself the most? Is there any area
where have I disagreed with myself the most?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. I would say probably if you read Prometheus and Atlas very carefully, you'll see that there's a quasi-vitalist organic thinking there, which is coming to some extent from assimilating Schelling, Frederick Schelling's work, and that I connect to both Rupert Sheldrake and the evolutionary biological philosophy of Henri Bergson. And the language is very vitalist and very organic. And there's a significant shift from that toward an information theoretic, computational model of the cosmos that is clearly developed by the time I write Prometheism, and that winds up being incorporated into Closer Encounters and a lot of the rest of my work, including Thanosis. So the single most significant shift, I would say, would be between from organic vitalistic thinking of the type of Schelling, Bergson, and to some extent Sheldrake, over to a more information theoretic view that resonates with the quantum physical interpretations of Landauer and Wheeler and people like Melvin Vopson in physics today. That's a significant shift.
Where does, if I can phrase it this way, if it's a fair framing, where does the more agentic Promethean, let's call it war for wisdom, fit in? Was this a shift from?
Oh,
like
no. That's
is
me. That's me at my core from the beginning of my life.
From the beginning.
Yeah, I was that kid. I've been that person my entire life. I mean, everything that interested me in childhood is one or another manifestation of the Prometheus archetype. The first book I ever read in my life was Frankenstein. And, I read it like laboriously at an age when I still could barely read. And everything that's interested me in the realm of science fiction and even, some kind of like paranormal horror and that kind of genre involves some expression of the Prometheus archetype. It's something that I certainly came into this life with, and from what I can tell has motivated many prior lives of mine as well.
Can I piggyback that question? Can I piggyback that? With what do you think? What has been your personal recall? Just because as we've talked in the framework, even when I asked you earlier about when you take your last breath and what's your focus or what's that framework you have going into the next thing, and you describe specifically a next life as a primary focus. So do you have any memory of a pre-life that led you into this one that sets you up with the structure you just described in childhood?
Yeah. And the guy who I was before this life, in other words, the immediately preceding incarnation of mine, was as focused on and shaped by the Prometheus archetype as I am. Although I don't think he handled it as well, and certainly didn't end well. But in any case, it's definitely something that he was preoccupied with. And I can see how I wound up in the situation that I wound up in, pursuing the project that I've been pursuing, for decades in terms of my writing, but actually on a spiritual level for my entire life.
Do you feel like that the coherence of the narrative that you have across lifetimes is a direct reflection of your intentional conscious focus in this lifetime? We talked about the differentiation between, or the core fundamental of prayer being a hyper intense, coherent inner focus and the projection therein, and then also the awarenesses that come from those meditative focused states. Do you feel like you pieced those together and made that coherent in this lifetime because of those actions?
I think it's a quality of mind that I have had for a very long time, to varying degrees, sometimes, more effectively than at others, but across many lifetimes, not just in this one.
Fringe, any?
And I think it takes, and to be honest with you, I think it takes a very long time to develop. I think that kind of integral consciousness is not something most people develop in the course of one lifetime. I think it probably takes many lifetimes to become that kind of a person.
I can't help but feel like even though you have embodied and felt that Promethean core since the beginning of your work, you must feel like right now there's a cosmic dance where the culmination of your work is meeting the culmination of humans waking up within
Yeah.
and without right now.
Yep. That's true.
Fringe, any final thoughts? Any final questions? I'm going to read a couple sentences to close us out from your book, Jason, at the very end after Fringe.
No, incredible space as always. I'm already looking forward to the next one, and I appreciate all your time today, Jason. Go ahead, Aaron, and we'll go back to Ulrich.
Thank you, Fringe.
Yeah, I mean, just as a general, these are really beautiful conversations. Obviously, Jason, you value it as much as we do, and just to have these dialogues and just hearing the speakers come up. I mean, I've just always appreciated about spaces. There's always so many people that come out of nowhere that you may never hear from again, but they stimulate a dialogue, and for us to come together and congregate in this way is a very special thing for all of us. On a pragmatic note, the space that we tried, I tried babying it, the live stream space, for 2 hours. I had to keep refreshing the webpage every few minutes just to keep the audio going. I ended up just having an overlay on the screen saying, "Come to this space," and I gave a link to it. So what we'll do right after, I'm going to delete the live stream afterwards. And you might want to delete the live stream post for the YouTube, but I'll re-up just like Red Panda will. I'll re-upload the actual thing as a YouTube video. So it's a bummer we couldn't get that to go, but we'll get it up there.
Excellent. That sounds great. And do me a favor and send that to me when you have the the full complete YouTube video uploaded. Please
Cool.
send me the link for that.
Will do. And I DM'd you earlier, like you asked, with a link to the Notebook LM where I made that infographic that's up above as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Jason, do you have any final thoughts before I close this out from section from your book?
No, I really appreciate this. I mean, it was it is really unique, Ulrich. It's a unique interactive atmosphere and ambiance. And thank you for setting it up.
No, Jason, thank you, and thank you to everybody else who actually has the courage to have these dangerous conversations. I think I'm going to make a couple of predictions, quick ones, and I think they're important. And who cares if I'm wrong? First of all, I had a prediction that you would be that inevitably, and this isn't about popularity, but your ideas. This is a time where your ideas have come, right? Go ahead, say what you were saying, Jason.
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, in after our last space, I made a post, a link to it after we close. But you're headed for Sean Ryan show, Jesse Michael show. You definitely need to be on Rogan, not for the sake of popular mass appeal, but because wisdom is that important. Because we're at a stage where we can't get to where we deserve to be without the knowledge, and the knowledge forces us to grow our moral boundaries and our wisdom. And your work is about this nexus of one boundary necessitating and pushing the other, but being insufficient alone. Go ahead if you want to jump in there.
No.
So I think right now we're ahead of the evolutionary curve, even if we've been here before. And I think your ideas are an evolutionary necessity. That doesn't mean everybody has to agree with every moral perspective, but I think we cannot grow morally if we do not grow intellectually and in the other direction as well. And so you're easily misunderstood. I've only had the experience of you that you're incredibly humble and open to critique and dialogue, and you're also willing to go first and be wrong, because if nobody goes first, nobody's growing. And I think this is, like I said, I think it's an evolutionary necessity. And my prediction is you'll definitely be on Rogan before we're on part 3. And if we're talking a year from now, I think this spaces like these, even this space with you in it, it'll be not 200 people, not 2,000, not 20,000 people, because I think that's how consequential these ideas are and how much of a hunger there is for them. I'm gonna round it out. If there's a single thread binding together the labyrinthine investigations of this book, it is the insistence that survival must not be conceived as a passive continuation, but rather as an active project of sovereignty. To ask whether something of us persists after death is to pose the wrong question. What survives is not in doubt. Thousands of cases across cultures and centuries testify to it. The real question is, what survives, in what form, under what conditions, and with what degree of agency? Thanosis has been my attempt to reframe survival from the sentimental consolations of religion and the evasions of idealist metaphysics into the hard and urgent discipline of Promethean freedom. And thank you for being Promethean and generous in every way possible today, Jason.
Thank you, Ulrich. Let's be in touch. And thanks to all of you who helped to organize this. And I look forward to the next one. We'll make it happen.
Wonderful, everybody. Doom deep, doom dark, doom hard. Thanks, Jason.